Test. Hello, VOD viewers. We're doing a morning stream. Not that if you watch VOD, I guess it doesn't matter to you. You're probably watching at the same time you usually do. But it's a little earlier than usual here. Maybe we'll get some new people who usually can't make it. I also downloaded, or I uninstalled and reinstalled OBS, trying to fix those audio issues. If it seems better, let me know. If you still hear it, also let me know. Let me know if the stream's messed up too, because it changed some settings and I had to go through it again. Hopefully it works. I will probably repeat that message later on, but VOD viewers, you're used to that at this point. I think everything looks good compared to usual, though. Life of Show, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Anyone tuning in, whoever shares a match ID first, we'll start with you for this coaching stream if you're interested. NPR, here early. I guess for you, it's probably a more normal time of the day. Hey, Helix. Yeah, my fiance had to wake up early for work today, so decided to also wake up and just get started. But first I had to... I tried to uninstall everything, reinstall. We're hoping to fix this audio issue. I know it's been plaguing the stream for ages. Keep trying things. This is not a new... This is like multiple attempts. One, trying to fix the audio issues. Two, trying to see if the chapter markers would work again, but they're still broken, so I'll still have to type them in manually. And then three, this is completely irrelevant to all of you guys, but Helix, I see you're first. Let's go. Let's start with you. I did a thing a while ago, like a sponsored thing. I don't remember who showed up here, but if you guys remember, there was like an alternate streaming thing. So they helped me set up. I helped them. I don't know which way. There was a plugin that happened as part of testing that new streaming thing. That was kind of secretive, and I don't know where it is now currently in terms of what is allowed to be talked about. So I'm not going too far into it. But I'm not working with them right now, so I don't need it. Lately, the plugin, it keeps every time I open OBS, it says X whatever ever plugin can't launch. I cannot delete it. I am like searching through program files, trying to find like that plugin so that it stops trying to load it. I cannot find it. I was digging through program files earlier. So every time I open OBS, I get a crash report. I don't think that's related to the audio issues, but I was trying to find it to resolve it. I just cannot. I cannot. I don't know why I just did this a second time. Okay, let me type this stuff in. We're gonna start with Helix's. Helix, let me know if you know what questions you got. Let me type all this stuff in. Jupiter, he had his breakfast. Oh, I forgot to change to anonymous mode so we can name and shame. I mean, not name and shame people on YouTube if we want, which I did not start. I did start a YouTube video and then I didn't finish it, so what you gonna do? Snapfire. Wait. Snapfire for Herald. Okay. Timestamp done. And then what's the question? I feel lost after 15 minutes or so. I want to focus on myself, but I don't know how to rotate or play around my cores and how they're playing. Okay. Yeah, we added in a couple cat emotes. I need to get like higher resolution pictures of the cats. I don't know if that matters that much when Twitch then shrinks them down to like 112 pixels, but You can kind of tell what's going on in those. They are free, so anyone, even if you're not subscribed, can do it. All right, let's focus up. Snapfire, post 15 minutes. So let's actually start around the 10-minute mark so we kind of have a frame of reference, and we'll talk about early movement. For Herald, you will run into the issue where you're likely to see a little less team play. That's where someone like Snapfire works out, because you can just push waves quite well on your own between Scatterblast and then the Shard, which I would recommend more than Boots of Travels. I see you have it queued up. Actually, did we look at, was your game the one we looked at the other week where I mentioned the how Travels on Snapfire is not often, or like Travels on support is often not utilized properly, especially for Herald. If you want to try to incorporate that into your gameplay, I'm kind of open to it, but I think even I kind of think like going the Shard first would probably help you more than trying to learn how to use Boots of Travel on a support in a slightly unoptimized way. Let me think more on how to like describe that. I feel I rotate a lot with Travels. Okay, we'll take a look before I judge you too hard on that, right? We'll see how you're using it. Alright, so I'm not that worried about this fight. I think coming here sounds good. You were pushing mid and then you rotated over. We're just kind of getting a feel of where you are in this game right now. So let's put a little bit more attention now. Okay, let's start with warding. Because warding, as part of knowing how to play the map and rotating, warding is going to be very related to that, right? Because the more you know about where the enemy is, then that's how you actually know where to play the map. So sometimes it's not an issue if you don't know where to go, it's that you're not getting the information to know where to go. So in terms of warding, I see you have one. I see you kind of want to fight. It's actually kind of like mixed at the end of the day, but that's okay. People are dead and we are alive, which means we might be able to move deeper into enemy territory to place a ward. We don't strictly have to, depending how safe we feel, especially like if the fight breaks down and like some people are alive, some people aren't. You know, these three heroes, maybe I'm a little scared to move aggressively. And then again, I'm pretty healthy, so maybe I kill them if I run into someone low health. So depends on the exact situation. You may feel comfortable moving further in or not, but always think about warding after a fight like this breaks out. I see your team has a ward here that you actually placed, and then a team ward here, which I can't seem to click, so I don't know if you placed it or not. Oh, okay, you did. So you place these two observers. Vision down here is very covered. In fact, I'd say there's almost overlapping too much, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. And then you also place this one. You're the only one warding in the game, God bless. But that means you have a lot of vision down here, and it is on the more defensive side. Come here, Jupiter. Come be on stream. Tell them about us warding. Tell them about it. So your warding is more defensive. So when people cross over to your side, you'll see it, or when they're at the edge of their map, you'll see it. But that doesn't really give you the heads up warning of, hey, I want to go top because I see Drow in that top jungle. Or, okay, 3 people are gathering in their triangle. They might be about to smoke up, right? We're not going to get any of that information with our current observer wards. Stop shaking. So you want to try to have at least one deep ward at any given moment, because it will help you see some of that stuff. So when you have this one observer ward on you, maybe you have more in the... Yeah, I mean, maybe there's one in the shop. You could use it if you like use this one instead, but I don't have that right now, and the opportunity is now. So with all of that said, all right, you can go. With all of that said, as we go, I don't actually think you need to smoke right now, because I know where they are. They're like right here. You know, there's 3 heroes here. If you're trying to go fight them, you know, you could smoke and turn back around and go for it. But it seems like you're just going to move somewhere else with this smoke. Now, if you want to use it to deep ward, I don't think you have to, but I also understand smokes are pretty underused in this bracket. So if you want to use them this way, then I'm open to it. But then you end up placing it like right here. So in terms of when I'm scared to go place a deep ward, this is the type of ward where everyone's alive. I don't know where anyone is. I'm super scared to move anywhere. And I'm like in the tower, you know? So it's very safe for me to like waddle on out of here on Mortimer, drop this, and then waddle back. And I can do it at any time, even when I'm scared. Right now, I am less scared than usual because we just had a fight. Someone's dead. 3 heroes are here. So there's only 1 hero missing. So now, especially if I'm going to smoke, is when I feel the most comfortable maybe walking into the triangle, maybe going through mid, maybe like sneaking around, although this is getting kind of scary. The triangle is kind of where you're aiming for if you're smoking from down here. Maybe some like twin gate over up here, potentially. But anyways, I'm looking for a deep ward if we're going to ward. And if I'm not going to do a deep ward, then I'm just going to hold this observer because I don't need another defensive ward. I know that's kind of a lot on warding, but it will come into play later trying to identify where we move on the map, especially in this period you're talking about, this like 10 to 15 minutes. All right, so right now as we get scared, or like, let's have a default as support. If my ultimate is up, I will try to go towards my team. If my ultimate is down, I'll be a little bit more flexible. If people are grouping up, I may try to join. I may also feel comfortable just pushing out lanes as a support and kind of judge how the game goes. So for you, it seems like no one's in the mid lane. I'm going to push this out. I am open to this so far. Be careful about that cookie. I'm not like careful, but like in hindsight, see how the cookie doesn't actually do that much? Because it's level 1. 100 mana to 85 mana. A very similar mana cost, but you have 4 skill points in Scatterblast. So this will do 280 damage. This one will do 75 damage for just about the same mana cost. So in hindsight, if we're only going to use 1 spell, it makes way more sense to use Scatterblast in terms of pushing out this lane. We could use both, but I could also just let the creeps hit each other for like 3 seconds, and that would be about 75 damage, you know, to any given creep. And that's how we're going to save mana. I know you're buying clarities, you have the raindrops, you have the null, but the less spells we use unnecessarily, then we're not going to have as many mana issues. Yeah, Jupiter is... he's feeling it today. Ads? Oh no! I'll wait for you. I'll get Jupiter in this time. Hold on. Everyone who's subscribed on Twitch, you guys get cat content. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Yeah. Hold on, wait, let me zoom in. He's playing in cardboard. He has like cardboard in his fur. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, cat content. Yeah. You can stay here quietly, right? He's trying to leave. Yeah. I'm trying to find an art style I like. I want to pay someone to make that emote with Jupiter. And then I want one of Hef doing the like banging the table emote, you know? But I periodically look for an animation style I like from people who make emotes, and I haven't quite found one I like. Okay, what was I just saying for you? I don't know when that ad played, but I was talking about mana management on the cookie verse Scatterblast. That's about it for now. Let's keep going. Okay, so really right now, since none of the tier 1 towers are taken, any of them would be good. The mid-tier 1 will actually be should be quite hard for you to take. As a default, I would recommend the enemy safe lane, head up there and work on that. if no one is defending mid, we don't want to lose it for free, and you're pretty good at holding it. So if you wanted to go there, I would be okay with that. Looks like we're going to try another smoke. I am very open to trying to smoke more in this bracket. Also, keep in mind, if people aren't following you, then we're just kind of paying money for nothing. So I'll leave it up to you how much success you find with this. It does look like Dawnbreaker's following along, although Dawnbreaker is actually not the version you usually want for this. Dawnbreaker wants to like ult in afterwards, you know, so. This is a bit messy, but we went a little soon before Mortimer's Kiss. I also think that wasn't fully your fault. That was just some kind of messy execution from the team. So I'm not gonna really worry about it right now. I think you were a little close for that scatter blast, but anyway, so we're kind of making stuff happen. That's fine. Teams rotated up here. Fight ends. Let's take a look around. What can we do? We have an observer sentry. Do I feel comfortable moving around? That same question. Drow has respawned by this point. We've lost a hero, and I know they're kind of Centaur's low, but Sand King was healthy enough. So now is not a great time for me to feel like I can move in here. So I'm not going to do that. Could we defensively ward around here? Yes. But then we will have still this one, and then still one in the river. So if I think they are moving into my half of the map, I'm willing to put maybe a defensive observer, and especially because there's one more in the shop, so I can buy it and save it. But generally, if you don't have a deep ward, you kind of actually want to save one in case we do get the opportunity, because we don't know when it's going to happen, right? Last time I said, oh, maybe we have an opportunity here. This time, oh, maybe this works out. We kill Drow, we can go. Ah, this time didn't work out, right? I don't know when the opportunity to deep ward is going to come up, so I kind of need to have one ready, and hopefully a sentry as well, to do it when we have a chance. So I don't really want to defensively ward right now unless I really feel I have to. The sentrying is okay with me. So in the end, we do place a defensive observer. So I think this might actually be part of your issue in terms of feeling lost where you go. I know we've only covered like 5 minutes, so maybe we'll have some later. But really, if you can, for me, I'm going to talk through like number of observers. This is kind of a, you don't need to actually know this, just the like rough idea at the end. Starting 2 observers, almost always one goes in the mid lane, one goes somewhere in the safe lanes. Sometimes, you know, high level stuff, it'll be like at the bounty runes. Sometimes double mid, you know, whatever. First 2 observers are usually one mid, one side lane. The third observer that comes into stock should go into the side lane that didn't have an observer to start. Whichever side, doesn't matter to me. 4th and 5th observer, one of those is going mid again. When this one dies, the mid will want another one somewhere in here because the laning is still happening. They still want to see rotations, power, and stuff like that. It doesn't strictly matter the 4th or the 5th one. It kind of just depends like who buys it, whatever. The other one, that's where it could go in the lane, or you could start thinking about putting it somewhere in the deep ward. Especially for supports, the time frame for this is around the like 5+ minute mark, where you could consider starting to put your first deep ward down, and this first deep ward will help you then place future deep wards and start to make plays. So you'll notice, maybe you had one earlier and it got removed, I don't know. But at this point, we don't have a deep ward, which is making it hard to place the next deep ward, which is why earlier, if you do it at like the 7-ish plus minute mark that I was talking about, it's relatively safe because everyone's actually still sitting in the lanes. So a lot of times you can just walk in here on your own and place it, and no one's going to be there because they're all sitting in their lane still. At this point, it's not that way, right? Like people are in the jungle, people are moving around. So I am more scared to move in because I don't have that first deep ward. So that's why I need to wait for a fight to break out, for a bunch of people to be bottom, and then I run top, whatever. Getting the first one down is the hardest. The following ones are easier. So that's what I'm really looking for you. As part of like pushing out lanes as a support right now is to set up that deep ward. Even if my team doesn't play around it, I can play around it, especially because you're trying to get the boots of travels. If we're going to make use of that, we're going to need this kind of vision. So let's look for another opportunity. for you to place one. Because the first one we saw was like down here. I don't think you've had a great opportunity to place another one yet, so I don't blame you. I'm just trying to highlight the importance of it. In terms of saving mana, notice you're using Scatter Blast here when Tidehunter's here. So I'm all for supports pushing out side lanes, especially if you're going to get the Boots of Travelers trying to rotate. But that means if a core is in the area, you should probably let them farm it. Maybe this is actually support tied. Actually, I just realized based on our draft, if it's support tied, you know, I guess you could kind of do it. Like if you think your farm is more important. At the same time, it's not like you're super close to a new item. So it's not like you really have to have a certain amount of gold right now. And also we are starting to get low on mana as we get close to our ultimate being up. So we do want to save, you know, some abilities. So maybe in that case, you know, you should just let him do it. Okay, so in terms of deep warding, if we don't want to rotate to this, I did see 3 heroes. And I know Sand King is in the mid lane somewhere-ish. Mid lane-ish. And then I'm actually seeing Dawnbreaker top. So this is strictly a map awareness thing. To know this opportunity is here requires map awareness to see all this. But if you see all this, now is my chance as the Snapfire to go deep ward. And you can choose where, depending where you're standing. So you're already on the bottom half. So one way you could go is through here into the triangle. The risk, very common to have observers in the river. So they would see me going this way and they would know I'm deep warding. So maybe I have to go like this way. I'm gonna close my door. I don't know, Jupiter's in a tizzy. Now he's gonna meow straight at the door. We'll see. So one way into here, deep ward. Somewhere in here. And remember, it's got to stay alive. So nothing obvious. Nothing like... The most common sentry would be in this area. So we actually want to avoid this stuff. We want to put it a little further in. Maybe over here. Maybe even on this cliff. Sometime if it's early enough. Usually cliff wards are too obvious. But at this point, with all the tier 1s up, people may not expect a cliff ward at this point. So that could be sneaky. But I need it to survive. So whatever you think will survive is fine with me. But that means avoiding the common sentry spots. Other potential things we could do, we could move this way. You have Boots of Travel, you're actually pretty fast. So if you wanted to go this way, again, keeping in mind the observers in the river might exist, so maybe we walk around the edge. Maybe if you're willing to use a smoke, this could be the time to smoke, to do this deep ward. So we come in here, and then I'm pretty confident no one will be here because I know Sand King's mid, 3 here, 1 here. So if I'm not gonna come bottom as part of defending this, I need to use this time to either shove in a lane or make a deep play, which is the warding. Uh-oh, I don't have an observer. So this goes back to why if I don't have to place a defensive ward right now, I might hold it. And I actually think you have, I think this courier has one. So great, we move this way, we meet our courier, we sneak in here. Maybe we sentry in this area to see if they see us. And if they don't see us, we place it. Don't walk into watchers. If you capture the watcher, they'll know you were there. Like if they own it, you know? So I would recommend you walk through here and just assume it's up, and so we avoid it, you know, like put your sentry in this top half, hope there's nothing here, move through, place your ward, then come through and check. If you have to go with the watcher, I guess not like the end of the world, but try to stay out of sight after that. Like catch the watcher, move really far to place the observer, and then go away, because you know, like they'll know you're up here, so it's kind of letting them know. So you have to be like extra sneaky afterwards if you're doing that. So you and Tidehunter are just kind of like both showing mid. So that's not helping us all that much. Okay, so now we're thinking about top. We got our ultimate again. Okay, fight's breaking out bottom, so we come in. Looks like the fight took a little too long. Or like rotation happened, took a little too long. Let's go back. Let me see how that broke out. just kind of got you guys with the wombo and with being the ones to start first. I'm not going to worry about that fight too much. Now actually is a great time to run this way. Scatter blast mid and then run this way into the ward because they're all bottom. Although it's great to go for last hits, the time it takes to last hit, that was 4 extra seconds for sitting here and finishing those 2 last hits. If we just walk by and scatter blast, the lane will push eventually, and then we can keep moving. And time is of the essence. We're now actually moving bottom, which is dangerous. That's actually where they are. Now, they may have TP'd out and like are scattering that way, but also a very natural scatter is after this, they're all just walking away from here. So you're actually walking in the most dangerous direction right now. You're very likely to get found. So actually we do run into Sand King. He is low, so he just leaves us. Notice another defensive observer. So I think this is why. I think we're identifying why you're starting to feel lost. Because I never know where to move based on the deep vision. And it's also, I also recognize when all the tier 1s are up, it is hard to place the deep wards. It feels the scariest. So that's why earlier in the game, if we can help focus down a tower, you've been kind of like bouncing back and forth between mid and top. So the more you can like focus one tower down, the better. And this is usually easier for multiple reasons. One, it's easiest to take this tower because there's more wraparound paths for you to go in and escape. And two, even without taking this tower, it's pretty, there's so many options in terms of walking in here and just placing a deep ward compared to down here, right? This is pretty limited choke points, limited space back here. Mid, right, due to the river, it's pretty hard to like go through safely. So for multiple reasons, top is the best way to go. And I will say, I know this is hard to, another one, right? From my perspective, I don't feel you're using Boots of Travels the best right now. And I know we're just looking at one game, and sometimes it's not perfect based on one game. But so far what I've seen is you're camping like right in front of your tower, and then sometimes you're walking for the rotations, sometimes you're TPing back for a fight, but all of that can be done with the regular Town of Portal scroll without the Boots of Travel. For Boots of Travels to be more value, you should actually be like, you should be, how do I say this? Because you are kind of doing it, which is why I realize it'll be confusing with what I'm about to say. I guess I recognize we're not going to get perfect use out of this Boots of Travel, so I don't mean to hold you to too high of a standard, because I recognize like it's a process moving up. I guess I want to feel more map pressure if you want to get Boots of Travel. Like, and I know you're trying. That's why I feel hesitant to say this, of like you're not using them correctly. Like you're trying. It's just like, it's the frequency, I guess. Because Boots of Travels does two things for you. It gives you a lot of move speed, and then it reduces your teleport cooldown. So and lets you move to like creeps. So the best feeling of Boots of Travel is where you're doing a lot. Like the frequency is what's different, because I can walk places without this. I can teleport to places without this. It's the frequency that is going up because of the Boots of Travels and the ability to teleport to creeps. And so far, I mostly see you just in the mid lane. So I'm not feeling the like, I'm everywhere at once type thing. And if we're going to be in the mid lane for a lot, that's where like Shard or whatever support item is actually better to help us in that given situation that we're kind of like a little bit more stagnant in. I do see you're trying to move around though. And so maybe just this particular game, it's not working as well. But I'm going to say that so we can keep it in mind, you know, and you can kind of self-reflect on in your future games if that, what I just described is fitting how you're playing around it. Even if it's not perfect and you're trying, as long as that's your mindset, then I'm open to the Boots of Travels. Okay, let me go hold on. With all that, let me go back a bit and let me make sure let me check in what we're saying. Hi, Wilmer. Welcome to the channel. There isn't as much recent content, I'll be real, but hopefully we'll add more. I'm kind of in streamer mode right now, more than YouTuber mode. At least we're multi-streaming to YouTube though. What are some of the most fun but decent position fours to play right now in your opinion? I feel like my hero rotation right now is getting stale. Let me come back to that question, Logan, because I think we're, in terms of answering the Snapfire's question, I feel like we're reaching that point where the deep warding is kind of it. I think I want to go a little further, and then we'll probably move to the next replay. And then in that break, let's answer that question and other questions. My mid wasn't mid for like 5 minutes, so I didn't get a chance to rotate to where they wanted to fight. See, that's what I mean. Like, I do understand what you're saying. That's what I'm trying to think about. I think that's like what I want to identify, maybe one more chance for you to deep ward, and then also like a little bit more talk on this Boots of Travels before we end. Okay, so let me refresh what happened here. We fight. Looks like we're gonna keep going. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of heroes here. 3 heroes, buy back. You are currently de-warding. Scatterblast, great. So in terms of deep warding times, to me, if you were to run in here, there's risk, but I think you can do it as making use of the Boots of Travels and knowing that there's a bunch of heroes here and 1 hero dead. I do think, and we just removed this observer. I will say, usually that means there's only 1 observer in this area, so you're probably good to go this way. As part of recognizing the bracket we're in, you yourself have some overlapping observers, which means they may also have some overlapping observers. So as you walk through here, there may actually be another observer, like here and here, here and here. You know, whatever. We'll take the risk. Right now, I think you could run through in here. You can scan too. Scan to make sure this is safe. So run through, drop a sentry, see if there's anything here. And then if not, keep running through, place a deep ward like back here, get out this way. Run up if you want to be like, especially if you see them somewhere else, you could like run in, place it somewhere here. But keeping in mind that they're here and they're scattering, they might be coming this way. So if we kind of go this way, we're less likely to run into them. You can even like run through here, then drop it here. Although this vision's kind of blocked. Snapfire can use Cookie to break some trees if you want. But anyways, I think a deep ward somewhere here. So I'll stop that on deep wards for now. Let's see if we can identify like, let's just try to make sure we're using Boots of Travels correctly. Even if this particular game didn't work out, let's just like throw in a couple tips for it if possible. Okay, so we push in mid. I see Sand King there. I know I said I'd stop, but again, you know, this is my chance. I might run in here for the deep warding. Okay, enough about deep warding. We're here about Boots of Travels now. Okay, so we're clearing this stuff up. This is fine with me. And then my team is top, so I could Boots of Travels there. So for me, I think if you could either continue pushing this lane, which I would feel better if we had a deep ward here. Now it's kind of scary without it. Or the mid could also work. So if we want to walk back that way, I guess I'd be okay with it. We are going to go for this deep push, which is scary, but since we're here, we might as well put the deep ward down as well, right? Scatterblast is actually safer in that case, by the way. So if you hang down here, if anti-mage is not in this equation, I'd be really happy with what you're doing in terms of making use of boot travel. We're far away from the team, we're pushing in one lane, we're ready to go back. So this is good. It's iffy because anti-mage is actually down here. So now I feel you're overlapping with anti-mage, and I don't really want to do that. The problem, again, goes back to, like, because the tier 1s are up, it's hard to play with the Boots of Travels. There's no map to move around, right, essentially. So if you are going for Boots of Travels, really do try to take these tier 1s, especially this one, faster, because that gives us more map to make use of it. Maybe that's the lesson to take away from this. So as soon as this fight starts to end, we we can think about moving. They've got multiple heroes mid. This will be up soon, so let's just start moving to a side lane. Because if they continue mid, we will teleport back, and otherwise we'll already be ready to push another lane to make a play somewhere else. So right now, I would either start walking top or start walking bottom. Depends on the game. In this case, I would walk top for Drow, for the tower, and to go away from the anti-mage. Let's see how long we stick mid. Because the longer we stick mid, the less the Boots of Travels make sense. Especially walking home with the Boots of Travels with this amount of resources also doesn't make sense. So you should have stayed on the map there. And then with the Boots of Travels, the ability to go anywhere, we're coming to our team. So hopefully it's for a smoke. But notice Queen of Pain's resources. So she's actually not ready to play with you. Even if you smoke her, even if she had all her abilities, God, this build sucks. Even if she had all her abilities, she can't do any of them. So she is not the right hero to play with right now, even if you want to try to smoke and all this. Yeah, maybe you could do a Tide Hunter. What has he got? Which, by the way, it's not that you can't do this, but when you smoke the team and go, this is, again, the Boots of Travels feels a little weird. Unless you're pushing another lane and then I realize this is nitpicky for this example. It's not bad to do this, but it does mean once we're with the team already, the boots have lost their value. I think you shouldn't actually bots away here. Not that Drow's a bad target, but in recognizing what's likely to happen for our MMR, I see several enemy heroes pushing in, and we have several heroes here. I'm confident a fight will break out soon. Sooner than like 40 seconds, which means we don't have time to teleport away and teleport back. It's very hard to get your team to play carefully for that long of a time when like this many heroes are close together. So I think when you try to TP out here, this is very high level. Like, oh, you guys will be careful and we're going to make a play somewhere. Very high level. That will work in other brackets. But for our own bracket, what's actually likely to happen is that these guys are going to get into a fight anyways. And there's maybe a 50-50 chance Dawnbreaker goes with you or Dawnbreaker just walks away. It looks like we end up losing on both those fronts, right? Dawnbreaker doesn't go in and these guys get into a fight. So I would actually recommend just sitting with the team there. I like the idea though. It's like you're too high MMR for your own. The idea is too high MMR for your team. All right, boot to travel value, we leave. You leave right now. If you walk away with your team and no one else has boot to travel, all this farm down here is going to be start being shared between teammates. So the boot to travel value is that we play multiple parts of the map. So right away, I would either TP mid or TP top. The exact one, I don't really care, but top is, for what we talked about, map restrictions. Let's take this tower, bigger creep wave, TP in, scatter blast, little shred of this tower down, and now we have more map to work with. And ideally, if we could, deep ward along the way because they're all dead. This is like the safest time it would be to move on. Because I have the boot to travel, I feel required to move somewhere else to like do this. And I guess I would prioritize that. But otherwise, deep warding in this, like if you didn't have boot to travel, walking into this triangle, de-warding and deep warding would probably be my move. Your other option is to, clear this out and then go through the twin gate. While my cores are doing all this, pushing in the wave, I go through the twin gate, I walk this way, and then I put a deep ward somewhere in here before they respawn. Let's see how long before we use our boots of travels. There we go. All right, so we are using them in the end. There was a little bit of lag time, but considering I don't expect you to be like full efficiency, I'll take it. I think I'm happy with that. You can push it a little further. If you, so here's the downside of the Boots of Travels. And we'll end with this, and we can start doing the next, if you guys want to start submitting replay ideas. If you want to do Boots of Travels, I'm open to it. Your homework will be to try to shrink that time. Because although it doesn't sound like a lot, let me go back. The whole point of the Boots of Travels is the min-max time efficiency. And I don't expect you to be perfect, but as long as we know, we're going to work on it. So like, if we TP right now, 2301, the maximum amount of time we have to clear this wave and take this out, you'll probably finish this tower, actually. If you TP right now, we take this tower, and the Boots of Travels is paying off. The longer we don't recognize that and take time to teleport, which was about 15 seconds, at which point you felt you had to TP here instead of the more aggressive one here. That's the 15-second time loss that people start respawning and I start getting scared. And because we TP back here, we walk in. So by the time we get to the tower, we've lost 30 seconds on when we could have been here, which at that point, we're getting very close, especially when we TP to this creep wave. We're getting very close to just using a regular town portal scroll here and walking up, or walking to the twin gate and popping through, which at that point, we lose the Boots of Travel value. So that's why your homework will be to try, if we want to do the build, I'm up for it, but definitely try to shrink that time so we are truly getting the value of Boots of Travel, because if we don't, then that's where it's better to just use the regular items, you know, like Solar Crest or Aghanim Shard, stuff like that. But I will say, it's not bad. Like, improving in Dota is picking one thing to work at a time. So what's being highlighted here, if you want to keep doing the Boots of Travel, is your map awareness. Because map awareness combines both the deep warding we were talking about and this Boots of Travel usage. So the better your map awareness, the faster you will be able to use your Boots of Travel. And if that's going to be your focus for the next however many games till you get it better, that's fine, right? Start with map awareness. Why not? And then once that's pretty good, then start working on laning, you know, whatever. Like, pick the next thing. So Boots of Travel plus deep warding actually, you know, kind of coincides with the same concept. Queen catching a random stray for building Witchblade Phylactery. I guess Witchblade itself is not that bad. The Phylactery's kind of out there. No problem, Helix. Happy to help out. Okay, let's try to get some people who aren't usually able to join, because this stream started a little bit earlier than usual. Maybe for some of you that are, especially during time zones, unable to join the later streams usually. I want to try to get some of you guys. I'm going to sit down. I'm getting tired. Let's see, we got a silencer game with the same mid-game movement. So we might be looking for a very similar thing, which might be good. That could be like double down on the lesson, continue to look for more cases. Support's not really your main role, but because of our channel, you want to learn more. Oh, nice. That could also be good to look at. Oh, also Logan's question, which I said we would answer later. Let's see. Fun position 4s to play right now. Let's start with that. How about that? While more people stick in match IDs. Anyone else who wants to join in? Let's see. Who is fun right now? I guess it depends what you enjoy. I think Marcy is pretty fun. in term, like if you like to push the limits, I think Marcy jumping in, like punching people to death, repositioning people, that's pretty good. Similar, Tusk, I think, is high execution. So if you enjoy that kind of challenge, that can be good. If you like to be greedy and farm up, maybe someone like Batrider could be good. He's never very popular in pub games, but he's always popular in pro matches. So there's lots of examples you can look at for how to use Flame Break in the lane, and then like stack and jungle up, get a fast blink, do stuff like that. Long range skill shots, maybe like Muerta, Dark Willow, Snapfire could kind of fit that bill. You're like running around blasting towers. Pugna and Shadow Shaman are pretty fun. Hoodwink. A lot of people like Hoodwink. I've been meaning to play a little bit more of her. She's a pretty good playmaker right now. Do we have a weird pick? What about our pub tier list? I guess if you like any of these guys. I do enjoy a good Spirit Breaker game, just like moving around the map. I think that can be fun. If you want to try a Helm of the Dominator build, it got nerfed, but you know, I kind of think you could still do it if you really wanted to. Skyrath was doing it. I think Snapfire could probably make an argument for it. Maybe Marcy. That would be pretty greedy, though, going Fleeting Fury on support rather than the pick-me-up. Yeah, I mean, there's some, like, out there ones, but it's, like, pseudo-iffy, you know, kind of like doing the Slark 4, Alk 4. Not that it can't work, but it's kind of iffy in pub games. You've been having a lot of fun with Tusk Dawn lanes. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That's like a very brawly lane. Did I not deny your... Oh, yeah, here it is. Reject. Oh, and I see someone else also, Big Wet Poppy, nice name. We're not going to do the Twitch replay points right now. I haven't been doing them lately because of the multi-streaming between YouTube, so it's not quite fair for YouTube. Granted, the Twitch people, we were streaming on Twitch longer, so those of you that built up the points, I don't know. Maybe I should. Sometimes we flop on it. Sometimes we do. Today, I'm not going to do it yet. I'm going to try to grab some people who aren't usually here in the time zone, I think. I think the Twitch chat is usually a little bit more active, but I think it goes in phases. Sometimes there's more YouTube chatter, sometimes there's more Twitch. Tiny, playing in position 1 and 4. You can do it. It's not the strongest right now, but it's definitely doable. I'm going to start with this silencer game, by the way. Oh, maybe not. Your match ID may not be typed in right, or maybe I copy and pasted it incorrectly. Let's try again. All right, guess it was me. All right, we're going to start with this one. Tiny does work in both the positions you mentioned. He got nerfed, so it's not really the greatest, but that's okay. Pub games, it's not about playing the best heroes in the meta. It's about individually playing well. That's most important. So if you like Tiny, that's okay. Especially, you know, I'll speak more to support Tiny as a support channel. The repositioning is really strong. A lot of people are very unprepared for it in pub games, so you can toss people around. Your laning is kind of iffy, but you get away with that in a lot of pub games as well. They don't like punish you properly. Carry Tiny's like the same concept as it was before, so it's like you farm up, you burst people, it'll work. All right, so Silencer's question was about, I should probably adjust that timestamp. By the time we actually got to this, by the time I actually started talking about Silencer, Here, I'll bump it up a little. Okay. Your question was about mid-game playmaking as well, kind of the same as our last one, so that's why I thought we'd start here. Mid-game movement feels weak. So everyone has a different definition of mid-game. To me, it probably starts around like... Actually, it's more like when the tier 1s are down rather than a timing specifically. Laning is laning. Early game is like the movements to take down the early towers. And then mid-game to me is like once towers are down, whenever that is. All right, you have a Legion, so as a default, playing with Legion once she has duel is probably your best bet. Especially whenever you have global, and then when your ultimates are down, if you kind of just like deal with lanes, that's better. Where are we going right now? Because actually, you could have probably just farmed that. All right, great. You get this guy. All right, minor critique for you. That's not related to your question, but maybe some camera work practice, because there's a fight happening here. So I see you dueling the Lifestealer, so we see that part, but then knowing what else I need to do, knowing if I should be globaling, I need to see the enemy heroes to know that. So your screen right now, like, this is the more useful information. Everything below this line. Everything above it is not as useful. To see quickly, like, yeah, but then afterwards, try to move further down here, like, holy shit, I didn't even know Ursa was here, right? Maybe I need to global to, like, prevent this guy from, you know, maybe I see him hit 6, and before he can enrage, I global. I don't know. So a little bit of camera work there can let you know when you need to use global, especially because in the future, you might be, like, pushing at the lanes. Anyways, let's keep going. Because in terms of mid-game movements, let's see this fight end. And then we were saying earlier, you know, after fights, we might consider deep movements. Right now, I see a couple heroes down here, so I might be a little hesitant to move into their jungle. But between this observer and then knowing there are 2 heroes here and then 2 heroes dead, yeah, if you wanted to, like, walk in here, I think you could. You could also ward, deep ward, stack into the rune. Double stack is what I was talking about, what I meant to talk about there. You kind of like walked in, capped the Watcher, and then walking back. So this part doesn't quite make as much sense. The Watcher's not that important that we have to like walk away from the team, walk back. Doing a pull here is... it's okay since the tier 1 is down. If you're just like getting the lane to come back. Because I see heroes bottom, I don't mind you walking up here. Since we walked up here, it wouldn't be a bad time to place a deep ward, which you ultimately do. Slight critique. I would sentry, but then when you sentried, you were on the low ground. So let me show that again. So actually, if they have observers and sentries up here, I actually don't know, because you can't see. So if you're gonna place the sentry, I would actually step back up to take a look. But also think about where the enemy is going to place observers. And I know we jumped here, so actually I don't know what you saw earlier. But this is a strange place for the enemy to defensively ward. Like their own river. They are much more likely to use the edges or like this high ground. So actually, your sentry being further up is more likely to succeed, I would say, than down here. This is the type of thing they might need to place to look for your type of sneaky stuff. The observer itself, I don't mind. It's a little overlapping with this one, but this one's also down to the last quarter of life, so I am okay with it. And you put this observer in like a strange spot, so it's more likely to survive. So for the most part, I'm okay with that. I'm just like nitpicking a little bit on the sentry. But then also, yeah, there's a fight going on, so let's check that out. I think you got distracted by the warding and de-warding. Get her! Run, Clinks. Yeah, we maybe could have helped him with this. I don't really mind the global usage there. I don't want it to be the focus. Okay, but now that we've done it, same deal. If we wanted to deep ward, you know, kind of. I see a couple heroes retreating from this area. We did kill a couple, so maybe I could play something if I hadn't already, especially down here, right? Because we're like up to here, I feel kind of good about placing this. If we reset and we're all on our own half of the map, making it here's hard, you could do it. Because you have this one, I don't think you have to do it. If you want to, yeah, I'm up for it. But I'm okay with you not placing it down here, because then at that point we have this one, we have this one, and we have this one. So we have amazing vision down here, but then nothing anywhere else. So I'd be okay with you holding this observer and then putting it somewhere up here. Speaking of, maybe Twin Gate through could work, mess with the Lifestealer. At the same time, if Juggernaut feels okay on his own, then we can just continue playing down here with our team. We don't have to take this tower. We're mostly looking to just restrict them. Pushing in mid could also be something you do, but Clinks will respawn before this is like a huge issue, so you could leave that to Clinks as well. Looks like we do end up maybe one. Okay, we see Warlocks going for it, so we're gonna leave. You could probably double stack there before coming for this Wisdom Shrine. It'll take a little longer, of course, but we're chill mode because we have no ult. So if it does take a little longer, I don't care that much. And since we weren't at the Wisdom Shrine for 14 minutes, like, it's probably there or not at this point, whether we get it at 15 or 15-15, because we were stacking and we're slower. Okay. Nice. Same deal. If I were to deep ward, now is a pretty good time because we just killed 3 heroes. Spirit Breaker does make that a little scarier, so understand if we want to be cautious. But if we were to take a blind risk and move into the triangle, now would be the time to do so. I'd be careful of this. The spot itself is good. They may have warded here because you guys have been pushing up a lot, so a ward in this area would be kind of common, especially this cliff. So because I can't check this cliff right now, I'd be a little hesitant to place this one. If you had a sentry to check this, I'd love this spot. Because I don't know what's on this cliff. And I don't feel like I have to play something here right now. Because we actually have this one. So I do have a deep ward down. This would be nice to have, but it's not like I have no vision whatsoever. So I don't feel like I need to take that risk to place it without checking that cliff. Though in the end, it looks like they didn't notice, so it is going to work out. That's a little scary to hit the tower there, by the way. Right here. We're mostly a backline support. I know you just killed Ursa, but they might be rotating as part of that. So they might be on the way. It's not like this tower is close to dying. It's full health. You do have a lot of stuff here, so maybe, maybe you could do a big push, but we actually don't have global. This guy doesn't have golem, so you guys aren't that strong right now if a full fight breaks out. So I would stay out of sight so that if they jump Legion, we can throw spells to help, and they're not jumping us. That's kind of the big thing. I don't want to die. So I think if you guys stayed out of sight here, that'd be a little better. You know, we probably contributed maybe 100 damage there, which is, it's nice. But if we all got wiped, that's not really worth that risk. Overall, I think where you're playing has been pretty good, though. Whoa. Good TP out. It's not going to dissuade Legion, though. When you're walking back, I think you're like doing some item stuff, but now when you're walking back, make sure you keep your camera on Legion Commander, the Clinks, really any active hero on your team, but whoever you think is most likely to get in action, which in this case should be the Clinks and the Legion, because you have the global. I probably wouldn't have used the global there anyways, because Legion was surrounded by so many heroes, but, you know, to be sure, it would help to keep an eye on it. For example, I see this Clink's moving in pretty deep, and you are getting ready to double stack, which is great, and then in between click away, and then we can go look at the Clinks. Like, he got into a fight, can I help him? I don't know. So I know this is easier said than done. The map awareness is one of the harder parts of Dota, but it's a really good skill to work anytime you have a global ability. Someone like Silencer, Treant's Heal, Nature's Prophet Teleport, Dawnbreaker ult, any of these heroes with global abilities, one of the things you should be working on is your map awareness. And any extra benefit you get from it could make the difference. Just out of curiosity, let's go back and see. Let's go back and see if we could have helped this guy. So as Ursa runs up, yeah, maybe we could be willing to throw something out. In the end, I also think he could have just walked away, so you wouldn't have had the global. When you ended up globaling is actually not bad. Juggernaut should have ulted there first, I think. They were all together at that time. When I started playing Dota, it was with my cousins when I would go back in Singapore and I'd play with them a little bit. And I remember...
Could I get a replay?
Yo, what's up?
Thonking.
Gaffer, thank you for the Prime sub. It is a random raffle. We have kind of been... It's funny. Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot to take this down. It's kind of a random raffle, so we can do that. But it is funny. I've been undecided on this, and I'll be very transparent on it. Where we have the $5 guaranteed thing that is also the cost of subscribing on Twitch. So I've been very undecided if those should count towards the guaranteed replays. Because the downside would be that there'd be so many guaranteed replays. At the same time, it's the same $5. So, like, doesn't it kind of make sense? I don't know. But yeah, anyways, throw it in there. Throw it in there. We might pick yours anyways. I think I was telling a story, but now I've totally forgotten what it was. Yeah, I was going to say, I got distracted here. If you're not going to be with your team, which is not bad, on Silencer, you kind of like to be there because you can use these abilities. At the same time, global is global, so why not push out other lanes for your team and then show up? It is a little scary versus Spirit Breaker, but in general, it's kind of okay. If we're gonna do that, though, when you pull like this, that's actually gonna... We're not pushing as hard because we're actually... The creeps that are pushing are now in this camp. So if you do this, make sure you farm the camp as quickly as you can. But also... if you don't do this, it's okay. Now, maybe you felt scared right now, you didn't think much was gonna happen, then that's okay. As long as our mindset's in the right spot of like why we're doing different things. But I would try to farm this quickly, which you are. You're auto-attacking nonstop. I might even throw the Arcane Curse on it. But notice, because we did this pull, rather than pushing in creeps to give us information and to start whittling this tower so that maybe the enemy feels like, oh, I'm gonna TP in and like do something about it, or you see, you know, maybe you were like thinking about moving in, and then because the creeps push up, you actually see Ursa here and you go, oh, okay, I'm gonna leave, right? I'm gonna go. We don't get that. And in fact, their creeps pushed up might force a rotation from your team. You're here, so you're dealing with it by doing this, but that might actually give him a target. You know, Ursa might have been farming here, about to turn around, and he goes, oh, wait, you know, there are the creeps, and there's the Silencer. Like, let me head over, let me kill him. So, again, not that this is bad to do, but understand the cost of doing it. We could have either farmed this camp on our own and pushed in the wave, or we could do this to get ourselves more farm, but it is going to bring the lane this way and give information to the team. And especially as I see my team moving in aggressively and I'm not there with them, I want to be trying to bait the enemy team by pushing this in. So since we're here in this situation, you know, whatever, now at this point, try to kill the creeps as quickly as you can and start shoving it in. And while we're farming, definitely keep an eye on what's going on. Your global's at a pretty good time. anyways. And once you're there, so notice, let's ignore how the fight goes. You decided to come deal with mid. Mid, look where it is when you got here. It's not really taking your tower. Yes, this lane could be pushed in, but it's not getting us killed, you know? We're not losing buildings, and we have actually nothing to take here because these have been taken earlier. So this tower would be nice to get, and you were already here. So I recommend sticking to this lane for a couple reasons. One, we already didn't show up to this fight. So the enemy team is going to be here, which means if we're not going to be there, we need to at least try to punish them on another part of the map. So that goes back to pushing this in quickly, even after we like global. So now let's stay here. We're gonna deal with this. We stay here. We're already here. You farm this. You farm the next wave that's coming in, and at that point we kind of quickly, you know, reevaluate. But maybe we keep pushing. Maybe we deep ward, because notice bottom maybe could use a new deep ward. This one should be dying soon, and then bottom will have nothing. You guys have a lot of defensive ones here, but could use an aggressive one. So it'd push into this tier 2, which, because so many enemy heroes are showing up top, maybe some of them TP'd here, which means they can't come here. Or right off of this fight, maybe they win this fight, they're about to take this tower, and then one of them goes, oh, look at all this farm down here. So then they TP home. So now we have preemptively helped to protect our top tower a little bit, because we're trying to bait some of these heroes to come back early. Another way to think about it, our team, whether we win or lose this fight, right? We win the fight, great. Maybe we push up. Okay, what do we do from here? Are we sieging high ground? Probably not, right? So we scatter. Some guys go here, some guys go here. Some people think about TPing out. Boom, right? This is very likely where they would TP to after this fight. If they lose this fight, okay, we're losing, you know, run away. Maybe you farm some of this stuff. Maybe some of you stay here. Someone also likely to TP out. Again, boom, this is where they're going to go. So I, as a support, don't feel I need to come here. If I was going to come here, I would go like right now, because this creep wave is coming into the tower now. By the time you walked over, it's a little too late. We are either shoving this lane and then TPing here, or we're just going to ignore this and then push in bottom. And we're going to hope like Legion should actually be coming over here, which is another reason I wouldn't teleport. So if you actually shoved this in right here, you global, right? We're not going to join. We stay here. All right, we walk in. We start clearing this creep wave. Blah, 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 blah. It's dead somewhere around now. Starts moving in. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, the fight is wrapping up top, and we can't get there, right? If we were going to get there, you know, maybe you twin gate, you walk over. Maybe you TP, walk over. If you were going to do that, we were going to do that. We're not going. We're trying to push in lanes. That's fine. We could be pushing in the lanes rather than like this was travel time to the mid lane, which didn't do as much. So if we were pushing in bottom, blah, 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 we're like now dealing with this creep wave, which means as this fight wraps up, whether it's a win or a loss, this is now, we disengage, we maybe place some wards somewhere on their half of the map. Our creep wave that we push in now crashes into this tier 2, which, depending how the fight breaks out, maybe we feel comfortable hitting this tower, maybe not, maybe we leave, maybe they are rotating in, who knows, but we're forcing the enemies to come here or to lose something here, which is getting something for our team since we weren't in this top fight. Because we spent that travel time walking over here, by the time the fight ends, we're just starting a mid push, which means as we do this, I don't know why that's bugging out like that. Okay, now we're going. And it's like, okay, now we're going to force a rotate. Let's pretend this tier 2 is up, because actually it wouldn't be that weird for it to be up at this time. They're actually just respawning. So it's not that weird for them to TP out this way. It's still nice to get that, but we're actually not going to feel comfortable hitting this tower if it was up. Certainly not this one, as, you know, because we already had this tier 2, because they're respawning. And that's because we spent time walking to another lane versus pushing the lane we were already in. Nah, milk us for all we have. I appreciate that. I was scared of Spirit Breaker. I definitely understand that. It is very scary to push into Spirit Breaker. Fortunately, Silencer actually, at the cost of losing last hits, you can Arcane Curse from Fog of War, and he won't see you. So you can do that, and then if you see him somewhere else, especially if he's already used the charge, then you can show into the lane and auto attack. And in the meantime, so the way that would look, let's go back. Oops, a little too far. Maybe not far enough. Okay, so this is, this is fine. We're near a tower. That'll be our protection versus Spirit Breaker. Okay, as we move in, let's say we're really scared. Like, even though I'm close to this tower, I'm still scared of him. So what you would do is you would go in Fog of War. You would Arcane Curse this creep wave. And then you would start jungling this camp and just auto attack it. So even though we are pushing slower, we're staying out of sight. They actually don't know we're here. Unless they look at this creep wave and see Arcane Curse is affecting them, I actually don't even know a Silencer is here. He might be somewhere. He might be in this fight. So I got to respect it. So there's actually, even without the Spirit Breaker, there's a benefit to pushing this way out of sight. If you want to time it, Arcane Curse is like whatever because it's the damage over time. I actually don't expect to get very many last hits. If you have a more regular nuking ability and you want to wait, like Crystal Maiden, you're split pushing, right? If you want to wait for the creeps to hurt each other a little bit and then use the nuke, that's fine. In fact, that would be better to get you some last hits. And then don't worry about missing the rest. Whichever you didn't get, that's okay. That's the cost of staying safe versus the Spirit Breaker. If you want to risk out for like 100 more gold, sure, might cost you your life. So that's why it's okay to give it up and then just jungle. And then, let's pretend this wave pushes in. Oops, free cam. The wave pushes in, it moves up. Now it's like fighting this one. So same deal. I'm in the trees, I'm jungling this small camp, and then I just throw a couple nukes out into this. I throw whatever spells I can from Fog of War in here. And that's how you push as safely as you can versus Spirit Breaker. And I fully understand there will be risk. He will catch you at times. That's playing versus Spirit Breaker. There's only so much we can do about it. Real quick, by the way, rather than an Aghanim's, I would recommend a Refresher more than anything. That's kind of like the build for Silencer. The Ags is cool for damage, but the Refresher is really nice to get the... Like, they build a Dispel. God, they're not building any Dispels. Maybe we don't need the Refresher. Usually you build a Dispel versus Silencer, and then boom, you have your Refresher. And so then they Dispel, and then you hit them with another Global. And that means no Rage, no Infest is coming out if they're not fast enough, no whatever. Like, Zeus thinks he can use his spells. He has his, like, one Dispel, and then, like, he doesn't get any spells. So the double Refresher Silence is usually the way to go for Silencer for the late game impact. More than like Ags for damage. And because you have one support item, which is good, and because you have a good amount of brain drain, you'll have enough mana to do this Refresher double global. I know it's super expensive, but you'll have enough. And when you finish it, I would say like the double Refresher, or sorry, the double global is better than Ags. Okay, let's find like one more movement, and then we'll go to the next one.
Radiant's top tower.
Nice. You probably global a little sooner there. I want to emphasize, so this kind of happened by just the way things went, but I want to make sure this is intentional for you or for anyone watching. All right, this is why I say supports don't need to hit this tower. All right, when you push down here, it can feel very tempting to like, okay, let's all hit this together. We're all here. Supports, stay in the trees as far back as you can while still being close enough to be useful. Sometimes that's closer. Sometimes you can be all the way like back here. You can be on the high ground. For Silencer, who has global, you can be real far back. So somewhere behind these trees, somewhere over here. So that from the enemy's team perspective, let's look at just Ursa, right? Okay, guys, we gotta defend this push. Here's the clinks. Let's get the clinks. Because for a lot of pub games, you just go on the first thing you see, filled with rage. Just whatever you see is your target. But if I see a Silencer here and we go, wait, global's a really annoying spell to deal with, we should actually kill the Silencer. Right? And then that's what's going to happen. The Silencer, who is way squishier than his cores, is going to be killed first. Clinks isn't going to be able to save the Silencer the same way that Silencer did. Like when we look at this, and let's pretend Silencer is just sitting behind a tree right now, watching this happen, and they show up like this, right? get the clinks, right? That's exactly what they're doing. And then Silencer in the back can just global and use the spells. In fact, you're actually coming in a little too close here at the end. They should have tried to pivot towards you once they saw you. So that's why behind this tree line, yeah, you're not going to use this like these quite yet, but you're going to be able to get the global, which is your most important ability. You're going to global this guy, and then you can run in, and if at that point you can still use these, then great. But if you get targeted first, then, you know, nothing's going to happen. But because they didn't target you and you were able to use your abilities, you end up winning this fight. So that can apply on like any tower push, not just here. But it's why most supports, like with your pitiful, you know, negative 30 damage because you have greedy, but like 100 damage on Silencer compared to 200 on Clinks, who also has the attack speed, who also has like Tar Bomb and whatever, you know, Juggernaut, 200 damage, faster base attack time, you know, like all this attack speed, right? Their damage is way more meaningful than yours. You just need to keep them alive. So try to stay out of sight when you guys are pushing towers as support. Even someone like Jakiro, where it's very tempting to show up, if you know it's safe, you can do it. But even on Jakiro, it's usually better to sit in the back and be ready to Ice Path and Macro Pyre and all that stuff. And if you actually, if you go in and use Liquid Fire, you'll probably end up getting jumped. Are you still focusing only on early game or late game? No, we can do whatever. Like, whatever you guys have questions on. Story about playing Dota in Singapore. Oh, yeah! Okay. I'm going to load Gaffords in. Oh, I forgot to change the... whatever is close enough. The top thing. Okay, let me load in Gaffords. So when I started playing, I was still pretty new to Dota at this time. I was playing with my cousins. They're the classic SEA, even amongst the friends. You know, they'll get heated, and they're brothers, so they're like, "You piece of shit, what are you doing?" You know, stuff like that. I think about this every time I watch Juggernauts, where one of my cousins is playing Juggernaut. I forget who my whatever other hero my other cousin was playing. But it was like I don't remember the exact. It was like a gank or something was going on. Ooh, we're starting today off with all the like the Herald the Garden replays. I think I like this. We'll try to move into like some other ranks next, just to like spread it out. But anyways, so like whatever fight's happening and the Juggernaut starts by spinning, and because of that we don't get the kill. My other cousin was so annoyed. He's like, why are you spinning right now? Like, it was later in the game. So, like, spin is a lot of damage early, but eventually you pick up items, and you should just auto-attack and hit people at that point. And, yeah, I know there's more detail to, like, spinning or whatever. It's like, you're a right-click carry, or are you coming in and spinning to start when, like, this guy is crowd-controlled and locked down? So I see that a lot now. Like, that moment always comes to mind when I see Juggernauts start fights by just spinning. Even if they don't have to, there's like no reason to spin. They're spinning and they have like 5 different right click items and they should just sit there and auto attack or alt or swift slash, whatever. They're built to right click, but a lot of Juggernauts will just come in and spin and like nerf their own damage. I don't think I told that story in a very interesting way, but let that be known for Juggernaut players. When you can auto attack, you should just be doing that. You don't need to spin anymore. Okay, let's look at this Storm Spirit game. Anything in particular about this Storm Spirit game? Just learning mid-roll, any tips are appreciated. Okay, let's focus on the lane then. For Herald, I would say the lane and maybe an early rotation is some of the best we can think on. And for Storm Spirit, number 1, we gotta hit level 6. That is our first benchmark. I'm not interested in showing up in another lane until I'm level 6. Are there times for it? I'm sure, especially with like maybe get a haste rune or something. But like most of the time, I just need level 6 and then we will do stuff. This game, I felt like I didn't have a lot of vision and space to make plays. Okay, so let's do a quick couple laning tips into seeing how good you are about power runes and making use of your level 6. And then we'll go a little bit into the early to mid game. You might have a very similar issue that we saw earlier when there's no deep wards, so you feel you don't have any plays to make, which we could say is the support's job, but at the end of the day, the job just needs to be done, so you can do it as well. I'm not going to worry too much about this early stuff. Looks like you're waiting to place your ward. Oh, God. Scary stuff. You should probably have placed your observer earlier. You kind of place it now. Some people will do this, but I mean, this guy should have seen you. And we can say, oh, they're not paying attention in Herald. That's probably true, but that doesn't mean it's a good habit. So I would recommend, as a default, run out, stand behind these trees, place it in the front, stand over here, run to the trees, place it in the front. You want to wait longer so you don't lose it to the blind check. Like, some people will do that nowadays, where they do some like vision checking. Again, going back to Herald, are they likely to do that? Probably not. So I would try to place it ahead of time and then just like leave it at that. Worry about the higher level stuff later, like the higher mind games. For now, let's just like place it out of sight. Anyways, kind of minor. Swap this back in. Pudge does have a lot of damage, and I know you know to, like, you need the last hits, right? So I don't want to worry too much about the exact timings, but I will worry about a couple tip things here and there. Yeah, so if we can do this creep aggro, so notice Pudge has more damage than us, and he's a melee hero, so his animations are going to be better than ours. What we need to do to help our chances on these last hits, if there's not multiple at the same time, is to creep aggro this back as it's about to die, so that Pudge, so let's say this creep was here right now. You're going to be way closer. Even as a ranged hero, it's practically melee range at that point, and he has to walk to it. This is a little too late because he can actually start the auto attack before you could aggro. But if you aggroed like 1 second earlier, which you actually kind of tried to do earlier, intentionally or not, I'm not sure. But if you did it like 1 second earlier, let's just say, this creep would be walking towards you, which means he can't get in range to go for the deny, even though he has way better damage than you. And then you can get the last hit easily enough. So that's kind of advanced for your rank. But if you want to start working it in as part of learning mid, it'll help you a lot to deal with these type of matchups. Which, super advanced tips for some of you guys who are higher ranked, and I'm not a mid player, so I don't know this as well. That would only work if the creeps can see Storm Spirit, which is why you will see some high-level mids, especially the melee versus range match, not put an observer down in the mid lane. Because right now, from Pudge's perspective, Pudge does have an observer. So that's why Storm Spirit on the high ground is seen right now, and Storm Spirit, if he tries to draw aggro, it'll work because the creeps see him. So sometimes, and I don't know exactly when is the case, or if this is even still popular to do anymore, as opposed to seeing runes and seeing rotations, but sometimes I have seen mid players not want an observer in the mid lane because Storm Spirit would not be visible to his creeps right now, because Pudge is in the bottom river. His creeps are all on the low ground, so no one actually sees Storm Spirit, so Storm Spirit can't do that type of aggro trick without first walking into vision on the low ground or attacking a creep or something like that. So that's like the super high level, like mid-game mind games. We're not going to worry about that in Herald. We're just going to work on our last hits. Try to time this a little better, where it is okay to use Static Remnant for early last hits, especially towards the bottle, especially when we are full mana. A little more efficiency if we swap this in. But, and some of this might just be the timing practice. Notice you walk in, then you Remnant, then you auto attack, although we actually hit Pudge instead of the creep.
That? Thank you.
Swap that order. Now we went back too far. This is that creep aggro we talked about. So swap that order, auto attack the melee creep as you launch the Remnant. Actually, because Remnant takes a little bit, you're probably gonna have to do both at the same time. You're probably gonna have to like Remnant and then auto attack the creep. The point is, You want them to line at about the same time, but better is if the auto attack hits first, because the auto attack is about 50 damage, you know? The static remnant is 100. So it's much easier to land the last hit with the static remnant than with the auto attack, especially against Pudge's like 75 base damage. So if they line up together, that's the best. But if the auto attack hits first and then the remnant comes in, that is number one. Because like in theory, you do this when the creep is about like 150 health. Your auto attack knocks it down below 100 and the static remnant finishes it off. Because the auto attack hits first, it's at about 100 health. Pudge can go for the deny, but he won't finish the job, and then your static remnant will hit. If you swap it and your static remnant hits first doing 100 damage, the creep goes down to about 50 health, which your auto attack would finish, but so will Pudge's deny. And if Pudge can start earlier because he has more damage, he's more likely to get it. Again, maybe a little advanced, but that is generally true for farming. Try to auto attack first and then use the nukes. A whole bunch of info on the very first wave. Swick, yo, what's up? Thank you for the Prime sub. Ah, misclicked another Prime sub. Damn. Okay, not gonna worry about missing a couple under tower, stuff like that. Actually, let's come back here. Okay, so I think you're trying to draw some aggro, so that's good. You could probably have gone for that deny, but I don't want to worry about it too much. I know this guy wants to walk in for this range creep. Right? Alright, so we see this. I know Pudge is going to want to come in for this creep. And as a ranged hero, I want to try to abuse that. You can do a couple things here. One, when this creep gets low, I want to be able to go for the deny and or harass Pudge. But if this creep is low, then I'm going to have to go for the last hit, which means Pudge and I are both going to go for last hits. He's not going to get punished for walking up here versus a ranged hero because I need the last hit. And I would say that's right. You should probably prioritize your last hits. So if I can get this done ahead of time, now I will be free to focus on Pudge. So you could auto attack right here. It depends on exactly like what creep's being focused, all that. But you could clear up this creep ahead of time so that when Pudge walks in for the range creep, we are good to go for the deny and or the harass. And if the timing really works out, rather than use the remnant now on the creep, let's pretend I know Pudge wants to go for this range creep. Maybe he wants to go for the deny. That's when I can line up the remnant. Like if you waited like another second or so to then use this remnant, we're more likely to hit Pudge, which means we still get the last hit and we get the Pudge. So you could maybe change your angle, which is a little scary versus Pudge. I get it with the hook. So maybe this is easier said than done versus like other melee heroes. But if you change the angle so your remnant can like walk in this way so that it explodes on one side, hitting the creep, but on the other side, it kind of zones Pudge where he either tanks the damage or he goes, oh, I don't want to get hit by static remnant. So he turns around, which will keep him farther away so we can get this creep. When you use it from here, it just kind of explodes and then doesn't hit Pudge. And then you use the overload to hit Pudge, which is fair, but then that means we don't get to go for the deny. Which goes back to if you kill that melee creep faster next time, then as Pudge walks up for this, let's ignore this creep, right? Let's pretend we killed it. Pudge starts to walk up because he knows this range creep is dying, which means as the Storm Spirit, we are now free to hit Pudge. If Pudge attacks us, we will then get the range deny. So Pudge has to save his attack for the last hit, so we get to hit Pudge until that time. And I could attempt the last hit deny, but realistically, Pudge has 78 damage and I have 60, so I should never really get this. So if you just go for the harass in that time, that's how you'll keep a melee hero low as the ranged hero, and we're giving up CS in a way, but you know, really, if we both went for it, I probably wasn't going to get it anyways, which makes it a wasted auto attack. So I can at least harass him, and then maybe he's too low to come for future last hits because I've been whittling him down a lot. Okay, I'm gonna start zooming past the laning state. I know I'm like overwhelming laning knowledge. I'm also not really the best player to give mid laning advice. So I think what we've kind of mentioned are maybe some higher level concepts, but can maybe be something to think about. Let's look for your rotations and stuff later on. At the end of the day, relative to the Pudge, you're doing fine, so. Was there a stream yesterday? No. Right now, I'm thinking Monday and Wednesdays will be replay streams. Tuesday and Thursday, I leave open for coaching, so depending when people sign up, if people sign up, I will either stream and play games, or maybe I'll just work on like coachings and like do some videos in those times. Friday, we'll be playing games and maybe some like, maybe just be playing games, and then like on any stream, if we want to do some variety stuff, we might end with that. But yeah, otherwise we're gonna do about like 5-ish streams a week, and Saturdays and Sundays I'm just gonna take that time to do like other stuff. Maybe not even videos. I did kind of do some video work yesterday, but I don't know, I didn't like it. I did like half of it. I don't have much to say here. I think you were buying something. You just gotta be real careful. Oh, you were like trying to do like inventory stuff. But yeah, you just gotta be like super careful with this. So actually a great habit to work in, but yeah, definitely be careful when you do it. If you are having a tough time in the mid lane, what I wanna say while you're doing this trick. 1, getting close to the rune, so you could head out to stack into the water rune if the lane is in too scary of a position. Because where it is right now, you're very unlikely to miss any creeps because it's under tower and there's only 2 creeps here. You maybe lose 1 creep at most, which is not that big of a deal, right? And because this is under the tower, the next creep wave is actually likely to meet on their high ground. It's either under the tower, which is pretty good for you. We're going to lose more creeps, but it will push out. Or it'll just meet somewhere close to their side, which is kind of rough. Not a great place for us to be as Storm Spirit. So if we lost a little bit there to be safe, it would kind of be okay, as long as we get something somewhere else. So potentially here, let's go back even further. As you shove this in, you have 2 options. 1, you could try to punish the Pudge. You follow him, you chase him under tower, you attack a lot because you have a creep wave. This is what you'll see a lot of mid players do, depending on the matchup. And it can be strong, especially if you think you have kill potential. If you don't think you have kill potential, and especially if you're just trying to hit a certain timing and a certain item, like I just need to do this and then I'm online, right now is a good time to go stack. So this is the most popular place for mid heroes to go stack. The equivalent is over here on ranged heroes. And in fact, if you know you're going to play this way, either because you're losing the lane, so for example, we're playing versus Sniper, the lane sucks, we push in the lane like this, Sniper does not have good wave clear, I don't really want to contest Sniper under tower, it's not going to help me that much, I'm just focused on myself, then I come and farm. In the case of Pudge, you know, maybe we could kill him, maybe you don't want to do this, you just want to hit level 6, I'd be okay with that, I want to come over here and stack, A-okay with me. So you could walk over, do this, you could potentially like hit this camp into the water rune, but this is usually the 4 support does this more than you. But it's something you could look to do to help you get to level 6 faster, or when you hit level 6 to like have more farm, because you have pretty good stat clearing abilities. And you do kind of know. I see you like walk over here now. So you can stack and then don't even like, you know, you don't have to clear it right away. You can clear it later, especially as you get like more points in overload. Okay, as the power rune comes up, 1, we do need to hit level 6 as quickly as we can. So if you clear out the creep waves, that's fine. If you're ever able to walk up a little further, so like, right, we're being careful here. Okay, hook is down. That is a big part of us dying. Even without our ultimate, if he just walked up and dismembered, we're probably okay. Between the slows of this stuff, we could probably walk away. If you still want to be a little careful, I totally get that. But with hook down, you can take more aggressive positioning. So I'd actually walk up further, try to kill this range creep quickly. Between you probably need like one auto attack and then static remnant overload, and the static remnant try to explode in the middle so that all the creeps get it. Kill the range creep quickly and start damaging these guys, because if you walk right here, there's no risk of hook. Now, if he walks up to dismember, then yeah, we back off, right? But if he's giving us this space, we're going to make use of the fact that hook is on cooldown to kill this wave as quickly as possible. One, for us to hit level 6, but two, because the power rune is about to spawn. So the sooner this wave is dead, the freer we are to come to a rune and not feel like I'm missing CS, but also our creeps are going to follow him so we know where he's going to keep it a little safer as we do this. The way you use your remnant, it explodes in the back, so it does the least damage. It explodes on this creep. I think it like hits this one as well, but like this is not a lot, right? So we could have stood a little closer, remnant, to at least hit all the melee creeps if he's zoning us like this away from the range creep. So we'll do more damage to all the melee creeps and maybe even the pudge. And then the overload hit, like same deal. By the time we do clear it, in the end you get the rune, so it's like, you know, it's kind of fine in the end, but could have been a problem. Here I'd buy a clarity. And yeah, you just want to like jungle. I think that's okay. That wasn't really the greatest rune for us. So the next rune I'm interested in is the 8-minute rune. I don't know if someone on your team got the bounty rune. I wasn't paying attention. You could maybe go for that instead. If you know it's down and you want it to come out here, I'm okay with that. Oh, you're actually gonna TP up here. Oh my god. Who's putting webs? What is this web placement? Brood Mother, what are you doing? What are you doing, Brood? I guess I don't hate that. Yeah, so in the end, there were bounty runes here. So actually, in hindsight, when you came... Or I should have just gone back a full minute. When you left like this, you actually should have like bought a clarity and walked this way to finish this camp. Then you're here, and then you get this bounty rune and do the bottle stuff, and then you can keep playing the lane. Always look for bounty rune refills if possible. They can even include the enemies bounty rune. That'll just save you time from having to walk to Fountain. Not that it's bad. There are times you should go to Fountain, but the less you can go to Fountain and instead go to bounty runes, the better. Just try to keep track if your team took it or not. Which, by the way, support players, is why you really shouldn't bother with bounty runes. I think most people are used to that now, but a lot of people still will sometimes like come get the bounty rune at the time because they don't know what else to do. But it's typically better just leave it for your mid laner. And if it gets stolen, it gets stolen. Oh. Kind of unfortunate on that. Another case where we're gonna walk home. I don't hate this one because you might be able to TP out for the 10-minute rune, which is what I thought was gonna happen at the 8-minute when we ended up going top. You do need to place an observer. I don't know who put this one. Dark Willow. Ideally, you would see the the power runes. And support players also consider that for any mid hero that builds a bottle, try to have a ward that sees one of the rune spots. Especially between like 6 to 12 minutes. That's when the power runes can be super impactful. I actually don't know the exact build for Storm in terms of what order you go for. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm not sure if you're supposed to have power treads before the soul ring is what I'm alluding to. Okay, I'm coming here. This seems harder than it needs to. I think you should probably... This is like the one ancient camp you can do, so I guess I'm okay with it. I feel like the hard camp might be better. And anytime you do jungling like that, that's where the clarities help a lot. So try to buy some of that. For example, if you get a clarity and you break even in terms of farming a camp, you're getting the XP. All right, I don't know if you should be rotating because you're not even looking. So that's another thing to keep an eye on. While you're jungling, I know it's nice to like be a little efficient with attack moves, but at the same time, if you stand like, you know, you draw the camp away and then you attack from here and it's a little inefficient for a bit, that's okay. You know, it still gives you 1 second to like click, click, okay, back, and then you do it. Try to work that in anytime you're jungling. You kind of want to do stuff, but notice we don't have a bunch of mana, so that's kind of why this one backfires. So let's go back. Let's go back again. Let's go to here. So notice when you're returning to lane, it's actually 12 minutes. So 1, try to get a rune, right? Just walk over here, see what the rune is, try to zip in, zip out, get it. In the end, it ends up top, and it is... I don't even know what it is. It's an illusion rune. It doesn't matter. It's a bottle refill, is what it is. Pudge didn't even end up getting it. So always look for the power runes, and that goes back to why having an observer, whether it's a support player or the mid player doing it themselves, you would have known to go get that illusion rune. Instead, we just kind of give it up and the bottle refill for free. So that's 180 mana, and then whatever efficiency stuff you do that we kind of lose out on. And with that 180 mana, we're sitting up to like here, which, you know, feels a lot more doable for this play that we end up walking to. We see him bottom, we decide, okay, we're not going to defend, so we're going to try to push this in. I am up for that, but then we don't actually want to fight here. As this tower falls, I want to be very careful here. I actually don't want to fight because I don't really have enough mana as the storm. Sort of what happens here. I feel like we get baited to zip in, but this doesn't feel like a great fight to me. Because they were done bottom, so they're free to rotate top, which is what happens, right? Like the Pudge comes up here. There's a lot of heroes up here. We at least got like a kill. But yeah, it's kind of not panning out. So pushing in the lane is fine, but then just like back out after that. Yeah, try to focus. All right, we're pretty early in the game, so let's come back to here. So if you think you're going to join the fight, you could TP in the back. It just means you're going to have to zip further, though, which is kind of like, eh. So if you know you're going to like join the fight right away, probably somewhere here is a little better. And then see who else your team is focusing. So I know you're looking at the Skywrath for like, ooh, quick kill. But we want to work with the Slardar, and there's even spiders up here, and they're focused on the PA, who is a better kill than the Skywrath. So try to keep aware of that. In terms of target priority, you probably should have come for this PA first, and after she is killed, if you can get the Skywrath, great. If not, that's okay. We got the more important kill. If we only got the Skywrath and PA gets out, that doesn't, you know, that doesn't make sense. If we're having a horrible game and we can only get supports, I mean, that's, you know, that is what it is. Then that's fine, but I don't think we're at that point. Okay, movement pattern from here. We TP'd out. We need a new teleport, buy a clarity, walk this way. I haven't been paying attention to the bounty runes. If there's one here, great. If not, then like you're just gonna farm your way this way. And in that time, it'll get close to 16 minutes as you're like doing this with a clarity. So then you're gonna pop your head over here and hope for a power rune. If you end up going all the way back to Fountain, it feels really bad. Because that's like our 3rd or 4th Fountain trip at that point, which we really need to try to cut out. All right, let's see if you do it. And then we'll start thinking about moving to another replay. So we do farm. I don't see the clarity. And now here we are going back to base rather than use this tango, hope for this. And with the clarity, we have a little bit more mana. So then worst case scenario, zip in, zip out, you know, whatever the rune is. How can we get a review like this? Soon, and in fact, we might as well start now. Feel free to submit a match ID from the last week. Let me know who you're playing, any questions you have. And then we'll just kind of like pick randomly from the chat. All right, PA ended up getting the haste rune. You did check, but it's a little late. I think the homework for you is to work on prioritizing. There is a 2-minute cycle for someone like Storm Spirit. It is try to get the power rune. And then with that power rune, it kind of determines what you're going to do. Farm, gank. I guess that's it, actually. You're farming or you're ganking, you know? But you are a very mana-dependent hero, so the runes really determine how much mana you have and how strong you're going to be in terms of when you show up to the gank or not. So you get this. If you get a rune, you are more likely to play aggressive or just farm a lot at least. If you don't get a rune, step 2 is to move towards a bounty rune. If it's early enough in the game, it can be this one or the enemy's bounty rune. The later the game goes, it becomes scarier to go for this one, so you're just going to hope for this one. After you get this, you kind of reevaluate how efficient have you been, what neutral items you've got, how much mana you've got. Tread swapping will help a lot with this stuff, by the way. At that point, if you have enough to go for the next power rune, you head here. If you don't, you have to go back and then like TP out to be ready for the next power rune. And it's like this 2-minute cycle that you keep doing. Did I get the power rune? Then I do stuff, or I don't. If I didn't get it, I'm probably more defensive. If I did get it, I'm looking more aggressive. But we need to time it so the next power rune spawns and I am ready to go. So whatever that entails, if it does require going home or not, or if it requires buying clarities and only auto attacking to finish a job so that we have enough mana to like attempt this, it will be more impactful than constantly going home the way you are. All right, nice. Let's head home. All right, here. This is a Dota player classic. All right. This is to help your map awareness. If you want to use the mini map, that's fine. If you are a move the camera click, you're done. I saw you click the fountain. We're done. You don't need to click anymore. You don't need to look anymore. If you want to buy items, you can. But now is the time to determine the next movement. So we look at the time and we look at the minimap. 1720. I said 2-minute cycle. So the 18-minute rune, whatever we do, we would like for whatever we do to wrap up and be at the 18-minute rune. It doesn't always work out perfectly, and that's okay. But, you know, it's just a general guideline. So I'm keeping that in mind. By the time I get to the fountain, it's probably 1730. If I TP over here, I'm pretty much going to have to walk right away for this power rune if I want to be there. So whatever else I do has got to be worth it. One camp and then walking over is not going to be worth it. If I'm killing a Phantom Assassin and I'm late to the rune because of that, you know, that's a little bit more worth it. That's kind of what I'm hoping to get the power rune for. So if I can do it without it, it's worth losing the rune for to some degree. It depends on your assessment of the game. You know, same deal top. You know, it's like if I TP top and we get into like, you know, 3 kills, yeah, it's worth being late for the rune. If I TP top for like a, you know, maybe we push this tower and then I farm one camp and then I walk here, not gonna feel very good. So very likely we're just gonna end up either TPing out here, jungle this camp, which is close, and then go for a rune, or we see if anything develops. How do I know if anything's gonna develop? I gotta go look. Is this Phantom Assassin close to dying? Like, can I kill her? I gotta see. I gotta come over here, check her items, how she's doing. Oh, she has like 5 lotuses. Not that easy to kill. How's Wraith King doing? Am I gonna get surprised by like a blink dagger? Oh, he's going armlet maelstrom and he's like pretty healthy. I don't know if I can kill him. What's happening over here? Do I need to come help this top? Oh, it's almost dead. I'm not needed top, right? I gotta go gather that information. Moving your camera between your hero and the fountain to click again, and then like click again. You know, that's not gonna help you very much. This is like negative APM. Now, some of it I think is you're like buying items and the camera's just moving around and we're just not seeing it. So to some degree, it's okay. But really, just click once and go. Dota players do this all the time. Clicking faster to this camp does not actually help you walk faster. That'd be a really interesting mechanic for Valve to put in. But realistically,
Like when we walk out of here, let's say, you zip here, and then you walk here, and then we go click heroes. Clicking this camp faster does not help us get to the camp any faster. That is our time to look around and determine the next move. And when we don't do this, this is where you will get the feeling of, oh, I don't know what the next thing to do is, because you haven't been gathering the information. Looks like you are TPing to the outpost to farm this camp and then go for the power rune, I hope. And if that is the case, I'll be very happy. Looks like we are doing it. We were a little late, so this is where if Pudge is there, you know, you might already get it. But still, you're there pretty fast, so that's fine. We might have been able to do something there, but in the end, we got the power rune, we got out, so I'm okay. So now we could determine if we want to make a play or not. Do we feel strong enough? Does my teammates have, like, items to fight with? He's got the blink. Dark Willow got hurt, and she's coming back out, and she has a smoke. So we could go farm this camp, stack this, and then ask them to smoke. And Slarter, in the meantime, could, like, farm this. It's not up. So I don't know. Maybe he just hangs around. Maybe he's gonna end up going up here, which sucks. Ideally, I'd say like you three could smoke, and you could even call Jakiro over, and go make a play in the bottom. Going back to our earlier discussion on deep warding, guys, we have 1 defensive ward, 2 defensive wards, 3 defensive wards. This one's kind of aggressive. It's right next to all our defensive wards. So our team here has really good vision here and nothing anywhere else. So how much risk anyone down here is in, I don't know. And that makes it very hard for Storm Spirit to feel like he can make plays. If you see the one hero here, great. Without that, I got no idea. I have no idea what we can do. So support players, or if they're doing a bad job of it, core players, don't be afraid to buy an observer here and there, right? This is why we got to spread the vision. And when we have opportunities, try to put deep wards, and why you really don't need to like clump this far. Like, one of these should be over. Okay, to be fair, this one's actually about to die. I didn't see that. So let's take this one out. Is this ward necessary when you have this ward? Not really. Now, actually, this one's also pretty close to dying. So like, okay, sure. You know, we can put one up here. But what that means is we're going to have 2 defensive wards and then no deep wards. So the next ward has to go deep. If Dark Willow comes and like places it here, it's going to be like a 3rd shallow defensive ward. Yeah, it'll help with power runes, but do I know where to go when Storm gets an amplified damage? How do I turn that into something? I need a deep ward to do that. They're pushing up, so actually you guys could just collapse on this. Wraith King isn't here. He's here, and they're all here. So actually this is a really good fight. Everyone's coming in. You should just go here. You're actually moving towards the Wraith King. So I think you lost a little focus there. Wraith King is a really hard pickoff. He is on his own, so if you had teammates closer to him, that could work. But you guys had the 5v4 in the middle, and it's easier for your team. So like, let's go back one more time to look at this, right? 1, your team can teleport to this tower. 2, they can just walk in. This is much easier for you guys to do. Wraith King's gonna have like walk through here. He could TP here and then join in this way. So it's not like he's totally out of the fight, but it will take time for him to get there. If you go for Wraith King, Dark Willow can maybe connect, but still slower than you. And these guys would all be required to teleport all the way over here for just the Wraith King. Then Wraith King's gonna respawn and the others might be over by that time. It's not that you can't make that play, but you just kind of need to be on the same page about it. And it seems like you're looking at Wraith King and your team is looking at mid. Maybe you guys were trying to communicate, it just didn't work out. We don't get to see that in these replays. But I do think you should have stuck around mid. Seems like the easier, safer pub play. This is kind of what I mean, right? Like, we finish 1 kill, and then by the time he respawns, the rest of the team shows up. If we want to try to smoke again, we can. I mean, we have a lot of the heroes here, but we don't have a bunch of mana. Okay, I think we'll leave it at that. Oh. Got some mangoes. Tasty, tasty mangoes. Kind of worked out in the end. I do think you zipped in a little too soon to start. Could have been easier for your team. If you just wait a little longer, your team will get closer and then you can go, and it'll be around here as opposed to like here, where there's more risk of something wrong happening, which in this case we lost Lardar, though we did get the Skywrath. If you're a little more patient on the zip, you'll be good to go. You just have to make sure he doesn't have a blink, which if you check his items, he doesn't. I mean, I know there's more streams now, but on the days I didn't stream, I was usually working on videos or working on something. So it's still like the same amount of work, but it's more focused on the streaming now. I feel like before it was kind of half-assing between the both. Hello, Skelebar. What's up? Time are we at? Where are we? Okay, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna round out the Herald Guardian. There's been a lot of talks on playmaking and all that, but I actually think all the discussion is very good. We're gonna do one more to that effect, and then we will cover other ranks. But I feel like the concentrated discussion on early playmaking for these ranks is actually quite good for all these players. So, oops, wrong one. So we'll do one more, another mid one. This time it's Ember. I don't even need to change this actually. Let me just add in the timestamp. Okay, and for this one, you're saying you're pretty new. You've got about 200 hours. You feel like you're better than your rank, so I might roast you a little bit. Let's see what we see. But I want to tell you about my map awareness and if I'm being overly aggressive. All right. I mean, there's nothing wrong with thinking if you're better than your rank. Just try not to let that mindset hold you back from gaining MMR, essentially. It's actually good to think you're better than your peers, right? As long as you then don't get like, the game is rigged, it's keeping me back. It's actually good to think like, I can do more. I can have high impact. You know, like confidence, as long as it doesn't go too far into arrogance of like, it's the team that's the problem. Okay, unfortunately, this one's actually too old. If you have a newer one, we can do that. It needs to be within the last week. You're new to the game, so you don't know that. The replays are available for anyone to download if it's been within 1 week. After that, the replays expire. If you've got them downloaded, like you've got it. But new people can't download it. So I can't download this one because from a little bit ago. If you have one that's more recent, we can take a look at it because I'm sure it'll be like the same question. It won't be like a world different from the last like week or something. Yeah, Dunning-Kruger can be a slow, insidious killer, like Dark Bomb Mantis is saying. But again, I think it's okay to feel you are better than the people in your game. That's the competitive mindset, right? You just have to make sure it doesn't go too far. You need to use it to. I have a story on this. You need to make sure you use it in a productive manner. Like, I'm gonna play better. I'm gonna do more. I'm gonna outplay this guy, right? Like, that's the way feeling better than your peers should go. Not like, this guy should listen to me because I'm better than him. You know, like, I don't have to respect this guy because like he'll never get me, right? That goes too far. And I used to do like RD2L, like more amateur stuff. And I have a friend. We're friends now. Back then he was younger. He's pretty arrogant. He was really good. He's one of the best. He's one of the better Dota players I know. So he was way too high. He was one of the highest ranked in that league. So he had like a lot of disrespect for the enemy. Even though he was individually way better than them, and even collectively he was probably better than the whole enemy team. But he would do way over aggressive things, like super deep into the enemy's map, thinking like, there's no way they punish me. Like, I'm way better than them. But in Dota, you don't actually have to be that good. You know, you just like throw out some abilities and you'll kill people. And then he would get killed, and it would make him angry. Like, why are they here? Like, they're so bad. Like, how can this like? But like, it's all it takes, you know, is to go too far with that arrogance. So it's fine to know you're better than like the opponents, but you still have to have that respect and still go through the steps of turning being a better player into actually doing that. I'm not saying you're doing one way or the other. We're vamping this out while you find a new replay. Oh, here it is. But yeah, that's what I want to say on like the proper mentality that I believe anyways in terms of doing this stuff. Okay, so this is another mid-Ember game, which should work. Wait, this might be 1 day short. Sometimes it depends a little bit on time zones. Is there one even sooner than this? I can restart Dota. Sometimes the downloading gets bugged, and if we restart, it'll work. We can try that. But if that doesn't work, we might need something even 1 day sooner. And if you don't have one, then unfortunate. We'll have to do it another time. One more try. Nah, I don't feel like you have to gift a sub. I mean, I appreciate it if you want, but we weren't, I wasn't even able to review the game, so don't sweat it. Even though we didn't look at your game, if you were here for that last replay review with the Storm, Ember's actually pretty much the same. You are very similar in terms of that 2-minute cycle. Push, do what you can, look for the power rune, get it, determine, do I want to be aggressive? Am I just farming up to a certain item? Do whatever you need to, go to the bounty runes if you have to. Keep thinking about the runes. You are less mana dependent than Storm as the Ember Spirit, but you're still very similar in what you want to do. So that whole mindset, and then the same with the deep warding that you can do yourself if you need to. If your teammate's not doing it, you move in, especially as you go for, so let's say you get a power rune, right? It's a haste. So you run into the enemy safe lane jungle. You maybe see if they have bounty runes there to like help fill your bottle. Maybe you're making a gank to that safe lane. As you run through, drop the deep ward. You get an invis rune, right? Invis up, go in, drop the stuff. Mid players are actually very free to do this stuff because you are usually the strongest hero.
I would share my spaghetti with you. Community games when?
Yo, thank you, Mikcha. Okay, that will count as the guaranteed replay. So we're gonna do one of Mikcha's, I guess. Community games, I don't know when. We are streaming more, so maybe we can work some in.
Oh, who's that? Thank you.
I haven't really decided when.
Whack 690 gifted a tier 1 sub to Nice Saturday Morning.
Thank you very much for gifting a sub anyways. We will, hopefully, when you do get another game, we can take a look at that. Can you check my items? Yeah, we can look at your item build since we're here. We are able to look at that. But to finish my thought real quick, mid players, for supports, I'm scared to walk into the jungle when I don't see heroes, right? Because like I'm gonna walk in and I'm gonna be killed by like any of the cores, even some of the supports. They'll kill me. But mid heroes, you're actually the ones who are gonna move around, and if you see an enemy support, you'll kill them. So you actually have a little bit more freedom in the early game to move and place those aggressive wards than the supports. And actually, if you watch pro games, you'll see this a lot. The mid players will pick up a couple observers, and as they make these movements to these different places, they will they'll place wards as they go. So feel free to pick that habit up in your pub games as well if you're not content with what your supports are doing, because that will then determine how comfortable you feel placing wards or making aggressive plays later as the mid hero. You won't know like, oh, I got the power in, like Zach said, but I don't know what to go. I don't know where to go, because you don't see like, oh, here's the carry farming low. I can solo kill that guy. You don't see it if the deep vision's not there. Okay, let's take a look at your items. The blink is weird, but it won me my game for twice the match. This is actually really good as it regens health and mana, which is what really holds Ember back. So it is kind of a cool idea. I keep in mind, everyone, he's pretty new to the game, so you're kind of like exploring these different ideas and these different builds. So the blink actually is it's kind of fun on Ember Spirit, I won't lie. You don't see it a lot because Ember Spirit already has great mobility in most situations. If you get there, it is kind of funny, but I would say it's more of a meme thing right now than anything. What I would probably recommend, let's just continue from here first. So against the enemies, what do we got? I see a Storm Spirit. I see a Sniper. Who is the support here? Unclear. We got a Crystal Maiden support. Who knows what else? And who's on our team? Invoker, Spectre, Dragonite, Weaver. Who's the support here as well? Okay, for you, it looks like your mid lane. So it looks like the opening is pretty good. This like, let's see the order. So it looks like Bottle, Boots, Orb of Corrosion. Sometimes I see people swap this, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I do think like Boots first is fine. I don't think you have to do Orb of Corrosion, but if you think it's good in your mid matchup, it is pretty good with your teammates. So I'm open to it. I think this has fallen out of favor though, the Orb of Corrosion. So if you want to stop doing that, I think that would be okay. I think Phase Boots is pretty common on Ember here. And then as your next item, if you do want this Mage Slayer, I think that's pretty good, especially if you think the enemy has a lot of spell damage, which this game, it's okay. I would actually say this is a game you could potentially skip the Mage Slayer, but since you're new to the game and maybe it's probably better to follow this kind of like cookie cutter type build to start so you can focus on other stuff like these mid rotations we're talking about. Mage Slayer as a default in Ember is pretty solid, so I think that's okay. Other options could be like, sometimes I see Spirit Vessels. If they have a lot of like silences, you can do something like Yules. If you're having a crazy game, Radiance, but I'd say that's a super greedy build. I probably wouldn't recommend that. Mage Slayer or Spirit Vessel is probably like some of your safest openers. I think Blade Mail has fallen off, but that used to be something. After that, I feel your job is to go in first and get information for your team, and you need to live when you do that. Technically, the blink could help you do that, right? You could drop the remnant in the back, blink in, look for something. The downside of the blink is that once you go in, you're in, and you don't have a defensive item at that point. So if you get caught by one spell, you're dead. So that could be like the root, It could be a Sven stun. It could be Vortex. Could be the spear. You have ways to dodge all of that, but it's still tough, right? Like I have to dodge all of that. So a defensive item here, or something that is even more aggressive, like depending how the game is going, is probably better for you. So like either BKB is for your rank probably uncommon. So if you don't want to do it and you want to push it off one more item, I would totally understand that. But the idea of BKB is that you can run in, these spells don't affect you. You can get the information for your team, which will allow like the Spectre Haunt to come in, the Weaver to like run in there and like start doing some backline damage, especially the Sniper. I'm very interested in finding this Sniper as the Ember Spirit, or baiting out some of these like arenas, which I then just walk out of, so long as I'm not caught by a stun or a root and killed. So something like BKB, or if it's like silences and stuff like the Yules, whatever, something that allows you to go in, survive, and then at the end of BKB, at the end of the Yules, you just like remnant out. That's how you like go in and bait stuff for your team. It's that starting playmaking. Another option is Veil, if your team has a lot of spell damage or you're just doing a lot of damage. So like Mage Slayer plus your abilities is pretty good. The Spirit Vessel could be another item that combos then well with the Veil, possibly into the Shivas right away, or you can delay the Shivas till later. But that works really well. So like, let's say we find the Sniper, we Veil, we're hitting him with the Cornucopia or the Mage Slayer and like all our abilities, taking a bunch of damage, you know, the Spectre comes in. So it's the more aggressive version, less defensive, which for your rank, I would say if you want to go for that first, it's fine. There's less grouping usually, though. As you're moving into Guardian, I'm seeing most of these builds are like actually make sense. So maybe you do need to do like something defensive a little bit sooner. The downside of this Arcane Blank is, as you can see, it's a very expensive item. And this applies for any hero you play. For Ember, this is a little bit weird, but there are heroes who buy Blink very early. You don't usually see the Blink upgrade till the very end, because the biggest thing about Blink is the instant jump, which doesn't change with the upgrades. You just get a bonus effect. But the bonus effect is not usually worth it until it's like your 6th item. Like you filled everything else out and then you get it. So for you, for example, when you are building this Arcane Blink, what am I doing? Glance value. It is here, right? This is not a very it's kind of slot efficient, but it's like a small item, right? Look at our inventory. It's really not that big as we then save for a massive item, which pays off here. So there's a huge window where you're supposed to be pretty strong that you're waiting. And then this gives you a little bit more regen, but the actual blink effect doesn't change. Compare that to, let's say, blink, even if you got the blink, actually. I again, it's weird on Ember, but let's just say you got the blink. By the time you get the Mystic Staff, if you went Veil, the Veil could be done here. So we're already stronger here at 25 minutes. If you went for BKB, shortly after Mystic Staff, it would finish. So like BKB, we start becoming stronger somewhere here. There's actually a period here. Even if you go for this, there was a downswing in farming speed. I don't know what happened. But anyways, let's ignore that. The point is, other items have a much better buildup than Arcane Blink, and then the effect they give is much stronger. So I wouldn't really recommend you do this. And in fact, for Ember, if you do like Ember, I would actually recommend trying to move away from the Blink Dagger. Try out the, let's see, some good items. Spirit Vessel, the Veil into Shivas, Mage Slayer's fine. Aghanim Shard is pretty good on Ember Spirit. Lincolns can be good. For a similar price of the Arcane Blink upgrade, you get a Lincolns, which will then block one spell, as well as give you a lot of regen. The BKB is good. Sanjan Kaya, not bad. What else? Yules. Aghanims, also a very good item. The Radiance is super greedy, but like you could. I would give a shot to any of those items over the Arcane Blink. Your wife appreciates I'm one of the only talents that say BKB rather than BKB. What, like just like saying the B longer? BKB. I'm trying to think of other people saying it. I don't think I've noticed that. I'll take a look. I'm gonna listen for that now next time. I don't think I've noticed that. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. That's not what I expected in terms of if people complain about the way I say things or not. I hear wolves, and the way I say other, either. The way I say those words seems to bug a lot of people. Fights happening there, and I was basically setting up everything, and my spec was practically dying with every haunt. Yeah, I guess we can't see exactly how the fights broke out. There may be something about choosing the right fights, but it does sound like you're playing Ember the right way. Like, I'm trying to set things up, which is the way you want to go. It just doesn't usually require the Blink Dagger, because you want to be more active when you have more remnants. So you throw in, let's say you're trying to be aggressive, you either just walk in and use sleight of hand to like scout things out, maybe root people, or you might remnant in, use sleight of fist to like hit people and kind of get that information. You're also untouchable in that time, so you could like throw another remnant out, and then if you have to escape, you like remnant out at that point. Or it goes then to your items, because you have Lincolns, because you have Yules, because you have BKB, you got extra armor on Veil, right? Like whatever that is, if they do focus you, you are sturdier in that time, so you can't be killed. It's also why people like this Ags and the Remnant. So the Remnant, as we make these plays and heroes die, we get another charge, which is really what limits you as Ember. How much you can go in and go out of fights is the amount of remnants you have. So that part of the shard's really good. It's also a great way to just like, one, chain gang is the way people play, so people throw remnants more likely just to like root people. But then also you can cancel blinks potentially, right? You like see a target, you throw like the Mars in that particular game. You throw your remnant over to him and he just takes burn damage. So the shard's really popular for that reason. And then the Ags, it's just better. You get more charges, throw it even further, go even faster, same deal. The exact order, I'm not good enough as a mid player to like give you further advice on that. But it is how you'll see a lot of the players go for it. Yeah, without being able to see the game, I can't really... one, we can't see how you're using Blink, but I also can't give like the counterpoint. So down the line, if you do, I'm sure if you're enjoying Dota, you'll play more games. We can look at one of yours down in the future where you're getting this Blink, and we can see what you're using with it, but also see if we can convince you to like maybe try something else. Which, for the record, as you're new to the game, feel free to explore this stuff, right? That's why the game's fun. And it's a learning process. For some people, it's like I forget who I heard say this. As a kid, you're either told the stove will burn you and you never touch the stove, or you touch the stove and get burned and then you never touch the stove again. Like, for some people, you got to do one or the other. I'm not saying that's a good, like, it's just how we learn, right? You could just take my word and just completely change your skill build, or your item build. But also some people just have to try it themselves to see how they feel, and then they adapt from there. Perfectly fine for Dota. As long as you recognize, like, I'm trying this out. Is this good? Is this bad? Right? As long as it's like a learning mindset, it's okay. Okay, we are going to move to Mikcha's game in a second here. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. I am going to be right back. Before we continue, I'm going to refill my water, and then we'll do Mikcha's. Okay. From what you described, transitioning from a winning lane to a good game sounds more useful. But if you want the second one, I don't mind. But it sounds like there was grief at the start, which, I mean, it's kind of good to learn how to have impact in those games. But at the same time, I think the amount of grief games we have is less than like normal games. Still, up to you. I gotta scroll up to where that was. Is the coaching session finished? No, we're still doing coaching. The whole stream will be about it. I will probably, as we finish Mikcha's, I'll probably heat up I have some leftover soup. Actually, before we start, I'll go put the soup on the stove and put it on low so it heats up. But after that, we'll just keep on going. We'll just keep grabbing replays from the chat. So this was the Zeus. I'm going to assume position 4. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, I mean, the Ember build, feel free to try the Blink, right? Like I said, personally, I don't believe in it, right? I will say that as from where I am. I personally don't believe in it right now, but Dota is a game of exploration and creativity, and a lot of builds can work. Now, will they work every game? No. Can some builds only work because you're winning and you're just going to like get enough value out of an item and have fun with it? Yes. So it's not that you can't, but I will say I think it'll backfire more than it will pay off. That's my take as the, like, you know, coaching value. At the same time, games are meant to be fun. If you have fun with it, if you think it's good, feel free to explore it. People in my games report me when I do different stuff just because, like, I think stuff is good. Like, I was doing Skywrath Helm Dom the other day, right? That's really weird to a lot of people. I believe in it. Pros were doing it. I wanted to try it, but I had people in my team ready to like report me because they don't believe in it. So I think it's fine to try different stuff. For this game, speaking of different stuff, Zeus 4, I personally do believe Zeus 4 works. It is greedy. It doesn't always work. And depending if you know what you're doing, that might determine how good it is or not. So let's see what advice we can give here. I do think it's good enough. I know not a lot of people believe in it, or maybe not a lot. It can be polarizing, let's say that. Some people believe in it, some people don't. So I understand may not be for everybody, let's say. This first game, so let me make sure. So this is the one where you had a good lane and then the mid game went poorly, right? Let me make sure we are about to talk about the right stuff. All right, let's see the graph. Let's see. Looks like you guys did fine. I don't know if I would say this went like Because you mentioned it went insanely well. I'm looking at it. Looks fine. Maybe you're the safe. Maybe you're the safe lane rather than the. No, I think you said you're 4, right? I think it's fine. I don't know if I would call it insanely well. I'm only nitpicking that just so our frame, because like our perception of how the game goes versus later realizing like, oh, it's a little different than what I thought. That's all I'm like bringing attention to. I'm not like trying to like shut you down for no reason. Just if it feels like, oh, we were doing amazing and then we were doing poorly, like that could be it. It's like, oh, we weren't doing as amazing as I thought. So then it's as not as surprising of like how maybe the mid game ended up falling out. It does look like by 10 minutes we do have at least a bit of a lead. And then it was still pretty even by like 20 minutes. So this might be our focus, especially up to here where clearly something bad happened that started this massive spike. And we'll see how long it takes for us to get there. We won't cover this entire 60-minute game. But in terms of transitioning from a potentially good lane to, you know, actual impact to turn this into our side, you know, let's look at that stuff. The lane at least felt good, even if it's not fully in the statistics. Let's see. Let's just jump in and take a quick look. So it's us versus Troll. Oh, wait. I think I was looking at I might have been looking at the wrong hero then. Okay, yeah. This is much better. I don't know why I wasn't looking at Troll. First, I guess, call me crazy. I think I was looking at the Chaos Knight. I was looking at the Chaos Knight and then you as a support compared to their support, and I was like, it's not that big of a difference. Yeah, okay. To Troll being 1,000 gold over Troll on the Centaur, that part is pretty good. So then let's see. Let's go a little. Actually, around here is good. As part of winning the lane as Zeus, there's only so much we can do to take the tower. So like if we can keep getting kills, we can keep getting kills. And then we still kind of... Centaur needs to do it. Like either Centaur's taking the tower or Centaur's just farming. It depends on the game, like what's going to happen. There's only so much we can do to force that. And so, especially around now, we would be looking to like, how do I get my mid involved? Like, can I help secure runes? Can I stack? Whatever, right? So 5 minutes is when supports, especially, actually for both, let's leave it at just all supports. You start thinking about moving around, especially for the power runes. I know this will depend on your given rank, but I do think it's pretty good to think about. By the way, for ings, I don't think you actually need this Ring of Protection. You might have been thinking about an Urn earlier on. I think an early Bassie's fine into like straight into Arcane Boots. I would prefer Ring of Protection to be a magic stick. I think Zeus goes along, any mana intensive hero goes a long way to have a magic stick. Clearly you still won your lane though, so I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Be a little careful about this type of observer. We skipped it, so I have no idea. But in case you did do some blocking, and sometimes supports just preemptively unblock anyways, putting a sentry somewhere back here would be pretty normal for the silencer, and then this might get it. Again, we just jumped here, so maybe you already, like, you knew there's nothing. Then that's fine. But just a warning for other people. Sometimes I see these placed, and then they get killed right away because they had a sentry over here. Yeah, be a little careful of that. Silencer does a lot of damage to you, so I think you just... I don't think you even need to use the jump there. I think you just walk away. And then, speaking of those rotations, I actually don't even think you guys needed to do any of this. So, here, if I take a look at the lane, this is fine. It's not as far back as we would like, but Centaur is in a pretty good spot, and I think if you left right now, he would be okay, especially as you place an observer. So you could like do this and then go place a deep ward. If you're going to place this, by the way, I'd probably walk this way rather than this way. It's just safer. But right now, you could now head over to the power rune. If instead you like, instead of warding, if you had just like walked over to stack this, I think you would make it on time. I don't think you have time now, but I would still go for the power rune here. And then you kind of see, even without us, so this guy is starting to use double edge, but as you do this, this lane is actually pushing. So off lane players, you should know to be careful now. Supports who want to leave, just tell them, like, I'm going for the power rune, please be careful here. He's using double edge when he doesn't need to, which is then pushing the lane back. But Centaur should have been able to play the lane, like, back here while Zeus is gone. And getting power runes for your mid is how we turn a good lane. It's one of the ways we turn a good lane into good mid game. We start winning multiple lanes and not just our own. I'd probably buy a Clarity too if it was in stock. Yeah, looks like we did forget a little bit about the Wisdom Shrine. Although you were here while Centaur was back. If you thought Centaur was gonna get it, I understand that. 8-minute rune, I would walk over this way right now. Okay, we get another Sentry D ward. Oh, I'd be careful of that. Okay, we get caught there. You've been trying Zeus support, so I'm not gonna... We need some limit testing anytime you try out a new support. I will say, having played some Zeus support right here-ish, when you see Silencer in this area and he's full health and you're kind of low, I'd already be a little hesitant about fighting him. Even though I know we've talked about how high your burst damage is, Silencer's one of the heroes that's going to backfire on me when I have to use a lot of low cooldown spells. So if you two were the same health, I would be okay with you getting involved in this fight. Because he is healthier than you, I would just try to get out of here safely. You know, I would actually run to the right towards your Centaur right now. Because rather than you low health fight the Silencer full health, Troll is low and Centaur's healthy. So I'd be interested in moving this way and just like standing over here to mess with the Troll, go for denies, you know, and let Centaur do stuff. Silencer will have to engage us for Troll to like start to recover. And this is for like any support, not just Zeus. For where you're at, I'm less interested in the 1v1 and more interested in the 2v2 so that I have time to like heal up. And then like up to here is probably good, and then you probably have to like jump away this way and run, or like jump this way and run away. Yeah, first Zeus game, we're not gonna worry about it too much. I'll just give like the feedback to, you know, say what I say in terms of what I think can happen. Big rotation over. Unfortunately, he dies. Not the end of the world. I'd be careful of that. I feel like you're interested in fighting this Viper, but I don't know if you should be. This could maybe be a hard pull. And otherwise, so right now I'd be really careful. So you are bolting. Let's be careful. As part of playing Zeus and any mana-intensive heroes, but especially Zeus, since that's what we're watching, you gotta be real careful about when you choose to bolt stuff. So he has been blocking this. That's what you're checking right now. But there's two reasons why I don't think you actually should do this right now. One, I've already used my Arcane Boots, and I'm at like 3/4 mana, and I'm at level 5.5 about. So when I hit Thunder's God's Wrath, I want enough mana to use all my abilities, and that means I got to be pretty high up on mana. So I'm at the point where I got to start thinking about, should I be using this ability or not? Secondly, this camp is actually alive. Maybe he wants to block it from the future, but if I do need to use this camp, it's actually here. For example, you actually could still hit this camp and then drag it down this way to do this pull. So even if it's blocked, it actually doesn't matter. Now, if it is blocked and I got to kill it, that means I got to be here hitting it. And I actually know Silencer is still in the area. I don't know if you see it on the minimap. Let's go back. Right, like this stuff happens. So I know Silencer is here. He's full health. So if I do find a sentry, I'm going to want to kill that sentry. Let's say it's over here, right? I'm going to want to come over here. And I don't know where Silencer is. Maybe he's over here and it ends up being fine. Maybe he's actually over here and then we get into a fight. And I'm not really I'm not really ready to fight. So right now, I think your options are either to just sit here, absorb XP, or to be moving over here, get ready to stack, double stack, or just like stack into the power rune. I think that would be safer, and it wouldn't cost me mana, so I could just be regenning mana this entire time. We end up real far back, so you're not even getting any of this XP, which you could be. You could have gone like this way pretty safely. I think we overestimate our damage a little bit there. That goes back to being half health and not wanting to risk doing this yet. I think I was checking for an obs. Well, same thing, right? Whether it's an observer or a sentry, if you can't actually kill it, you might find it, but then, you know, what can I do about it? And now if he knows I see it, but I'm too scared to get it, he might deny it before I can go. No, not yet. I just started eating up the soup. Okay, as part of having a good lane into transitioning mid game, like I was saying, the first part of that is starting to leave the lane to help mid or to stack, which we didn't see you do quite yet. And we're at 11 minutes. So I think we highlighted a couple cases we could have considered, the 6 minute and the 8 minute especially, that 10 minute one, 2. You don't have to do all of them, but working in even one is good and is part of now I'm helping to win multiple lanes. And for Zeus, along the way, you can bolt to check for stuff, right? So when you come over for the power rune, you can bolt to look for the observers to start removing enemy vision so that they're playing in the dark so they can't see your team movements. At this point, we need to hit level 6, so make that your priority. But then otherwise, it's the same stuff. So actually, as I was talking about that, let's go back a little bit. Oh yeah, you were dead, so actually we wouldn't have made it. But potentially, you could TP here and then go for the power rune. You TP here, but you actually don't need to help Centaur. He's fine over here. He's just farming, right? So if it wasn't time for power runes, I would just walk out. Because it's close to power runes, I'm willing to TP here and then go for one of the runes. Maybe TP here, stack into the power runes. If I think I can make it, which you actually can. You could actually have made it to double stack. Or go for the runes, depending what's happening. Hey, Veltel. Yeah, we started early. My fiance had to wake up early for work, so I decided to just also get up and see if we could help people in some different time zones. Though I ended up starting a little later than I meant to, because Oh, actually, this is a good time to double check, guys, because I forgot to say it earlier. Or I said it at the start when no one was here, but I reinstalled a lot of, like, OBS and everything. I was still trying to figure out this audio issue stuff. Let me know if it has popped up again since then, or if maybe it's been good, I don't know, or if there's any other stream issues, because I had to like fix all the different settings again. I tried to do a clean install to see if it would help. It didn't help with my chapter markers, unfortunately. You don't need to bother blocking the camp at this point. We are 12 minutes into the game, a small camp. Look at our net worths, right? Even the troll who had a rough lane, a small camp at this point is not a massive amount of gold for him relative to what he has. In the early game, when we're talking like, oh, we're all level 1, we have 600 gold, that's why the camp blocking is very important. I would say after 5 minutes, if you don't have a clear reason to block camps, like you don't really need to bother. So this is a sentry I think you could save, which for Zeus, we definitely want to save as much money as we can because we are a greedy support. We want to buy as many items as possible, so the fewer sentries we can get away with, the better. Otherwise, moving in here, I actually don't mind. It's a little risky, but I think now's not a bad time to do it. And then, for example, rather than block this camp with a sentry, I'd much rather you check this area for an observer, or if you have enough mana, use Lightning Bolt to do so. Just to make sure our deep ward is going to survive. I'm glad you're placing a deep ward now. My next little nitpicking is let's do our best to make sure it's going to live. Especially because they saw me walk through here, so the watcher is going to know, like, I came through here with an observer. So I now need to, like, do my best to make sure it's alive, or it stays alive. And if we show too quickly, they're going to kind of know, like, they're going to be able to triangulate a little bit. common observer spot. Covers the high ground near the watcher and the staircase from the river. That it does. But then you may also lose this. So what you're talking about, for those that don't know, putting observers here and over here are actually pretty common. So that this sentry does cover that. And that's actually why I also like this sentry earlier in the game, when you might see some of this stuff. For where we are at, I would say there's several reasons you shouldn't find something there. One, he keeps trying to block this camp and you keep finding it. So it would be really bad of him to put an observer here. That's not to say he won't do it, because you never know with pub games. But personally, if I went through this, I would never put an observer here because Zeus has been checking this a lot. So I'm just going to lose the observer for free. So to me, it's very unlikely to actually find something here. Putting it here is a little further away, and actually I do like this spot. So checking this is like fine with me. Nothing wrong with that. The downside then of this is twofold. One, because Silencer has been blocking this, he might keep checking it with sentries and blocking this camp, even though I'm saying I don't think he should, he might. So then we're going to lose this sentry. Or because they see this camp is blocked, he might then come with a sentry and kill this. But if you put your sentry out of this box, downside, we're not blocking this camp. Plus side, that means they may not know the sentry is there, which means the Silencer might end up bringing a sentry and or observer here without realizing you did it. So rather than put it here, what I would say is actually if you put it further up here, let's say we're even using for Zeus, I would actually say you just like lightning bolt here to check all this stuff. But if you want to use the sentry, I would actually say if you bring it further up, one, you'll still check these spots, so that's good. You'll also check this spot and some of the river, and this is actually becoming common to ward. I don't know for the given rank, but you'll see a lot of pros put observers in this area to move away from this. So a sentry further up will catch some of those, and because then Silencer might not see this. So he might do something like sentry this area to look for the same stuff, see you have nothing, and then he might put the observer here and here and here, whatever, and then your sentry ends up being further up and you see it later and you get it for free. Here, if he does put the sentry, he'll kill this. I'll know he checked the area, so now I might bring another sentry or at least bolt it, but he may not have put something because he found your sentry here like this. That's my logic for it. If you want to value the camp block, I mean, like we've been saying, right? I think there's nice. I do think there's playing to the rank. If you feel like I see a lot of observers here in my game, so I want to do this, fine by me. But I got to say my piece. That's my spot. That's my logic. All right, we use Thunder God's Wrath to get the troll. I'd say that's worth it, even with the buyback. Mental damage, Now, damn, that was a lot of damage. Yeah, unfortunately, we're probably going to get killed here. Otherwise, I was going to say our job is to just try to keep this tower alive. But you tried to help the TA, backfired, so oops. We slipped up a little bit. Now, maybe that works in another world, where we helped with some of those power runes, or maybe we stacked so our TA is a little farmed, more farmed, so maybe Viper is worse off and she is better, so then that kind of works. Just to help paint the picture of why the rotations can work and pay off. Amazing! All right, nice. Earlier, had a lot of discussions on when is it safe to deep ward. So here, perfect time. I would say support players, in a lot of situations, leave Centaur to deal with the mid lane, and then supports should go around and try to deep ward wherever they can if they don't have one. Mikcha has one here, so now moving into the triangle makes a lot of sense, right? For Zeus to just go this way. Now, of course, here's very common to have observer sentries. So as part of doing this, I'll be moving this way, probably drop a sentry, check both sides. You're Zeus, so you can bolt, whichever. bolt along your way to give yourself some confidence that you made it in, and then keep going and either like move up here, scan if you want to be careful of like these 2 remaining heroes, or like walk down here because there's actually no tower. So actually walking through here is safer than usual. Put something in this area. The trap is alive, so they have not checked this area. So observer like over here. This to me is a really good time to do that. We instead have moved to our triangle to now head towards the troll. So if the team wants to make a play on troll, I don't mind. Oh, I of course know you don't actually have an observer on you. So yeah, without the observer, we don't need to move in here. I would say for you, you could have probably at least bolted to like check for enemy observers while it's safe to do so. Because actually walking up here can also be very scary. So now is a safe time to do that, even though it's not that deep. So that's probably what I've done since you didn't have an observer. This is farm that was kind of going to waste, so I understand wanting to come here. I would personally recommend that you guys prioritize the deep warding, because it's much harder to get an opportunity for that. The deep warding and the de-warding, and really TA should have dealt with this. And then, yeah, like now TA is dealing with it, and it means we have this like overlap a little bit. This is a bit awkward. Yeah, it did work out. You can run into, try to tank the rocket barrage a little bit. Minor thing there though. Because your team has the Spectre, you are especially incentivized to do the deep wards. At the same time, you don't need to feel like you have to force plays, because I mean your stereotypical Spectre ultra late game is good, right? So if you do end up stacking a little bit more, if you end up just like holding towers, I don't mind. But I do think you're strong enough to like move with Centaur and make some plays, and leave the TA and the Spectre on their own. Because you kind of farmed this area. Let's actually go back a little further, because the decision to make these movements will be here. So in determining where we want to go from here, just killed some heroes, have a little bit of freedom to move. Spectre is top. She has Shadow Step. So as much as possible, I would like her to Shadow Step away from where she is, because that'll give her access to new farms. She can farm efficiently top, Shadow Step bottom, farm it, return top. If she Shadow Steps into her own lane, she doesn't get that extra map farm. And also our own team, where we're going to clump too much on one side of the map. So I definitely want to stay away from Spectre. TA is a hero who can get active early, so I might play around her. But she's also a hero who can farm really quickly, so if I don't play around her, it's also okay. Centaur is a hero who is meant to be active early, especially with his build, so I'm most interested in playing around him. So right now, as this mid play ends, you and Lich should be thinking about moving down here. If you've got something to do up here, I think they're moving top. I saw some heroes coming through here, and we want to be like ready, then that's okay to head up there. But in this case, especially like 1634, right? I'm interested in heading this way, waiting for the double stack, moving this way. Maybe like both of you, like one waits here, one moves here, right? And then group with Centaur. We just generated between, like, let's just take us. If we double stack here, we generate like 150 gold for the team. More than that, I think. I kind of forget the numbers right now. And then we like stand behind the Centaur, getting ready to go. If the timing doesn't work out and we're just like standing behind the Centaur, that's fine. We can be ready to like push his bottom tower a little sooner. You and Lich actually both walk top. Now Lich to place another defensive observer, even though he's got this one. So Lich will need to tune into our replay analysis streams to learn why he's got to save this for the deep ward potential. But then you kind of keep going your way top, and you start farming this stuff. Well, you do a stack first, and then you start farming this stuff. But what that means is that Spectre, her farming plan is like push lane and then either go here or go here, which means there's always a chance you end up overlapping, especially as she gets kicked out of a given area, which is actually exactly what happens. So these heroes come top. She goes, oh shit, I better get out of here. I want to move away. And because, oh, heroes are top, we can make a play somewhere else. but I'm actually near the Spectre, so I'm not ready to make that play. So we're kind of missing that potential opportunity of suddenly rushing this tower. But then because you're actually farming this camp, as Spectre comes over, she's like, oh, I'm scared of like these heroes. I want to farm here. And then, oh, like there's no camp here, you know, because like I farmed it. Oops, right? So this is why if you go bottom, while we watch Centaur farm, we could be farming this stuff, which is less of a grief. Yeah, we're kind of taking away from Centaur, but taking away from Centaur is much better than taking away from Spectre. And it'll also incentivize him to like push this tower. So it's much better to like move that way and farm that stuff rather than farm like near the Spectre. Gotta take a couple cans and finish my item. Yeah, like because you're close to an item, it's the best case scenario of you doing that, where you are finishing an item. But still, I do think, you know, if you stack this, you'll also get the gold, right? As it gets cleared out by TA for your item, you could jungle this stuff far away from your team while also still having the global rotation. Other heroes don't want to come here because it's so far out of the way, but the global heroes do. Spectre, Natures, Dawnbreaker, Zeus can kind of do it to some degree. Those are better camps to farm if you can make your way over there instead. In one single instance, it probably doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but, you know, if it's a habit, if it ends up being here too much instead of somewhere else, that's where we have issues. All right, I see you reading this and calling it out, so you're doing a great job. See what ends up happening. Works out to our favor. Honestly, you guys should just go somewhere else, I think. But, it does work out. You guys play that just about as... If you're choosing to go for it, then you guys did it pretty much perfectly. You backed out, you saw them waste spells on illusion, and then you go in. The reason I'm saying we could leave instead of engaging in this is because they made a smoke play up here to look for Spectre. Spectre is a hero who doesn't lose as much efficiency moving around the map as others because she has Shadow Step. So they are wasting their time if they come up here and don't find anything. And there's no guarantee that they waste their spells on illusion. So then we maybe we wouldn't have felt comfortable doing this. If we actually go somewhere else, we are moving to their half of their map. So as we win this fight, notice we're on our own half of the map, so we can't really push as well as we would like. In this case, you actually maybe can go for the Tormentor and maybe this tier 1 as this pushes, though I think they'll respawn by that point. That's assuming we win this fight and not just like don't get anything and they disengage and we disengage. If we see this smoke happen and we go, okay, beeline at bottom, right? What Spectre should do is just fall back this way into like moving here. And as you guys run top, you will try to find someone like the Troll, jump him. Spectre will Shadow Step out of here. This whole team who smoked up here and is not farming, they're wasting their time looking. They will have to TP back to their own half of the map. So they are wasting a lot more time and rotations moving if nothing happens. You know, they move up here and we move up here. We're both wasting our time, but they might place deep wards, which is more useful to them than for us. If they move up here and don't find anything and we move over here and don't find anything, we're equal footing, right? We could at least be placing deep wards. They could be placing deep wards. They're stealing our farm. We're stealing our farm. If we find something and they don't, because we saw the smoke happen, then we're winning on like all fronts, right? Like they're wasting their time, we're getting kills, we're wasting their rotations, we're getting deep wards. So that's why I think there's more chances to move away rather than engage. But because you guys engaged, I do think you did it like to the best of that ability. Here's a good time to deep ward, by the way. For Zeus, you've got 2. So walking down here and just beelining it over to drop an observer is not bad. And you might also steal the Wisdom Shrine. It is a little bit risky because this tower is up. So potentially your team could shove this in and push. And if they aren't ready to defend, then you could get both and have the deep ward down. You could also twin gate over, pop through here, run down, place a deep ward somewhere here. It's a little riskier because this tower is still up. So that's getting back to your original question. I also think that's a little bit of a miss where you guys won this lane, but were never able to take this tower. Partly because they ended up swapping and Viper came over, so it became harder to push. So, like, I kind of get it. At the same time, we see some cases where you and Lich, like, you know, you go top rather than continue to be with the Centaur to take this tower. So, I guess to summarize your initial question of how do we turn a winning lane into better mid-game impact, partly taking the time when we're winning our lane to leave Centaur alone when it's safe to do so, to stack or to get runes, and then make sure we try to finish the tower as much as possible. Yeah, if you want to look for wards, I think that's a good idea. Actually, by the way, if you're going to sentry, I would actually bolt this area. Because the downside of this sentry is I actually can't see if they cut this tree to place an observer here. But a bolt will be able to tell. So if you're going to bolt one place, I would actually bolt top. And then you put down some sentries. But honestly, I'd probably just keep bolting and then run home. Okay, to start wrapping up, Pavis into Solar Crest is fine on Zeus. This game with the TA, pretty solid. If it was just Spectre, I might not do it because it's hard to use it on Spectre. After that, I think the Ags is really good on Zeus. I prefer Ags over everything else. If you're not doing straight defensive items or like support items, which is fine if you do that. You're just playing like a high damage dealer with typical support items. That's okay. But I think one of the best values of Zeus as a support is the Aghanims because of the global element. You can use it to split push lanes. You can use it to contribute to fights outside of just Nimbus, or sorry, out of Thunder God's Wrath. You also have the Nimbus. Late game, you can Thunder God's Wrath as you split push the map. Because this is tying in the final pieces of Zeus. You should be winning the Vision War because you have Lightning Bolt. And then, because you're winning the Vision War, you should be able to avoid them, find the fights you want to find. And as part of that, force rotations from them because we avoid them top. We see them going. They don't know we're bottom, right? They end up having to TP bottom. You Thunder God's Wrath. You see someone TPing and you Nimbus them. And you turn a fight into a 5 versus 4. That's like one of the greatest things you can do as Zeus. And I think the sooner you have it, the better. So I would buy whatever typical support items you feel you need. And as soon as you're done with that, go for the Aghanims. That's my personal take on the Zeus support. And I know mana issues will be a little bit more annoying going for Ags rather than like this Tiara. But buy all the mana stuff. So like, you even have some with this Pavis. When you build the Ags, make sure you buy these two first, and then do a lot of backpacking with the Arcane Boots. I know it's tedious, but to make Zeus support work, you kind of have to. You have to stretch your mana as far as possible. So every time you do this backpack trick, you essentially get like an extra Lightning Bolt or something. Which, if you think about how much mana regen Tiara gives you, right, over the same time period of a minute, that's about what you're getting from the Tiara. A little bit more, I know, but I guess I don't know the exact math on the Arcane Boots with the like one support item plus the point booster and Staff of Wizardry. It might be more than that, but that's why it's worth doing it. Okay. I think my last tip for you, people, if you guys want to start submitting your games, you can put in the match ID from the last week, who you're playing, all that stuff. My last tip for you, I know you just started playing Zeus support, so this is the part that can use some work. Try to be aggressively greedy. this is technically true for like any support, but the less time we farm our own stuff and the more time we farm near like the active hero and we farm the enemy camps, the better. This is just generally true, but especially for Zeus, like if you can, let's say even with no one near you, the more you like split push out a lane, the better. It will just have like map impact that if you're going to be greedy, we just need to do as much as possible. You know, like if we're building damage as a support, or we're like, you know, that's like one of the benefits of Zeus. Like, you know, we're greedy, we have vision, sure, but we're also high damage. So we at least need to farm in the most useful way. So definitely looking for opportunities to like push lanes or to be near your centaur as you farm this stuff rather than like this stuff, will go a long way. And then it is okay, like especially without a Spectre, it is okay to be the defensive one, like holding a tower and then contributing with Thunder God's Wrath while the team does other stuff. But if you have a Spectre, then Spectre does that stuff, and we should be with the team. Yeah, I'm sure you're trying. I just want it to be like, make sure that point is clear. Like in this particular case, you can finish pushing in mid, but then like I would go with these guys somewhere into like TA or something.
Thank you.
Just bumping.
And then also
8,507,107,772.
I like the reason match IDs.
A quick one. What to do in lane against Vino? I was VS mid. We won, but I think I could have laned better, more aggressive.
Thank you, Chunko Bopper, for the sub. We'll take a look at it in a second. We'll use a... I'm going to do another one first, and then we'll get to yours. What was I just saying for Zeus? Oh, it wasn't strictly about Zeus. More as the connecting point to the previous replays we did. But look at the current state of the map and how dark it is. This will just happen in phases sometimes, but this is when it is really hard to make plays, when you don't have vision down, or when you only have defensive vision down. Because as a team, like, okay, let's smoke, let's go away from Spectre. Where? Like, where are we going? So there's a couple ways to handle that in this situation. One, just go to this tower. Straightforward, go down the lane, take this. We'll bait rotations. It's still a good objective to get. It's not that deep into the enemy map. So even if we don't have deep wards, it's doable. There's risk to it, but as a blind objective, pushing down a lane into something is usually a good place to start. Because either they don't defend it. What that lets me know is they're probably not in this area, otherwise they would defend it. They're probably somewhere else. So as my team pushes up to do this and they don't defend, if they're not showing in other lanes, I might feel comfortable to, if I were to take the risk, I could do that. If I don't want to take the risk, I sit in the trees. We saw why that's good earlier. Sit in the trees, let my team take this. We push further. As a team, we are pushing further. So if we blindly run into them, we're ready for a fight. We're 4 of us, Spectre will haunt in. We're 5 of us in other games, whatever, right? The active heroes are doing things and we're moving. So if a fight breaks out blindly, that's our best case. But if it doesn't, then we've pushed up. What I was too scared to do on my own, and as a support, Lich or Zeus, I am very scared to walk into this trial. I'm very scared to blindly walk into here. But if we as a team push up and I sit behind my cores, I feel good about that. I feel good continuing to move. The cores push the lane, I'm in the trees. And as I get to around this area, I can finally place a deep ward here. I can place it here. I can feel a little bit better about putting sentries and deep wards. I can scan before I move in if I really want to. And if I run into trouble, my team is nearby to maybe take the fight. Or we can say I'm tanking the gank, as the whole 5 rotation comes over, they kill me as support, the rest of my team gets away, right? It works out a lot better. Hopefully, we're not in this situation because we have some kind of deep ward from earlier that is alive, and why, when you place deep wards, it's so important to put them in safe spots that are likely to live so that we have more direction here. That it doesn't take all of us having to push this into this. That maybe we could gank into something. That maybe I could just go on my own. We have more options if we have existing deep wards. And as Zeus, that should definitely be in our favor, right? One of the strengths of this hero is the vision. So definitely try to
who's that?
bolt more, find the right places.
Here is my wind support. Good job so far.
Bolt
Zach.
to find their wards while making sure your own wards are not in enemy vision, because we're using bolt to check it. That'll be the Zeus value. Is US East server easier? It's harder. No one's playing the game. People in Europe are playing Dota. Down here, you got Ragers and like insta ending. They're not playing Dota here. No, I mean, it's, yeah. For most ranks, the difference between servers is not massive. As you get to the higher MMRs, it is. I do think the European server for like the exact same MMR I am at is better. Whether you think that's easier or not depends on your definition of easier. As a support player, I have a much easier time in the European servers because the cores are better and do more. So I actually think for me, it's far easier to play in the European servers than the NA servers. But it depends what you think is like good or bad or your definition of very easy. I do need to check on my soup to make sure it's not burning. I don't think it is, but I'll be right back. We have some people donating all that for the replays too. I do want to do like, I want to pick one random one just to like mix it up, but we do have to cover different people. Let it cook. It's cooked. I got to make sure it's fine. Okay, I am heating up stuff that will combo with the Zeus, with the soup. Thinking of Zeus looking in. Been trying to find the ZQuixotix of Deadlock.
doesn't exist. Can I get into deadlock? Go talk to Ricky. R Cryptic. He's very good at deadlock. He doesn't quite make the same type of content as I am, but I know he's been interested in it. So if you talk to him, that could give him some ideas of how to improve, how to get better. Yeah, Ricky is the deadlock guy. He and BSJ were doing it a little bit. They had a podcast. I think BSJ's a little bit out of it, but Ricky is still very much keeping up with it. So I would drop by his chat. He streams it, plays it. You can get his info. I know when eventually I will play a little bit more deadlock. I'll definitely bug Ricky to carry my ass and let me know what I what I need to do. Okay, I'm gonna start with I'll probably hold on. We need to combo this with the fact that I'm gonna eat my lunch, which means we're gonna talk less. Heating up Zeus for soup could be to be honest, I don't know if deadlock creators would want to be like my channel, because although my channel grew, I think honestly for shooter games, a highlight channel is probably going to get you more viewership and be way less work. I shouldn't say, it sounds bad to say it like that, but making educational content is, I don't know. A lot of people just like to see high MMR reels. You know, it's way, I don't mean to belittle different types of content, but it's way easier to either do meme shit or just highlight reels, essentially. So that's why I think a player base does, like, I don't think a lot of people start with educational content. I think like the community needs to grow enough before people start really doing stuff like that. I also recognize I'm not saying like, oh, my channel would do better if, like, there's my own stuff I can do to improve, right? I'm not saying like I am not directly related to like why the channel is where it is or isn't, but I want to try to cover some different stuff going forward, because a lot of our early ones was about deep wards, early playmaking from laning outwards, laning into early mid game. So at least cover different ranks or to cover different questions outside of, like, you know, the guaranteed replays. If you guys donate, I'll cover whatever. But if we're picking random stuff, then I'm going to try to spread out what we do. Maybe I should just keep going down the line of like who is donated / gifted stuff. Yeah, why not? I think this will work out too, because I will be eating. We have covered some of Chungo Bopper's games before, so we will still we'll be able to give advice. But I also think as we eat,
it will be less of an issue. I don't know if that makes sense. It makes sense in my head. Ooh, versus a Veno mid. Interesting. Okay, 1 second. All right. Let's take a look at this one. Looks like your question is about... This is a quick one. What to do in lane against Veno. I was Vengeful Spirit, Void Spirit mid. We won, but I think I could have laned better, more aggressive. Let's take a look at it. Honestly, Veno mid will probably reach a point, as many other mids, where you can't really do much as a melee hero, so you're playing less for the lane and more for the game. So really, if you're just getting XP and then moving on, that's probably better. Try not to hold Equilibrium. If you hold Equilibrium, that's where his Plague Wards are going to be set up the most to do damage. He's going to hit you with the most damage over time, auto attacks, and it's going to like be sad. He can't really set up a bunch of Plague Wards back and forth. So the more you shove it in and then just go and stack jungle camps, like what's he gonna... He can't possibly chase you into here. He can only set up here and try to shove things into tower, where you then aggro back and clear it, and he can't really chase you. He's a very slow hero. If he goes too far, that's where you can get rotations in. He has no escapes. So at the start of the game, he doesn't have that much damage. You can kind of play a little bit more normal. You probably have to buy a little extra regen. I'm not a specialist in the mid lanes. That's where I'm not fully sure the exact amount you go. But I do think ultimately you shove the lane and you move. And the more you force him to move around, even at the cost of your tower, ideally we keep it alive, but if we lose it, like, so be it. Like, if you shove mid, get a rune, and gank bottom, and he tries to TP over, he will not have Plague Wards. He will have, like, 1 down, and he's just not very good. And then you run back mid, and then his wards will have died, and he has to waddle back, and you're just faster. You'll shove it in, and then leave again. So this is a game where the lane will suck. Like, sometimes I get questions like, how do I win this lane? It's like, you don't. You lose this lane. That's what this could be. Venomancer's actually squishy enough where if he makes a mistake, you could kill him and it'll be fine. But, you know, like playing versus Huskars, snipers, whatever bad matchups, you're not playing to win the lane. There's nothing you can do to win the lane. You're playing to get what you need and then play somewhere else. And that's what I would expect from this Venomancer matchup. So let's see if everything I just talked about comes into play, and I will use that gap to shovel food down my mouth quickly. Early levels, we definitely want to get the most we can. Rather than hit his creeps, I would actually farm his Plague Wards. Level 1, they're actually really weak. 10 gold. 2 auto attacks. Maybe 3. It actually did get buffed. What is it? 150? They're still pretty weak, though. You don't have to do much. Now that there's 3, like, now that they're building up, it's becoming a problem. If you start killing them sooner, I think you'll be... We're just getting money. Look at them tickle us. Yeah, I think you just clear these out. Like, you're killing this creep, but if the creeps are here, just clear these out, and then when they drag back, look at these Plague Wards not doing anything.
How do I shovel food into my mouth faster?
I like that. I think you maybe buy another set of tangos with this like post bottle, or maybe you even buy a salve. As long as you live, you step back, you salve up, you walk back in. I think you probably need one more regen consumable. Ooh, the stick because he's spamming is also good. I also like that. I don't think you need the full wand though. I would just get the magic stick. When you have nothing to do, clear out the plague wards, but if there is something else to do, like the creeps will always be worth more than plague wards. But I don't think you have to like kill them too quickly if there's like other things going on. Committed a little hard there, lost some creeps for it. We'll get our bottles at least. Okay, you did end up getting the salve. This is the other thing, right? He can't help but shove in the waves. So now at this point, you just deal with the waves when they come in, and you potentially stack. So yeah, like, you could just drag that creep wave around with you to the water rune to get it even sooner. And then the plague ward stop doing much. Right? Like, Venno will get the farm he needs, but so will you. You're actually so high level because of how many plague wards he's let you kill. I actually don't think this is how you play Venno mid, but it's how he's playing Venno mid. If you, because of how many wards you're killing, if you actually predict as you get close to 6 that you want to jump this guy, and you're healthy enough to do so, like around now, I think if you level 6 and you just jump him, he's dead. You mentioned you may have missed a chance to kill him. I think like right now, I certainly think just jump him and he's done. But let's say he did better and he's also level 6. We're too scared to jump, whatever. It's fine. At this point, you just start coming over, right? Like you're 6, 2 level 3s here. Easy peasy. You know, this guy's level 3, this guy's level 3. It's not scary. So you can rotate. And it's you're level 6 a minute and a half early. Because of how many plague wards you've killed. How do I choose? Nepotism. It's kind of random. It used to be a raffle system, but there's not a good way to raffle now that we've started multi-streaming. So now I just kind of like pick based on the descriptions people give to see if lessons will connect in between. So like we're helping multiple people. If there's several people asking about off lane, if there's several people asking about... For example, earlier today, we covered early rotations a lot. Jupiter, what is going on? Noisy boy Jupiter! Yeah, we just try to, like, connect different things as they make sense. And I try to... We've covered a lot of early rotation stuff this stream. Which is fine. If that's what people are, you know, donating for to check out their games, then that's what we'll cover. As we get to the random stuff again, I might try to cover like other topics to scatter things out. Or maybe it's better just focus on the same thing. We do it like every week, 2 times a week now, so. Big old baby. Get out of here. Okay, I kind of missed how you died. Just got low over time. Because you're still trying to... Okay, so like, let's just leave. What happens? Right? You're taking damage because you're trying to like kill these. If I just leave, they're going to shove in the wave. He's going to start planting wards, and you're just going to aggro the wave back and then clear it over here. There's no plague wards to punish you. So this is where you just transition to, okay, deal with the wave and jungle. If he leaves, you shove it. Otherwise, he can't help but shove it into you if he's playing with plague wards the way he is. It will always come into you, so you just grab it, bring it back, farm it here, go straight into jungling, right? And he has no other game plan. I think a more common way to see Venomancer mid is actually the reverse. That Jupiter, hang on, I gotta make sure it's not peeing in here. Kicking him out. I think a more common way to play Venomancer is more defensive plague wards so they don't feed. And then you like jungle this, you know, you're jungling with plague wards and dealing with waves defensively. And you would just keep shoving in the lane and then go rotate the way we were talking about, or jungle yourself. He is doing an aggressive version, which I'm like kind of open to, but he's over aggressive. He's feeding you. But at this point, it's now too annoying to kill the plague wards. So now you stop farming them and you just go get these guys. Get these guys. This is probably easier top side. Like if you're keeping an eye on this, if we're staying healthier, let's say you are keeping healthy enough because you keep dragging the lane back, right? Then as we watch some of this happen, we could TP up here and just kill these guys. And Venomancer can't do the same. You could come up here and easily kill Razor and then kill Grimstroke as a follow-up. I think you just got greedy of these creeps. I think if you just ult away, you're good. And then as part of ulting away, you like go home, TP out, get the power rune, and then start rotating. Which, even though we messed up and we died, that's still the game plan. So let's see what you do. And then otherwise, I think we've kind of addressed your question. So he ends up getting the illusion rune. Honestly, whatever. He's not going to do that much with it. And you can still rotate without a power rune. So like, yeah, deal with this creep wave, and then let's think about moving. You could go for the Wisdom Shrine, go wherever. So as we farm this stuff, this is where I don't feel it's worth it anymore. I would rather go stack a camp. I would rather go spend the time walking, Wisdom Shrine, whatever. Oh, you do kill him. The passive won't cancel salves and clarities and bottles. The Venomous Gale will. I think you had your salve canceled there because of that.
Double kill.
Dyer's mid towers haven't taken
I feel like I have to find out what's wrong with Jupiter. He's in a tizzy. I'll let this keep playing. I gotta see if he has a toy stuck somewhere or something. Here, you guys can give early rotation feedback to the Void for me. Where were we? Somewhere around here. I'll be right back.
mid tower's getting banged up.
All right. I just gave him a treat. Hopefully that helps settle him in.
The wisdom of eternity.
Okay. I think we have to move on to anxiety lows. I see some Windranger support. You did say you win this game. At this point, you're starting to move around the map, so I think you can just do it a little sooner. I think your start was actually really good. And then you just ended up sticking in the lane too long when the Veno wards got too strong. I think you said this was soft support, didn't you? Maybe you guys lane swapped. Okay, let me zoom up to where you... Okay. Well, actually, I don't think you said much about it. Okay, so we're just gonna go in and see. Support, you say. Air quote support. I see you got a lot of kills. We might still find some useful info here in terms of how can you be a greedy damage support and you're like, I just want to carry the game, but you can still do useful stuff / while being super greedy. It works, I won't lie, it works. Do you offer coaching? Yeah, if anyone's interested in coaching, you can message me on Discord for more questions, but there's details on Patreon, which you can find. Actually, I think there is a command for it. I don't know if YouTube has it. In YouTube, any description, there's a link to the Patreon. On Twitch, one of the panels should have it, though I also think there's a... Coaching?
Better get ready.
Maybe not. I thought there was a command for it. I guess I will have to double check that. But anyways, on Patreon, you can find more information, which there should be links in the description for either Twitch or YouTube. It's very similar to this, but a lot more focused, and then like one-on-one, easier to have conversations, all that. Where are we? We're going to Windranger. Okay.
30 seconds to showtime.
Yeah, you do end up as position 4 Windranger. Okay, do you have any actual questions around this one? What to like direct us to? I know you're playing in a very greedy style. Do you want to be talked down from that? Do you want like tips on how to do it even further? Like where are we going? I want to go further. All right, let's take a look. Did you buy this wand? Okay, with your starting gold, you bought the wand. I actually feel like just the magic stick will be fine. This is a really good stick game, so I kind of get why you're going straight for the wand. At the same time, I think you have the slots to buy some other stuff. There's a blood grenade in stock. That one's pretty good to get. If you're planning to go for Null Talisman, which I think you queued up next, I think going for that before the magic wand makes sense. Because like if you go for the Null Talisman, you'll pick up the mantle which will give you... Well, I guess it's a universal hero now. I don't know. You'll finish it sooner, and it'll give you more passive benefits than the wand will. Because as you hit 10 stacks, you can just do it again, you know? You can use it and then build up more stacks. Okay. If you're looking to be greedier, I feel like the lane... It's probably less important as looking at mid to late game times when you are split pushing. Because if you're being a greedy support, early game, I would still recommend you play the lanes. You could stack more than usual if you're planning to be a greedy support. I think that could be one good thing to do. For example, here, if you felt you could fight over this, you can stay and do this. If you feel you're in a rough spot, right? Centaur will be fine, like right by his tower. So we could have left sooner to do this double stack. And then otherwise, it's like where we choose to farm, whether it's actually good for our team or if it's griefy. Wand saves space, too much shit in my inventory. There ain't nothing in your inventory. It's just the wand. It's just the wand and the null talisman. Now we got 4 slots available. You can backpack an iron branch for a little bit for another item if you have to. All right, coming up here, we can maybe stack at 5 minutes, especially as Centaur dies. We got nothing to do. We should go double stack. They ended up pushing the lane, so we stayed and got some XP. The hard creep, or sorry, the melee creep, banner creep, and the range creep. 2 very valuable creeps. If you got both, it would be, you know, 75-ish gold. If you double stack, this is worth more. So that's why if you lose 1 or 2 creeps, but you double stack, this is worth more. As long as your team can eventually clear it, which you have a sniper, you have a centaur, it will be doable. And if they didn't push that hard, you may not even miss any creeps. All right, let's just jump ahead. Let's go find... Let's find some greedy shit. All right. We're doing very well in terms of kills. Farm also looks good. So before we get further into this, guys, we will say, if you plan to play a really greedy playstyle, it will very likely grief one core to some degree. I say grief, it may not actually be grief, right? You'll see this in a lot of pro matches where there's going to be a very rich position 4 and a poor position 3. It is a very doable playstyle. You just have to make sure you're not tilting out your offlaner. Which is why, at the pro level, you sacrifice the offlaner for the 4 support. In pubs, if you're trying to be greedy, we're trying to, as much as possible, still let the offlaner do stuff, but steal from the enemy. So that's kind of what we're looking going forward. But understand that when you play this style, you certainly can't blame teammates. Because, like, if Windranger, I'm not saying you do this, but, like, if someone were to play as greedy as Windranger and they'd be like, my Centaur, he had no farm. It's here. It's in the Windranger. So you have to recognize in trying to do more and be greedy, you prevent your teammate from doing as much. So you have to step up when you do this play style. And it can work, but like, yeah, I have, just to be clear, you should swap this, by the way. You power shotted and then you auto attack. So you actually missed a last hit or 2 there. If you walked in and auto attacked and then power shotted, it would have been better. Pew, 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 pew. All right, so I am greedy support, right? We just want to fight here. We're all scattering as a team. We were all here. So, greedy support players, you should move towards the enemy's half of the map. We are currently like, let me take the safest farm from my team, even though I'm support and I'm playing a greedy support. So this is most likely to anger teammates, but also it's, in my opinion, it's not the right way to use the greed. We want to steal from the enemy. So this should have been anti-mage, this should be sniper, centaur, whatever. You should be out here pushing with these guys. If you take this farm as part of trying to push quickly, this is whatever. Hey guys, we killed him. We're trying to push this quickly to take the tower. So doing this with the team is really good. Doing this with anti-mage is really bad. So Windranger should be coming over here. Alternatively, Windranger could come over here. Okay, if someone needs a split push and we're being greedy, then we as that support can do it. Technically, anyone trying to be greedy and focus on farming would do it, which would usually be a core like the carry. If we're trying to play that way as a support, then the least we can do is this kind of stuff. Like, okay, push the lane and take the risk to take this tower and then like jungle aggressively, as opposed to like, I'm farming the same amount, but I'm not pushing the lane and I'm certainly not stopping them from farming. So trying to direct our greed towards the enemy team. Looks like we are moving a little bit. We did a little bit of warding, but then we're straight back to jungling our own side in a way that doesn't help push the map towards the enemy and doesn't help take enemy jungles. So I'm not a fan of this as much. It's all efficient, but could have done it here. That exact same farming pattern could have been done here. It could have been done. You will sometimes see it like over here. This is really scary, right? But just like doing it in this area, you're more likely to have useful impact. They were looking for me. That's why it's hard. That's exactly why you need to do it. And we need to first fill our duties as a support player and then go into greed. So if you feel too scared to play in here, it's a twofold problem. One, lanes aren't pushed in enough. And then two, we didn't put down a deep ward to help us play up here aggressively and to steal farm. And if we sit back, because I'm too scared of Legion, that means Legion's gonna go for anti-mage and she's gonna go for sniper. She's gonna go for your centaur, which is actually, that's a weird choice. So we are supposed to be, as part of being greedy as a support, we are supposed to do the risky stuff. And that's why we are stealing enemy farm and being the one who might get dueled, but might also waste her time and get away without farming. And that's fine because we're actually a support, air quotes. And the guys who are in full, safe, efficiency farming are the carries. All right, we got by Shadow Demon, who's pretty good versus us. Looks like the team got Legion over there. But don't you need more vision to go farm there? Vision would help. The support is the one who will go put the vision at the biggest risk. Let me go back. Hold on. Let me go back. Let's make this... You guys actually have a deep ward. So this is already a lot. Part of the reason farming here is risky is because these tier 1s are up. So first of all, as a greedy support, we want to do this. Our number one priority should be a side lane. The creeps. Constantly pushing them into the tower so that this tower gets whittled down and then falls. And in the meantime... His schedule's off because we woke up earlier than usual. I think he's really grumpy about this. And in the meantime, anytime it pushes up and we're too scared, we're jungling this stuff or we're jungling this stuff. Places that the team doesn't really want to be in. We will do as a support, but it's having impact. And then once this is down, it frees us up to move further in a safe manner. Show the kitty? Okay, okay. Here is Jupiter. Twitch chat, there are some Jupiter emotes added in recently if you would like to utilize them. This cat may look cute, but he'll pee on your floor in an instant if he's annoyed. That's why I have to keep checking on him, because he's gonna come pee on my floor out of protest. I'm not getting enough attention. I'm not getting snacks. I'm not getting treats. I'm gonna pee on your floor, punk ass. If you hold him, he's pretty happy. He doesn't like to sit here though while I'm streaming, so he usually leaves. But otherwise, if you just sit on the floor with him, he's usually quite happy. He just likes to hang out. But he doesn't like this room setup for whatever reason, so he rarely sits with me here. And he just meows at the door because he wants me to go like sit on the floor over there. All right, let's see if we can continue the replay analysis like this. What were we saying? Oh yeah, we were directing the greedy farming versus not. So let's continue from here. Again, that times 2 speed. See how Shadow Demon's pushing in a side lane? Like if he's not with his team, he's pushing this in. So this is giving his team a lot of information. Tower damage is happening. So that's really good. All right. He wants to leave again to go meow by the door, I'm sure. Shadow Demon is taking a lot of risk over there, but no one went to get him because this is a pub game. That's the greed you're trying to get away with as a support player. Like if you want to try to carry the game, it's not by taking your own team's farm like this. It's by pushing side lanes and trusting that the enemy team's inefficiency does not stop you often enough, and you end up taking farm from them and doing more for your team, and then you use that money to then kill opponents. As part of this, Anti-Mage and Sniper ended up bottom from what the Shadow Demon did. Okay, Anti-Mage came over. Well, some of it is like he got scared top, but like Sniper TP'd here, even though it was a shit rotation. Sniper TP'd from here to here because he saw a creep wave coming in. This garbage rotation. Anti-Mage is over here already. He could just have walked through the jungle and done this. This is a horrible rotation that Shadow Demon baited because he just pushed in a lane towards a tower. And the core hero went like, oh my god, I get that creep! And he just TP'd over instantly. That's what you want from your farming as a support player. So this is okay because of what we see. In terms of greed farming though, this is enough. Let's pretend we don't see the enemy here. Job complete. In the same way the Sniper TP'd here because he sees the creeps coming in, this is enough. You don't actually need to do tower damage. You just need the creeps to go towards the tower, and that's enough. And now, if you're scared, now you start farming this jungle. Because this is the tier 1, we don't have access to enemy jungle creeps. Otherwise, we could push up to here and then like put a deep ward somewhere, move over, and then jungle this stuff. Or come over here, put a deep ward to see the movements in, and then jungle this stuff, run back out, you know, do this kind of stuff. Down here, push up to here, we farm this stuff. Doesn't feel that great. We take this, we shove it into like here, and now we can start jungling this stuff and this stuff. So the sooner we take the tier 1s, the better. But whatever tower you're pushing to, if you're scared, this is enough. You don't need to do more. But as soon as you see something like this, which is that, oh, the enemy is making a play somewhere where I am not, you now make your choice. I'm either coming over and we're helping and we're doing stuff, and if we're not, we have to immediately punish this as hard as we can. So Windranger might be jungling here, wherever, until suddenly this happens, and then you leave whatever you are doing and you run back to the lane, you shove it in, you start trying to take this tower. So that's why when Windranger comes back in, this is fine. Again, by the way, you're power shotting and then walking up to last hit, so you're just missing some CS. If you attack till you Maelstrom proc and then power shot, you'll secure the entire creep wave every time. Turns out Dazzle was here. So because they're all over here, I'm not that scared. Like, this is just a Dazzle, whatever. So I force Dazzle to be here instead of with his team, but I'm also not really at much risk because it's just a Dazzle. So you're getting people to come over, but this is him defensive. This is you aggressive. So overall, we're happy with this. And then, yeah, we should kill him because Centaur's here. Okay, great. Because this is still happening and we, again, continue to choose not to go over, that's fine. We need to take this tower. And Shadow Demon actually got you here with his, after he used Disruption, you probably should have just TP'd away.
Double kill.
That's not really a concept mistake. That's like a matchup thing.
Radiant's bottom towers seen better days. Radiant lost one of them bottom towers.
Even though they're 20 minutes into the game. Sorry, about which point, Swick? Isn't Force Staff better here than Dragonlance because of NP Sprout? I would kind of agree. Windranger can still eventually go for Hurricane Pike if she goes for Force Staff first, and I think it would fulfill her duty as a support a little bit better. Dragonlance is kind of the way you want to go for damage. I think Force Staff is fine. I agree with you on that. Windranger does have Power Shot to get out of Sprout, so it's not the end of the world if she doesn't get it, but I guess you know, if I had a Windranger support, I would be hoping she would get that stuff first. Okay. So, we aggressively farm. This may not feel that aggressive, but we don't have our mid tier 1. We are essentially pushing this in towards the enemy in a way that's kind of risky for our team. It could have been us down here getting this in, whatever, right? This gives us information. Nothing's happening down here. And let's go back actually a little bit. Because I mentioned like, oh, this is as far as we would push it in. They did it as a team. It could have been us as a solo support pushing this in. Again, it's good enough. You don't actually have to hit the tower. This amount of creeps moving forward will bait people in. So it should be like suspicious. So you end up coming mid to go farm this stuff. Shove, shove, shove. You should be careful because Legion just respawned. So what you're actually doing is very risky. I know I was saying I don't like it earlier, but if you actually did farm this camp now is a good time to do it. Just like Power Shot from afar and then jungle this stuff. Or go, if you're, you know, proper supporting, would be to stand near the Centaur. Would be to like break smokes for the potential Legion coming in. Because she just respawned. It should be the top of her mind to go look for a target. But anyways, we are pushing this in, which means it's suspicious if no one oh, okay, Nature's came here. Not that suspicious anymore. So one guy is dealing with it. Well, someone should come deal with mid now, right? You don't really need to kill the catapult for your team. For them, I mean. You kind of just like solve this for them. A catapult with 1 health does the same amount of damage as a catapult with full health. So this is part of baiting people to come get the tower, and then you just killed it for them. So don't do that. Anti-mage should have been more careful right now. Like the only hero showing is the natures. And there's one deep ward, but it's in the same area where the lane got pushed in. So there's no information for all of this. He should have been more careful and left sooner. Once we see that happen though, we immediately go in to shove mid. So this is good. You take the tower. Ah, almost they save it. Whatever. If you power shot your way out of that, that'll be a little easier. Big rotation force. Look, every hero came because Windranger pushed us in. That's the kind of stuff we want as a greedy support. Like if we're gonna be greedy, we try to force the enemy team to move around where we are farming, not where they want to go, just where I think is best to farm, and they keep coming to deal with me. And if we had an anti-mage who was more careful earlier, they would have left top, not finding the anti-mage, come find the Windranger, and now anti-mage is free farming top again. So we see how our greed draws the attention of the enemy to us, so it still helps our teammates, even as we are like, money, gold, right? It's still useful for the team. that kind of rotation doesn't happen when you just jungle your own creeps any chance you get. So you mentioned they pushed the lane of tower, job's done, but with Centaur right there, wouldn't they push the tower? You could, in that situation, the one top. It just depends what you see. And at that moment, they hadn't seen too many heroes, so I do think they need to be careful. Once they started seeing enemies bottom, then they should push the tower. But essentially, at that point, it was like 2 heroes pushing a tower with 4-ish heroes missing, and that's kind of scary. So that's why I would recommend being careful of that case. What just happened here? Because they have duel, the tower's not very safe. So this is really risky. You should actually be like, you should be giving up CS to do this safely. So you just power shot to get it killed faster. This is where trying to get money will actually just backfire. And she could have just, you could have been duel killed right there. Instead, they're going for something else. Or she's looking around. Oh, maybe you knew she was top. I don't know. We kind of like jumped in time, so I kind of lost track. I thought they were all like here. They're still looking really aggressively. And this is essentially you guys approaching a high ground, right? This is our own half of the map, but they are in position here. So this should have been really dangerous to you guys. It's like as if we're trying to siege their high ground for what, right? Same deal. If they're set up here, there's probably a ward here or here. That means this is a really difficult push, and we should all be like back here if we're trying to defend this tier 2. We shouldn't be trying to start anything here. It's like jumping a hero right here and then like, oh, I can't believe I got dueled, you know, like who could have seen that coming? Now it turns out we actually do have vision of a Legion here, but we just get caught anyways. Not much to say on that besides to call that out, I guess. Maybe you did. Greedy farmers with teleports, and earlier we had a boots of travel support, and I was talking about how do you get value out of that. All right, there is no fight to be had. We've lost 2 heroes. Fighting at this point will be very difficult, unless you think it's not, for like whatever reason. You think you can do something, you can try. Right now, I can't do much here. Creeps are actually up here. They can't even take this tower. If they want to wait around, this is their own inefficient time, and we want to capitalize on this. A boot of travel hero will have 40 seconds. These heroes are dead for 46, so our team is not interested in fighting until these guys are up. So boots of travel hero, if you want to make use of your boots of travel, instantly TP to a side lane to start pushing it out and be able to TP back for the fight thanks to the boots of travel. People without boots of travel, and especially supports, start running. Sitting mid will get you nothing. Run around as safe as you need to be and start pushing another lane. And try to save your teleport to come home. Because if Windranger TPs to this tier 2 tower and starts pushing, that's good, that's faster. As these guys respawn, if a fight breaks out, Windranger will not be able to come back. So depending on your rank, I would say higher rank players, it'll be fine. Like if you TP out, everyone will recognize, they should, that you can't join. They'll wait for your teleport or wait for you to rejoin. Depending on your rank, you may want to be more cautious of that. For example, the fact that these guys sit mid, you know, they themselves are also not recognizing we shouldn't fight right now. So there's no reason to expect the sniper and the centaur to also realize they shouldn't fight when the Windranger is not there. So right now, you should be running to either lane, and this will be greed. This will be greedy farming, getting us money in an impactful way, because there's nothing to do in this mid lane right now. But greedy farming here will threaten a tier 1 tower and get me gold. Pushing this will get the other lane pushed in. We're probably not going to take this tower, but whoever's doing it is going to get money. And then we will TP back for this fight as necessary. potentially where you're standing, you could have even cut the mid creep wave. That one's a lot riskier. That one's a lot harder. Don't expect that to happen in that many pubs. The safest is to just move to either side. Am I the only? I'm the only one who can defend towers, I think. Is this tower being defended? Did you save it? Not to be too harsh and too sarcastic there, but did we save this tower? No. So there comes a time when, yes, we may have wave clear, but ultimately backdoor stays down for a while. And if they can just finish the job, what's the point, you know, of like clearing the wave a little faster compared to, okay, I lost this tower. They're getting close to respawning. What if they all walk to Roche right now? Okay, maybe we end up fighting Roche 5-on-5. Who knows how that turns out, right? There's a could work out, could backfire on us. What if they scatter? That could be good. But there's no reason to scatter. They could just all go to Roche. They could all go to the next tower. They could all go to bottom in this tower. So how do I get them to split up? I'm not going to defend this tier 2, which will ultimately fall in one or two creep waves anyways. I push this. They finish the tower. One guy goes, oh, look, creeps. I have to go TP. I'm going to come back right away. TP's right over here. The others, they're falling back. They're jungling along the way. Maybe they go this way. They're like, oh, okay, well, you TP back, and we'll go this way, and we'll farm through the jungle, and then we'll take this tier 2. And you have a ward still in your jungle, like seeing them scattered. And I know they'll be scattered because one guy will show here. So unless all of them TP back, we can find a 5v4 fight here. So by recognizing I can't really defend this tower, I'm going to force an enemy rotation. I'm going to try to force an enemy rotation. This is what will create the opportunity where I make them split up because they want all these creeps that we are pushing in the side lanes while they're taking our tower. And I'm hoping they'll scatter, and that will create an opportunity for us to now find a good fight and then equalize it. So for example, I force someone here and I catch sight of them jungling in here because of a ward. I TP home, these guys TP out, we try to take a fight, they're dead. So now we push down and we take a tower or two, or we go to Roshan, or maybe the fight happens here. I don't know, like wherever it ends up being, right? But that's why it's important to recognize when you can't defend something that you're at and you need to go somewhere else, because we're no longer playing for now, we're playing for a minute from now, hoping to get something. We may be kind of getting that. Hold on, let's see how this fight ends up. It's not quite as clean. Where's Legion? I didn't see Legion in that. Let's go back. So, without us forcing any of it, they split up and gave us the fight I just described. Legion wanted to go top. They went here. Who's right? Doesn't even matter right now. But perhaps you baited someone through our greedy farming here, right? Then someone's TPing here, or they're walking this way. And because they split up like this, that's why you guys are now able to win this fight. They actually own the outpost. I don't know why Legion didn't just come over. Maybe she canceled it and I didn't see it. But because they split up like this is what allowed you guys to now ultimately win this fight. You lost the sniper, but you got all these heroes in response. And Legion is still just like, this teleport scroll is fake. It's actually just a knockoff copy. It doesn't work. I'm gonna run over here. All right, very messy, but it does mostly work out in our favor. And okay, well, it's getting a little less in our favor now. But I promise it's a direct result of the enemy splitting, and we want to try to make that happen as opposed to it by chance happening. Because there was no reason for her to walk top. If they all decided to stay in the triangle, that would have been a losing move from you guys. which actually, from your perspective, that was a really risky play to make because you guys didn't know Legion wasn't with her team. That just worked out, which is why, going back, this is why I struggled to keep making the series. I went to that how to get out of Guardian video, and I talked about how to force fights. The exact same principles are what we're talking about here. This was a random chance fight. The Dire might have just been wiped in their own side if Legion had been here or if she had used her Town Portal Scroll. I don't know. But by chance, it ended up, I think, mostly in their favor by the end of it. But again, it was just random how that broke out. So the more you can identify these situations and force them to happen, that's just good, ignoring the like greedy support or not. The thing for Windranger to identify is by pushing another lane, I can bait that to happen and then look for this type of fight and put it more in my control rather than coin flip. Is Legion with her team? Heads we win, tails we lose. And it's just random. That's what will lead to the 50-50 in your games. And you get stuck and you're like, the game's rigged. Did you guys see her on the ward in the end? Maybe you did. You did have that one ward out in the jungle. Maybe I'm the one that missed it. You saw her earlier, but I think not here after this fight. Like, are we just looking at the minimap? Yeah, here you guys never saw her again up to this point. And you guys kind of smoke out. I guess by seeing SF and Dazzle, you kind of know you can go into your triangle. But, like, again, it's random. That Shadow Demon was here. Shadow Demon shouldn't be here when his team is leaving. So either we smoke in here and then no one is in here, or they're all in here, or it's random that Shadow Demon was just left in the jungle and everyone else left. Like, that was kind of weird. And then he even killed the sniper, so... Well, I guess Nature's also came in and killed the sniper. Honestly, I thought Legion TP'd home. That's why I started rewinding here, because I never saw her, and I was like, she must have used her teleport if she never rejoined this fight. But it turns out she just walked top and then walked back bottom with the scroll available the entire time. Maybe she forgot the outpost was a thing. She forgot they just took tier 2. I thought for sure she went home. Okay, well, I think that's mostly what I want to talk about. I think from here, you're clearly, like, well farmed like a core. But I think what we talked about how to direct greed is already good. Super late game. You're rich. Okay, we can watch some of the super late game. For you guys, anyone watching, you can type exclamation. No, that's old habits. Don't type exclamation point replay. It doesn't do anything. Just give me your match ID. Tell me who you're playing. Any questions you got, and we'll randomly pick someone. Or for $5, I'll do it guaranteed. Hold on, I got thoughts on this, but yeah, never mind. That's all I gotta say. We do this every Wednesday, and then sometimes Mondays. I think that's gonna be the tentative new schedule going forward because I'm in streamer mode. I think Monday and Wednesdays we'll do replay analyses. Tuesday, Thursday, if I have other stuff come up, I may just not stream, but otherwise we'll play games. And then Friday we'll do a mix of like playing games. Maybe variety, maybe who knows, we'll see. But there will still definitely be streams Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and as I am mostly free on Tuesdays, Thursdays, probably that as well. So even if your game doesn't get picked today, going forward, Mondays and Wednesdays will be a good chance for these types of replay analyses. And hopefully, even if your game is not being reviewed, I still think there's useful information for like anyone. So hopefully you still find it like fun and good. Be careful of this. Speaking of the greedy split pushing, we kind of just jumped here, so I don't know exactly what just happened. But you're trying to push this lane. And then notice like the creeps aren't even here, so we're 2 ahead. And some heroes are going to start respawning. Natures can be anywhere. Dazzle is choosing where to go. So showing unnecessarily will give them information to decide where to go. Right now, after you push this in, you should probably just go jungle, or as a support, be warding and deep warding right now. Instead, you're like clearing it right in front of the tower as they're respawning. So then I'm not that surprised that Dazzle pops out and tries to jump you like this. He kind of messes it up, honestly. So you are able to get away. Oh, he doesn't have an item to pop it. Okay, well, I guess you're good. Actually, he could have used Shadow Wave on you, couldn't he? Couldn't he have used this to pop Lincoln's and then Poison Touch? I think so. But anyways, that's a lot of risk from you for doing this. And that similar risk, this particular draft aside, you guys should always be careful of that. Of showing as people are respawning. All right, so first, the team is playing as if this is safe, but it's 43 minutes in the game. It is not safe. So back here is kind of safe. Like that's the level of risk we're at. So the team's pretty far forward in a way they don't need to be. They should really just be further back. And at least one of these heroes, our greedy Windranger or our anti-mage, are probably the 2 best candidates. Maybe sniper, though not really. You guys should actually be pushing either lane. So if you think they're bottom, one of you should be in the top, just like jungling and going through this stuff. And from like Fog of War and safety, of course, but like this is too far. Like, again, we're trying to force things to happen back here. And a Windranger who's going greedy is really good at, like, if one person comes back and you catch them, you could kill them on your own. And then anti-mage is like classic split push anti-mage. So you guys just like walked way too far forward and lost your sniper on this high ground fight. Fortunately, anti-mage found like an amazing play back here. That Mana Void destroyed them. Dazzle's build super greedy. Dazzle should have a blink. This Ags is kind of griefy. If he had an Ags, or sorry, if he had a blink, Legion wouldn't have died, or like one of these guys wouldn't have died. Wait, where's his thing? What are we doing? I'm so confused. Walked in like this. Oh, I just don't want to grave anybody. I lost it for a second due to the replay, like hiding the thing. They could have executed this a lot better. Finding the sniper like that was really good, and then they just like didn't execute well after that. So it did work out in our favor. Being there for the high ground is good for that reason. But I do think one person can be pushing another lane and then TP back into the fight. Honestly, because my focus was on talking about how we can farm in a way that helps our team as a greedy support, which I'm saying greedy support, but honestly, this is any farming. Like core players who are farming, like you should have a similar mentality. But because of that, I wasn't really paying attention to the wards Windranger bot. So you're right. If Windranger wasn't buying as many observers and sentries, then that is definitely something that should still be covered as we play greedy. And in fact, as we push lanes aggressively, we ward for ourselves, right? Don't even think of it for your team. Like, if I want to do this, I need to be safe. So I need to put an observer like right in front of their tier 2 so I know I can like jungle over here. Or, you know, put it here and here so that after I push us in, I can go jungle back here safely. Or same thing on this side, you know, wherever. I wasn't really paying attention how Windranger was doing it or not, so. But it will help a lot. Themselves and the team. Okay, let's do this one. Let's do a carry game. Not trying to flame, but what's the difference between this Windranger being greedy and role abuse for position 4? So that's why I think in Dota, people have to keep an open mind about what can happen. Because you're right, like, what is the line between someone griefing versus someone being a proper support, but just having a really greedy playstyle? It's difficult to see. I think that's why friendly communication goes a long way to make it clear you're on one side versus the other. Still buying, you know, the awards and stuff is also part of differentiating. It's also why, like, weird heroes and weird builds are not, to me, immediate, like, report this guy, this is griefing, whatever. Because there are stuff that can work. I'm sure I got reported last week when we were doing some Helm of the Dominator Skywrath, right? I'm not gonna lie, it's strange. But it was also seeing pro play. And I think we were using it in a really good way. I'm not trying to grief, even if it ultimately is a bad build, potentially. I'm not saying it is. I believe in it. But let's say it is. It does end up being a bad build. I don't think that's me griefing. I think I'm still trying. So personally, I wouldn't report people for doing... I wouldn't report someone for picking something greedy and building greedy. Unless they're an asshole. Like, that's the reportable part. Is like, screw you guys, this is just, you know, I don't care about this game, like, whatever. Then that's being toxic. To me, that's the report. Trying to play support in a greedy way, and they're trying to talk maybe whatever. That's why I think the communication helps a lot to know, like, all right, I don't agree with this guy, or like, this is way too greedy and it cost us, but like, he thought it would work, you know, so I'll let it slide. I know a lot of people will have different opinions on that, but personally, that's my take on it. Okay, this one. Oh, timestamp 420. Actually, we're at 419. Should we wait for like a minute? Tell you what, by the time I finish typing everything in, this was what? Archon. Okay. So for this one, I just lost where you typed this. Oh yeah, some laning tips for Lifestealer, and then how to play late game versus carry that is stronger than you. Okay, so we'll do like the first few minutes, and then maybe like the last few minutes. This game, it looks like you are laning with maybe this Witch Doctor, maybe the Naga Sirens trying some Naga 5. And you will be against, maybe Axe Enigma, maybe Axe Pudge, who knows? Maybe Enigma Pudge. This is a really rough matchup. If it was the Enigma in your lane in any way, that's very rough. In that case, you just need to do your best to survive. For one, I recommend being very careful about this. So if you want this bounty, one, you should wait over here. Wait on this side. You'll never be late to lane because the creeps spawn here. Like, you'll literally just follow them in. So that is safer. If the enemy invades, if they put an observer for this kind of bounty stuff, they're way more likely to see you here because they're either standing here or they've placed an observer somewhere in this area. Somewhere here, somewhere here. this is very pro to put it here. This is very rare in a pub game. So you're usually fine here. But honestly, when you see your team invade like this and they don't see anyone, that means the entire enemy team is on the bottom half, whether they're here or whether they're here. You don't need a third bounty rune. Like if your team gets 2, that's fine. If they get 1, that's fine. It's not worth risking your life for a bounty rune. So far your team has only seen Faceless Void. To me, I wouldn't even walk in here. And this is the reason why. We are now going to lane with about half our health down. And there's no real reason for that. For like a bounty rune. If you see enough information, you see people mid, you see people top, whatever, then you can go for that kind of stuff. But in the end, we didn't get it, but let's say we did. So, you know, like we've lost half our health. Our lane's going to be harder. We're going to miss creeps for that. And that's not going to make it worth it. Invoker was down here. I should have known, guys. Of course it was going to be Axe Invoker in the bottom lane. You never know with pub games. The logic's on the other side. I move faster on water. I mean, that's true. So do they. So it kind of counters it out. This is deeper for them as well. So if they do invade this way, there's more risk. You're kind of bluffing that since your team is actually top, but let's say you are from this side and they chase this way and your team was actually waiting around here. Then they're more likely to collapse in this way than to meet you this side where the enemy team would have also been able to like run out this way faster in water. You're just way less likely to die or to take damage from this side. But again, the bigger thing is I didn't see enough information to warrant walking in there. This will be an annoying lane. I don't expect to do too much. Invoker's not that strong. Naga has been nerfed. She's okay. But really, we're just looking for last hits, and we're looking to become difficult to kill. So you don't need to go overly aggressive. We just got to work on our own last hits and all that. I won't worry about you missing like individual last hits and all that. Making use of your level advantage here is pretty good. You probably could have used that open wounds closer to the... Like when you guys were first collapsing like this, you should probably use open wounds now as Naga like joins this with Deluge to put the most upfront power here where he's in like the worst spot. You kind of use it now as like, I'm going to keep distance with him, but he's in a worse spot and we are closing in on him as opposed to like being right on top, and our ally got scared away. It's kind of like minor, kind of like nitpicky, but I don't mind that attempt for the level 2. Unfortunately, yeah, that's some of like the Naga nerf. But we're healthy, so not too bad. We're missing a range creep for this. Not worth. Yeah, as you can see, even when it's tempting, we're really not. Lifestealer is no longer a great level 1 carry. He used to be very aggressive, very scary. You're mostly just there to survive. Now is your early strength. You have a much better timing in like the mid game. That's not saying you can't, and as part of learning, if you need to test it, that's fine. But in general, if you just focus on your own farm and work towards either your armlet or your radiance, whatever build you're doing, when you have that, you will be more. Or when you have level 6 and you like infest a creep, that's like another thing you can try to do. I would say overall, this lane's actually going quite well outside of that one Naga death. And we missed some creeps trying to focus this guy. I actually think you guys might end up taking more damage than you're doing here. This is kind of... I actually think just like farming this may be better. This is... Yeah. Okay, you backed off right away. I agree. There's too many heroes. Or too many creeps there. Too much spin. While he's distracted, if you just... I know it's tough because like so many things are dying here. If he's distracted for whatever reason, over here, whatever, and this is happening, if you can come up and kill the range creep first and then fall back to this stuff, this is the most valuable creep. So it's like, if we can get that, that's the best. At the end of the day, you still got like, you know, because of all this, I totally understand like, the balance, like maybe this creep's better, that, whatever. You know, so if you get a little distracted, it's fine. You end up with a good chunk of CS there. Okay, we're reaching the point where I'm just gonna focus on pushing the lane and then like jungling up. All right, that worked out. Because honestly, excuse me, Axe should be doing it to you. He shouldn't be engaging in this kind of stuff. He should just start dragging creep waves to towers and force you to tank creeps. And once he starts doing that, there's really not much your team can do. It's going to require rotations over, which we don't have the best heroes for. So once he starts doing that, you'll have problems. I think you preempt it by starting to push in lanes so that instead of cutting the waves, he's always feeling like, oh, I got to get like this creep wave back here, right? And doesn't feel like he has time to like come over and cut the next wave without losing something, which he should do, but maybe he won't do that. Yeah, we're kind of seeing as we try to take these fights, it's kind of backfiring. Close. Right. This all goes back to here, this moment right here. So that's why I think it's good to shift your mentality to... Okay, here's the... Let's step back. The strengths of Lifestealer. You want to have a stable laning stage. You don't crush a bunch of matchups anymore, but it's hard to be crushed as Lifestealer because you're pretty sturdy. You got like lifesteal. So it's hard to punish you. And then as you hit level 6, like as you get close to this, between Rage and Infest, it's very hard to kill Lifestealer without bringing a bunch of heroes. So at that point, you hold the lane. That sounds funny as a carry, but like that's actually your job. You farm as best you can, and you free up your team to play somewhere else because you don't need a lot of help as a Lifestealer. There are times you can get kills, but if you can't, it's okay. Because really what you're going for is the Radiant or the Armlet, which is less popular right now. Radiance is a bit more popular. You should be having a good time if you're going for that, which I'd say you're doing well enough to warrant going for it. And that's why you just want to be left down here for your team to go do other stuff. Because of that, because of like, I'm trying to get to Radiance, our emphasis is the fastest farm we can possibly get while also being difficult to kill. Because as soon as I'm easy to kill, I lose the purpose of being difficult to kill. I don't know, that sounds obvious, but like they should have to bring 3 or 4 heroes to me to kill me, which is value to my team. If it only takes the same 2 laning heroes to kill me, then I could be like any other carry almost. So right here, kind of with that in mind, I'm just farming as quickly as I can these creeps. And as I see Axe, even though I'm higher level, and I might like bop him a little bit, I really don't feel any need for you to go overly aggressive on him to focus on trading. Like, if he can't stop me from farming, then I'm just going to keep farming. So if you don't want to interact with him, you could drag these creeps further down. You can even bring them under tower if you're comfortable with last hitting under that. If you want to just like keep farming here and let him hit you, and like he hits you, you heal off the creep. He hits you, you heal off the creep. Later you like go and you open wounds a creep and you farm off of that to heal up, right? I'm just working towards my item, and I don't care to kill this guy who has all this armor, right? He's like 12 armor and I'm pure physical damage. So this guy is 43% physical resistant at this point. So your damage is really poor versus him. That's why you're in this losing trade, actually, as you are trying to fight this hero that is lower level than you. It's because Lifestealer is really not, especially into the high armor of Axe, you're like actually not that good at punishing heroes in a full one-on-one. You're like a war of attrition kind of guy where you heal over time. So you like whittle them. They don't heal as much as you. So rather than in one big fight, it's scattered over like 2 minutes of laning and then you kill them with Infest. That will work. But because we got in that fight and we lost a lot of health, that's what leads to this, which then makes it too scary to show in lane. As soon as we're too low to walk up, we can't hit things to heal with our stuff because we're too scared to like get close. So you have to avoid ever falling this low. I know that sounds obvious, but for the cycle of like, I'm full health, I take some damage, but I did some damage, and then I heal up, so I'm full health, so then I give some damage and I take some damage, and then I heal up, right? Like to do that cycle, we can't actually be at risk of dying. And that's why we can't get into trades like we did earlier. You will probably need to do a pull and then open wounds your own, like open wounds a creep. So right here, when Naga does this, so I'm in a shitty spot. I want to be here for this XP. If I can get a last hit, great. I don't want to walk up further. In fact, you might even sacrifice some of this. Like, as I see Naga going this way for the Wisdom Shrine, I might just give up the range creep, go do my own small pull, because I need something to do while she's gone. And then you can open wounds as small creep and then farm it. It feels bad. I would rather do it on a bigger creep, but beggars can't be choosers when we have, like, 200 health, you know? So because we didn't do that, now we see, like, oh, this kind of sucks. I'm just, like, watching them farm. You could still come over here and farm this on your own. It's just harder, and there will be less to do. Like, it won't strictly fix the lane, whereas if you had done your own pull, you'd farm this without tanking damage, and then this will come under tower, which you can also farm. That'll then shove the lane out, but by that point, Naga will be back. So then you can play a little further, and you'll be a little healthier at that point. Now you just kind of have to, like, sit in the trees to get XP, and then eventually do your own pull. So we're just, like, we're going to do the same thing, but just a little bit later. And also Naga will be back, so it's, like, not as necessary. Is a point in rage worth it this lane? Partly just to remove, like, the battle hunger and the cold snaps and stuff. I don't mind it. I also think by level 6 you do want at least 1 point in rage, so you got to get it somewhere. I don't know the exact best starting builds on Lifestealers. Honestly, I'm, you know, as a support player, I'm out of the lane already. I'm not even looking at this guy. So I don't know what he's up to. I'd have to go double check Dota 2 Pro Tracker or something, like see what people do. Oh, it's a punch here, huh? Aw, well, at least you got a duel for your Legion with that. But yeah, you can, as you're experiencing, Axe, due to his high physical damage and then pure damage spins, is very hard for you to fight to. So that's why I want to do as little fighting as possible. I just want to, like, kill creeps and then jungle and work towards Radiance. So, like, right here, until he shows in lane, I'm just hitting these creeps. I wouldn't usually engage with him, but because Legion is here, we can try. She does not have duel, though, so nice ice wall. I don't love this, guys. Okay, we got the kill. This is why, ideally, if you can play somewhere else, it's preferred, guys. Rather than draw attention to your carry, where it's like, I don't know, it's like, it's kind of working. At the same time, despite getting a kill, right? Like, Void's up here, left alone, free farming. So, ideally, if you can make plays, do it in the enemy safe lane rather than your own. It's okay if it sometimes happens, but yeah. You could probably infest that creep to end the job. I think that last burst will do it. Nice. Okay, this was a tougher lane, so otherwise I was going to comment that you could infest a creep in Twin Gate and try to make a play up here. That could be good. And is something you can look for in the future. You didn't really get a chance to do it this time around. And now you just want to go back to farming, and these guys should leave. Guys, like, get away. Lifestealer just wants to farm. If you want to infest duel someone or infest playmake, then sure. But like, she doesn't have blink yet, so like, she should leave, get blink, come back, and then you can do an infest duel. Otherwise, just leave him alone here so that he can use infest to stay alive versus axe. Like, he can trade, go infest a creep, heal up, and then rotate himself, or like pop back into lane, infest, pop out on the axe, and that's how you get like the damage advantage or the health advantage over time with Lifestealer versus offlaners. Leave, you know, like, we're either taking this tower or we're leaving, and it doesn't look like we're taking the tower. Oh, you're trying. You're like drawing the tank. Okay, I appreciate what you're doing to take the tower. So if we're committed to it, then we're committed to it. Let's go. All right, now leave. Get out. I hate you guys. Be gone. I want Lifestealer here alone, and I want Legion and Witch Doctor to never show their face here again, unless it's under the tier 1 tower. That's how you play with a Lifestealer. Leave him be now. Get away from me. Good. Get out. Be gone. Okay, if you feel safe enough to farm here, I don't mind. But like, you would just ignore the enemy hero. You would just farm this and then head over and keep farming, because we're making our way to the Radiant. The timing is actually pretty decent, all things considered. And then we leave, and I don't need my teammates nearby. And that is the strength of Lifestealer. And they are free to continue taking the top tower. And that's how we want to enable our Lifestealer, because he enabled us. And then because we push top, our team may feel to go, the enemy team will feel like they need to rotate. Or because my team is free to not be helping me, they're now ganking a Pudge and taking his tower. So that is our purpose as Lifestealer. Like, this was Lifestealer's purpose in one play right here, right? Like, people came to kill me and I walked away, and my team did stuff because they didn't need to help me. That is the ideal way to play around the Lifestealer, and he will just keep farming towards his Radiance. Audio messed up there? Damn. All right, the clean install, reinstall didn't help. I messed with some settings too. Tried changing some stuff. Alas, alas. A safer way to do that is probably to like push through here into that. I think you like changed your mind as you were doing stuff, so that's fine. I'm not gonna sweat it too much. But anyways, we just resume farming. If you can stay down here, then keep doing it. But you have now officially bought your team enough time, because they've taken the top tower, and they were kind of almost there on the mid tower. It's almost there. Especially if this tower is also done, you no longer have to feel like you have to stay down here if they're bringing a lot of people. At this point, you could leave, and your team could come here, and we don't care anymore, because you now have somewhere else to play, somewhere that has been opened up, somewhere that is very safe for you to efficiently push things out and farm a lot. So if you have to move somewhere else, it's okay. At the same time, if you can continue to stay down here, then that's also fine. All right, that's enough for the early game. I'm gonna go to late game. You mentioned about the carry that's stronger than you, which in this case is the Faceless Void, which will be very tough. I mean, yeah, this fight is... You need a good duel. You need two things going for you. You need a good duel, especially on this Faceless Void, to take him out. And then you need Song to reset when they do other stuff. There should be BKBs, which make it tricky. But yeah, this game is pretty tough in terms of direct team fights. And because I see you guys are 16k down now that we've jumped here. The way for you guys to play is that individually, you still have enough damage to kill like particular heroes. So you really need to play the pickoff game. You need to get vision down. Someone would have to buy a gem, take the risk on that. You need to Avoid as much as possible the direct team fights. Do the split pushing we talked about in other replays, and then go for duels on whoever. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't have to be face with Void. You just have to keep picking off individual heroes. That's the way you guys have to play this game going forward, which is much easier said than done. Mars isolate Enigma. It could work, but Enigma does have like blink BKB at this point, so it would be tough. The I was gonna mention the Ags is one way you play around this. You already have it, so your itemization is right. And yeah, Abyssal's next. Is there something else I would prefer? I think I'm pretty happy with the items you've got. I think the Ags is the big thing. This is where your team needs to do stuff. You got 2 big kills. Now you can group up. So you're pushing this lane, which I don't mind, but it's also kind of scary because you could still be killed between like Axe Call, Black Hole, Cataclysm. They have... It would be a little close, I guess, but they have the damage to kill you, so I'd prefer if your team was a bit together. And it turns out they're going to go maybe mid attempting this. Ideally, Roche. Getting Aegis is one of the ways you deal with Chronosphere and Black Hole. So if you could get Aegis, that'd be huge. If you think anytime Roche is up or close to being up, which this is actually it, right? You should probably have push top or mid with your team so that you could then like... Naga, can you check Roche with an illusion, right? And as soon as it's up, you go straight for it. Gah! And this is kind of why we want to be with the team, because you never know when this shit's gonna happen. This is where you guys won the fight, but you guys scattered. So it's not 4v3, it's 3v3. And they have 13k up. So their 3v3 is stronger. And then by the time you got here, like the damage was dealt. Right? So it's technically still, like Mars is dead, it's technically still a 3v3, but then it very quickly becomes a 3v2 and just about a 3v1. Now it's a 2v1. Oh, well... Okay, actually 2v2. Naga gets out. But considering that they were down 1 hero and they get 2 kills for 1, like that's super good for them. And that's kind of why you guys have to stick together. Or you have to have vision to see that they are not together. One of those 2 things. That's what the Aegis would save us right there. No, yeah, this one's tough. At this point, I don't know, I kind of gotta lose this, I think. I appreciate the Manta scouting, though. Oh, I see, you try to infest him to start. Yeah, you're gonna have to, open wounds Abyssal and then infest if you're hoping to solo kill him, but yeah, because of the Lincolns. Abyssal into infest if you think the Chrono's coming out. Yeah, this one is tough. I don't blame you. I think the biggest thing I saw from where we jumped in is that when you guys did get that, when they pushed too far and you guys got that kill, you just got to stick together. That's kind of your best bet there. And we'd maybe have to look at like the early mid game to see how you guys got to where you were. No, punch! Come on, give me 1 kill. Pudge. Damn him. Yeah, this one's not that fun of a Lifestealer game. You are pretty countered. I wouldn't feel too bad about this. I think there's a way to win. It's just you have to play around Legion more than you have to play around yourself. What you could do is help do that split pushing that we were kind of talking about in previous replays to split up the enemy. But then it ultimately comes down to like finding those pickoffs. Leo Broilo, by the way, I totally missed that sub. Thank you. I really don't even remember hearing it. I just totally zoned it out.
Chat, do you know who knows how to play Lifestealer? Yartoro. But he speaks Ukrainian in his streams, so why don't you sub to Zach and get 3 months of Duolingo so you can watch Yartoro later?
It's true. That's so true. Taro should also Duolingo, then he can stream in English. I think his English is actually pretty good if he wanted to do it. He could. And my MMR doesn't seem like people know how to play against heavy team fight lineups. It is funny because it's like it's the bell curve where first people only want to group up and take 5-on-5s, and then people never want to group up and always want to like, no, you got to be like map efficient and split everything, and then eventually it's just like just group up and go, right? So like wherever you are on the bell curve determines how easy it is to get people to group and go. And that's why one of the pub classics for gaining MMR for supports is to pick really strong team fight like Warlock. Because like ultimately there is some big team fight that happens and then you're one of the best supports for it. So you have a good shot at winning. People are not good at playing. Ironically, for as popular as Legion Commander is and Pudge is, Lion as well, these heroes like to play pick-off playstyles. But knowing how to play the map is one of the worst skills in Dota for the average pub. The ability to like give up that tower, play for something else, that's really hard for people. And I think it's a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy because like one guy knows it's like, oh, I think this is bad. I think we should split push. And then the other 4 report him and they say, you're a piece of shit for not fighting with us. And you go like, oh, damn, like, oh, this sucks. Like, I guess I got to go next time. And then you all lose in the team fight. And you're like, man, I knew I should have split push. And then you try to go the next time. And they're like, man, screw this guy. He's not playing with us. Report him. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy for pub games. That's why everyone ends up just team fighting a lot, I feel. Oh, I forgot I still had food here. I must have put it to the side because Jupiter came by. Where shall we go? This one might be interesting because it sort of fits what we were talking about. We've been talking a lot about like splitting the map and whatnot. And this question is about ending the game without stuff going like 1 hour all the time. I'll do a second carry game to follow up. I'll assume you're also legend in a game full of legends. legend. Okay. As we load into this, I do want to say, if you haven't seen the video I made on the late game decision making flowchart, that is pretty much this. What we're gonna look into is pretty much me going through and applying that video. I don't know. I'm about to go check the graph and everything, but essentially, the major ways to end the game all fit a certain way. At least to start, right? Let's not worry about super specific stuff. But following that video will give you like actionable steps of, okay, let's try this, let's do this. So I would definitely recommend that video. If you've seen it, watch it again. Why not? For you, though, let's see. So, had a good start. Gave it up. Got it back. Although at this point, it's still a pretty close game. Like it looks like until you guys finally win the game, it's actually pretty close. Like this amount of gold lead, like 6K at 35 minutes is like not a lot. This is probably the most meaningful gold lead. Like the 4K around like 15 to 20, and even that's like okay, it's rough, but it's manageable for the Radiant. So fairly even game throughout. You, just looking at the draft, you will have a hard time because Sniper is a classic. Sniper's very good at holding the high ground. Lich ult is also very scary around the high ground. Epicenter, even the Leshrax's AoE abilities, right, if he's jumping in. So high ground is extremely difficult for you guys, even if you had a big lead. What you guys are pretty good at, you got some mobile heroes in the Queen of Pain Blink. You got Blink Echo, some fast initiation. You got repositioning tools. You got Glimpse. You got Swap. So for you guys, what I'm looking to do to end the game, let's just talk from your perspective so we don't have to like double speak. For you to end the game, bashing your head on high ground will be really difficult. So we want a massive gold lead before we resort to that option. Even with Aegis, pushing high ground will be very tough versus this lineup without a huge gold lead. So what we need instead is an opportunity to go high ground without the threat of Sniper, without Epicenter or Lich ult or something. So that means finding something outside the base. So you need to set up vision. You need to look for pickoffs. And off of one Sniper kill, if he doesn't have buyback, Luna is so good at taking buildings, buffed up by Venge as well, you can just take a whole barracks in one go. But that requires the Sniper being dead outside the base. And if you don't find that, you just farm efficiently trying to grow that gold lead. So we're going to jump ahead and just see... where should we go for that? See how you guys navigate that. Can I link that video? Yes. I see someone tried to do it, but I think only mods can post video links just because to help prevent spam and stuff. I'll do it real quick here. Okay, for YouTube and YouTube watchers, there you go. And for Twitch gang, here you go. That is the late game video. No, thank you for trying to help out. I appreciate it. There's just no way to like. There probably is a way. I just don't know it. But to like, make it more specific of who's allowed to post links, who's not, to make it safe. So I just have it blanket prevented just to keep it easier. I appreciate it a lot for trying to help out and put it in. Okay, let's, with that said, I know you didn't, you said you watched the video. Nice. Let's not worry about it. Let's just go from where we are. Let's go to you. So, looks like here is pretty good. Just jumping in. We have a small gold lead. I see several heroes are dead, and we're pushing. So here's the last outer tower. I don't know what is going on over here. This is kind of iffy. I'll tell you what. This is not how I thought I'd be telling you to push high ground, but call this the Queen's Gambit. We will sacrifice our mid player here. And we're just going to go high ground. This is one of those we adapt to the game. We kind of just jumped into this spot, so I don't fully know how we got here. But the issue is that Sniper is a pain for us, and that Lich ult is scary. The others are dead, so they're actually out of the equation. I know Leshrik's about to respawn. The other thing is Epicenter, which we do need to worry about, but you almost have your BKB up, and you have supports who are ready to help you, and they have everything. So right here, if you make the call, like, I'm going to hit high ground, support stand behind me and swap me out if Epicenter gets used, you will get the Fortify. If they don't have Fortify, I'm fairly confident, depending on what happens here, you can take this tower right now. But of course, we will see what happens and we will adjust. So if I was you, I would click this tower and then keep my eyes on top to see what is happening. And if she gets out and they start coming over here, we just leave. No big deal. But we'll have chipped a little bit of damage and I'll be happy with that. So let's actually see what happens. It looks like the team feels like they need to go help. So we waste a little bit of time. Now we start hitting this. This is where I'm like, Sniper is about here, if I had to guess. Because Sniper killed her here, and for the amount of time that passed, he's probably about here, unless he TP'd in. Your Venge is way too far up. Venge should be behind this tree right now, and Disruptor should be like here at furthest. At furthest up, he should be here. And it's only you hitting this building. Okay, you're getting distracted. I saw one attack hit this tower, and it did a lot. So imagine us focused on this. We are doing the damage. Instead, we're trying to kill Sand King, which I'm actually kind of open to. But notice it is baiting these guys forward, which means the Sniper, the potential AoE of like follow-up abilities, it's getting easier. This is why the risk of going for this stuff can always be a little scary. This is maybe, as long as Venge backs out, you can focus him with the Fissure if he has it. If he doesn't have it, you probably also back out here, just like Manta and run. And no harm done. We chipped a little bit of the tower. A couple glaives will do a little bit more. Oh, it looks like, sorry, I didn't even see the Manta's already out because of the all this junk here. Oh god, we're swapping Sniper, and I mean, this might work. Okay, Eclipse. Oh, that was scary. That is one way so that's why I was saying, like, I want you guys to have a big gold lead. It's really risky to go for the aggressive Venge swap Sniper in, but it could work. That could be one of your tools to win. I was going to talk about that later if you guys hadn't broken high ground. Okay, let's we probably just need to leave now. It kind of worked up to here, but like, here's the carry back. He's strong. Yeah, I think we just run. Okay. In the end, not a bad fight, and you did about a third of the damage. That may not seem like a lot, but let's just put that into perspective again. You didn't focus this tower down. You hit it like once or twice. You focused other heroes, and Glaives did the rest, along with like some creeps. That was one creep wave. So if you go again, a second creep wave where you actually focus the building, a third creep wave, right? Like, you'll finish this tower, and then eventually it'll be the barracks next, and so forth. So it is a slow process when it's tough high ground and like Sniper's clearing creep waves, but it is technically doable. That's why we just make it safest with a gold lead. Anyways, it broke out. We're kind of resetting, so we need a new opportunity here. So let's back out. Let's spend our money. You're getting the Daedalus here. I might actually recommend the Satanic first into like Butterfly. Daedalus is tempting, but if we think about how you die, it's immense burst damage from spells, or it's Sniper whittling you down. So I feel Satanic Butterfly actually answers both of that, and then you get the Daedalus. With that said, I guess I don't mind this. Daedalus into the rest. Daedalus into Satanic. Okay, so to find opportunities, we need to push in lanes and then read the map. We need to try to get deep wards down that survive. You guys have some. You have some here and here. So we have some info to work with here. Roshan is also close to spawning again. So I am very interested in playing top as a team. And then if we see information down here, we can either just force Rosh or we can smoke across the map to try to get a kill. Your Manta illusions to push in waves will be really good. You can also consider twin gating Manta to push bottom and then twin gate back to be top again. I don't see anyone on the enemy team, so I'm a little scared. I see Wraith King here. Actually, you know what I'm going to do, guys? A lot of the late game is actually just looking at the minimap, so we're not going to look at anything else. We're only going to look at the minimap because a lot of late game decision making is actually just this. So let's interpret this whole thing just looking at the map. So everyone is up right now. All heroes are alive. If we just pushed a lane in terms of their in case you guys don't remember what heroes are in the game, in terms of instant initiation, like Sand King's the best, and then there's some follow-up. So there is some fear of being picked off. It's not the easiest to like safely split push, but Venge Swap will be very good to save you guys, and you can always use a Manta illusions to like kind of like shove things in. But in general, right now as a team, we mostly want to be together because there's a very big objective coming up in Roshan. So we're only going to look at the minimap right now. All right, we're going to see what illusion spawns, or sorry, what rune spawns. It was an illusion rune, not the greatest, but you can use those illusions to scout things out. Because these illusions last longer than the Manta, if you do a little bit of micro,
thank you.
You can either... Yo, Liquid Oxygen, thank you for the Prime sub. Enjoy your Duolingo, thank you. You can use these illusions to either run in to like see if they smoked. They might jump an illusion if they're not paying attention. Otherwise, you're just going to see, oh, here are the heroes. Here aren't the heroes. Suspicious, right? You could just send them into like one in the triangle, one in the safe lane jungle. That would be really good. You could also micro them to go push in top and push in bottom. They probably won't get too far because they'll have to like spend half the time walking, but it's enough to push in 2 different lanes. That will give us information to know how to navigate. I actually see our team has set up wards around the Roche pit, which I'm pretty happy about. We don't have a deep one, but we have ones here to help us out, and maybe like at the edge here to jump someone. So we just need to kind of be together right now, which I do see a smoke coming up, but because the lanes haven't been pushed in, I don't have a clear destination with the smoke. So I actually think you guys are smoking a little bit too soon. The Manta could help you push in the lanes first, or just walk into lanes together to push and then smoke. Okay, so I'm seeing Wraith King mid. Queen of Pain has just jumped him without seeing more information, and I saw Lich in this ward. At the same time, you guys happen to see Sand King. So this is now enough information. You guys could jump the Sand King, and he's too far from the other guys. If you jump Wraith King, the danger is 2 heroes are top, 1 hero here. So I don't know where the other 2 heroes are. They could be wherever. They could be behind Sand King, or they could be here. This will lead to 4 heroes with Sand King coming in, or this will lead to like 3 heroes with 2 heroes coming in, and Lich is one of them, and he's like slower, and this guy's got a blink, you know? So like I'm scared of like jumping the Wraith King with his 2 lives, and like Epicenter comes in. So I'd actually prefer if you guys go for the Sand King. If this doesn't feel like enough information, that's okay. We could just back out, try again later. You guys actually do kill the Sand King. Oh, you're trying. Are we getting it? I don't know. Okay, we got him. Let's go back to this. Let's actually see the fight. All right, this fight actually looks like it's working out. We didn't get to the sniper, but we killed everyone else. You don't have BKB, but that's okay. Chasing kind of hard here, and I actually don't think you need to. You guys just push in the lane. All right, you can either do Roche or push while 3 are dead. And all you do here, everyone stands behind Luna, and Luna gets swapped back if she gets close to dying. No one else does anything. No diving, no nothing. Luna just walks up and hits this and is swapped out. And maybe we end up sacrificing Venge for this. Okay, instead we go for the aggressive swap. It works. It's always risky to do this kind of stuff, but I'm up for it. You know, like whatever, we swap him, we kill him. This should be the whole thing. Like, look how quick Luna does this. This is why we don't have to take the risk at the same time. Like, if we just sat behind Luna, she walks up, hits this a couple times, and then backs out, and then does it again. After 2 creep waves, his tower will be dead. Like, look how fast it's dropping at this point. Okay, it's a couple misses because we're on the low ground. I don't know if I even care about this Wraith King. I think I would just finish this barracks. Okay, because Venge wasn't there to just swap us out, that's why we end up taking so much damage, because she's still kind of going aggressive. This is the downside of like doing the more divey stuff. I think you were a little unconfident there. I actually think you could have finished the barracks and gotten out. Whatever, we'll take it. Let's just keep moving forward. We got barracks, which means the mid lane will always push in, so we reset here. Roche is now up, so you guys should go for that. You can finish up your Satanic, wait for your teammates, and then just do Roche. If you want to try to do Roche because you just picked up an amplified damage, that works too. Okay, we continue. We're just watching the minimap right now. No one showing. Kind of sus. Okay, Lich is mid. Still mid. Oh, and I saw someone flash here. So now I know they're scattered. If we weren't waiting for Roche, now is a smoke opportunity to the Sand King, most likely. Potentially could go for Lich instead. It doesn't strictly matter. I just know they're far apart. And now I know Sniper's here too. So now I'd be a little bit more likely to either go for the Sniper because he's out of the base, or go for the Lich because he's away from 2 core heroes. So this is like the safer kill. It depends like how scared you are in the game. Again, just pretending the whole team is up. You guys are not all up right now. So if you didn't go for this, it's fine. Notice we're still pushing pretty aggressively, even though we're lacking some of the heroes on our team. And this is their base. Like, this is really dangerous. Why does Queen of Pain need to jump up to the high ground right now? There's no need for this risk when suddenly a Sand King Burrow Strike, or let's pretend we had seen Lich, but you never know when he's TPing back. They might have had a ward here that sees you guys. So he might have TP'd back, and Queen of Pain just blinks in and then starts to get stunned by like Wraith King, by Lich, by whatever, and she dies as her teammates are over here. There's no need to clear the creeps on this tower. Once you push the wave in, this is what we're interested in. We see Sniper in the base. That's what I want. I don't need the farm on that tower. I don't need like 200 tower damage. Queen of Pain should be jungling this stuff right now while we wait for better opportunities, or we should be like going for the Lich, not clearing creep waves on the high ground. That is what will lead to throws a lot of times. Luna's doing it. Luna backed out. Luna's pushing in the other waves. And we're just waiting for Earthshaker. Okay, he has now respawned. So now we say, let's do Roche. Let's see what the 44-minute power rune is. It's haste, not that big of a deal. You have the mid lane pushing in. You have bottom lane pushing in. So I will get information from that. If we start doing Roche and these guys start hitting this barracks and no one's defending it, they're about to fight you at Roche. So you back out and you wait and you just let the creeps take the barracks for you. Otherwise, someone eventually shows here and then you can continue doing Roche. Same deal bottom. As they hit this tower, as these guys push whatever in, if no one is dealing with it, they must be contesting Roche. There can't be anything more important than defending barracks than Roshan. Like, there's no way at your rank they're just jungling while they lose barracks to creeps. So this is our warning system. And to get this warning system, we have to push the mid lane in. So we are good on that front. And now we can go to Roche. So Leshrac is clearing mid. That's how I know I feel comfortable starting Roche. With that said, if someone could get some vision over here, that would be very nice. Put something in this area, and then Queen of Pain would honestly be the best smoke breaker, because Ven should swap people out. You need the Disruptor Ags to surprise people. If someone has buyback on the supports, they can do it, die back. That's fine. You could Manta Illusion here, like somewhere out here, and Ven stands here so she could swap the illusion to get out after breaking swap. You know, do any of that stuff, that'd be good. But they could technically start the fight without Leshrac. He's not the greatest hero to know like the only position of. I would still like Vision in this area, especially because Queen of Pain is not actually here. Oh shit, Wraith King's in. All right, let's swap back. Let's see how this fight breaks. So I don't know why Queen of Pain is top. She should be with you guys right now. That's why we needed the smoke breaker. Currently can't get to the sniper. So, we've now committed a bunch of buybacks. Snipers over here. You might honestly want a Blink Dagger. I didn't really mention that item, but it could be pretty good for you guys. Cost some buybacks, but in the end, not bad. Yeah, I think you can just push this, especially because Roche ended up walking top. So, like, just take the bottom lane. And if they buy back, we gotta run. And Luna's the only one that really needs to hit it. Queen of Pain can also join as long as they stand apart. Earthshaker shouldn't show himself. Okay, you get 2. And now we leave. I mean, this is pretty good. If you wanted to go for top, I would be open to it, but it is kind of scary because it's essentially 3 heroes versus 3 heroes because the rest of your team's not here yet. I am perfectly happy if you guys back out for Roche. I would have understood if you guys attempted a top tower push. Trying to do both will be our downfall, so we do have to avoid that. Queen of Pain is too far up. Kind of lost that Queen of Pain for nothing. That's not on you. That's just a positioning thing. So from here, your game plan is very easy. Bottom and mid will always push because you took these 2 barracks. The only lane you need to be in is top. So this is your warning system. Every time they reach close to the tower, hero should show. Otherwise, they're grouped up and doing something. And you just keep shoving in top and whittling it down with creeps and with manta illusions. If they just sit there and camp it, then back out, have some deep wards looking for this stuff, and you farm literally the entire map. And 1k gold lead is not a lot at this point. Not that you know the gold lead in the game, but if you farm the entire map for 5 minutes because it's too hard to push high ground, you will grow a massive gold lead. And at some point, you will literally be able to just walk up. What's more likely to happen, though, is the enemy team will lose patience and they will step out of the base. And because you will have deep wards, see what the sniper's doing? They are stepping out of the base. So your team will smoke and try to kill someone on their own. You're getting a little too hasty on your own. You should know he has a Glimmer Cape at this point. So if you don't have detection, you shouldn't even try. What should be happening is that I see a whole bunch of heroes on the other half of the map in vision. So you guys should be smoking, running over there, trying to kill them. And if they back out, that's okay. We repeat. We just keep pushing in lanes and jungling. And when someone shows on a deep ward, we smoke and we go. And eventually that will work. And if it doesn't work, then we'll keep trying. And then eventually we will have a huge gold lead that we will then throw on high ground because it's a pub game. Here we go. This will work. Can we get the Wraith? The most awkward fissure in the world. Bro, what is this Queen of Pain doing? Get away from there. Oh my god. Anyways, that's the pick-off we were looking for. So now we go. You should still respect. You should respect the buyback potential. So even as you push here, what we're doing is we're dropping the banner and we're only letting Luna hit the buildings. No one else is showing. No one else is hitting anything. All you are doing is watching Luna hit the buildings under the banner, and you will swap her out when she comes close to dying. You also have the Aegis. You could like wait 1 life if you wanted to. And if they group up, you might echo. If they step too far, you can swap back. But you don't have to do anything. Let's pretend Venge is not in the picture, because swap out is really strong, but not always available, right? We have seen how quickly Luna destroys buildings. So if you just walked, this is already half dead. Luna will finish this in one creep wave. Even as Sniper instantly clears the creep wave, there's 15 seconds of backdoor. Luna will finish this tower, and then you will wait for the next creep wave to get here, and then the glaives will start bouncing, and in 2 creep waves at most, all of this will be dead. Even if you take it slower than what I'm predicting, the Mantas will do it. I would not Manta right away for what you just saw, so you could save it for like some Dispel. You guys fortified, but you have the banner. You should pass the banner off. And then that way these creeps are all alive. There we go. Swap out a little early because of the Aegis, but that's okay. It's really not a huge commitment. And then Wraith King is like coming up too far. You don't have to do any of this, actually. Could have just waited for swap to come up again because it's a really low cooldown. But anyways, because he got baited to leave the base, it looks like we're winning this fight. It's kind of close. Yeah, get that shit in here. I think to some degree, if you just hit barracks, you can safely get the megas. But anyways, we're gonna win this game here. Maybe. Well, kind of scary. Thought we were gonna safely get. Yeah, just do it. Just do it, Venge. Just get it. Do it for us. Oh god. Oh god. Oh shit. Oh no. What have we done? Wow, you should still be okay. We just repeat. Repeat. Here's our warning system doing damage for us. Supports. Do it. Do it, supports. Alright, well anyways, you should win from here. It's time to make tea. God, do we win this game? Phew. Phew. You're having a little trouble dealing with the sniper. If you buy a blink into Swift Blink so you can just get on top of the sniper, that'll help you a lot. I would probably buy that as your last item. Replace your boots. Just blink on top of the sniper. All right, whoever wants to be next. Type, nothing in particular, you just gotta share your match ID, who you're playing, any questions you got. I'll be honest, you're a little bit more likely to be picked with clear questions. A little peek behind the curtains. It helps give a direct purpose to the replay analysis. More details is good. Nice formatting is not required, but impressive. I am trying to think through if the Daedalus was strictly necessary. It's a very nice Luna item, don't get me wrong. Just wonder if your life would have been easier going, like, Satanic could have been here, and then Butterfly could have been here. That might have been easier. Especially when thinking about sieging high ground, Daedalus works on heroes, but not buildings, whereas Butterfly essentially does, because of the evasion and the just flat damage and attack speed. So in terms of dealing with someone like Sniper, who's super annoying, that might have been better. I don't know enough play. I don't play enough carry to have like experienced that and like tested the different builds. I'm not sure. Just a quick thought on that. I'm gonna boil some water. Please stick in some match IDs, and then we'll be back. Esteban, I see you're asking for something, but I don't actually see a match ID, so I don't know if you posted it. If you only post the match ID on its own, YouTube especially will sometimes just remove that because they think it's just like number spam. So I recommend typing like match ID and then the number, or like the match ID plus the question, and it's more likely to show the full message. My water is boiling. It looks like we have a donation from Esteban. Thank you. There is an error when trying to put a message in with the donation. Okay, that's fine. I still see it. If you can still type it into the YouTube chat. I still don't see the match ID. I don't know if you tried and it's still not showing. I'm sure we can figure this out. Bounce Sound, hey, what's up? Welcome to Dota. What am I looking for when checking the minimap and in what priority? That's a good question. Couple things I would highlight. One, where are the enemy heroes? And as a new player, what I'm about to say will probably sound confusing and not fully connect, but maybe it'll just start building the process. One is the enemy heroes, because you can see, you know, are they in the top side of the map? Are they the bottom side of the map? Where are they? Because that'll determine how scared am I to do something. So like maybe I want to push bottom, but I don't see any heroes. That's kind of scary. I might die doing this. But if I see several heroes on the top side of the map, then I know it's safe. So knowing where the enemy heroes are determines like what we can do and how much risk there is to do that. So heroes are a great thing to look for. And as an extension to that, if you can build the habit to then click over to where they are on the minimap, you know, like you see them, you click it, select the hero. Nowadays, you can also click on the top bar, but I don't know. I guess I'm in the habit of like clicking over. I still think it's good to look over because you can see their health and everything. I guess you can do that from the top bar too. I don't know. Maybe it is just old habits. The point is, check the enemy inventories, whether you click them after going through the minimap or from the top bar. That way you can see, oh, this guy's working towards a shadow blade, so I should prepare invis detection. This guy's almost at his BKB. This guy has finished his BKB or his Lincolns, you know, so I know what I'm dealing with. Those are really good habits to collect from the minimap / top bar. Where your creep waves are and where the enemy creep waves are. I don't know if you just caught the last replay we were doing, but I was mentioning how if you push in a creep wave and no one on the enemy team defends it, that actually lets you know something's going on because they're not defending their tower and there's a bunch of creeps there. If someone was in the area, they would farm that. That means they're not in the area or they're doing something they think is more important than defending a tower. So the more you push in your waves, they will get information for you. As a new player, it will be hard to understand what information you're getting, but I promise it's a good habit to push in those lanes and then to look at what they reveal. And more likely than not, they will reveal an enemy hero, which will then let you know, hey, this guy, you know, he's here, I should be careful, or he's a great target, let's go kill him. There's probably more we could go into on that. And the channel actually does have some stuff on map awareness. Where is my... What's the most... This one... This is a slightly old video, but I still think it's pretty useful. And you can combo this with the... I'll link it in both chats. You can combo this with the late game flowchart video to help determine what you are looking for and how to act on that. So this video I just linked is about helping to build the map awareness video. To be honest, I can't remember everything I put in it, but I remember talking a lot about map awareness in that video, how to build good habits on that. And the late game flowchart video is an example of much more modern of like what I am looking for to determine what opportunities I have, which will then connect to the map awareness. Non-graded pass. Thank you so much for donating. The team is back. Esteban, I know you donated as well. I still don't see one from you. If you're trying to get that in, then no rush. Otherwise, we could jump to non-graded passes, who also just donated. Thank you very much. But otherwise, we should... I'll go in order first. Can you look at our game from a team point of view? We got stomped. I feel our biggest issue, we're taking too many fights before ready. Last week, my crew loved it. Awesome. Okay, I'm glad it was fun for you guys. I'll definitely... I'm looking forward to it. I honestly enjoy doing the team reviews just because I think it's... One, that's like true Dota, you know? Getting a gang together and like... playing your best, whether it's a stomp, you're stomping or being stomped. I feel like that's prime Dota. So I'm always a fan to be involved with it in some way. But I also think it's fun to be doing these like casual leagues and like still try harding it, you know? So Should be a lot of fun, and we can talk about like what you can actually do as a team, as opposed to like, let's hope our pub players aren't griefing. Looks like the message before was deleted somehow. Yeah, try doing something like type like match ID, blah blah blah, whatever, or like even add like the hero after that. I think the more text involved with the number is more likely to go through on YouTube, because for whatever reason it likes to remove the string of numbers. Sometimes people get it through, sometimes people don't. I don't know. Try in another. I'm trying to think how else. What's another way to get the... yeah, there we go. There we go. Perfect. Okay, we'll start with Estebans, and then we'll move to the team grade stuff. Oh, and I'll go get my tea before we start this. Okay, I will download this while I go get my tea. Bring my whole teapot over. Okay, what time are we at? Timestamp. Okay. Who are you playing here, Esteban? Your name might be in here, but we're currently on anonymous mode, so I can't see. What kind of tea do you like? Probably my default is green tea or chrysanthemum. I like those a lot. This one is actually an osmanthus tea. I tried making like this osmanthus syrup. So I put some osmanthus flowers in a bunch of honey. It's been nice enough. I just kind of did it on a whim. Never had osmanthus very much. I think it's fine. I don't think it'll like replace, to me, like green tea or chrysanthemum being some of my favorites, but I like it. Thank you. I'm glad. Undying support. Okay. Yeah, I think this stream has a lot of, not to like hype my own stream, I guess, but I do think we cover a lot of useful information for anyone willing to like hang around, sit through, listen to it. I know the MMR ranges sometimes a lot, so maybe high MMR players less interested in the low MMR feedback. Sometimes swap that, but I think there's a lot to learn no matter your rank, depending on the game, like depending what's being covered. Maybe in the future we could try to direct it a little bit more, like, oh, this week we only do like real high MMR games, so that for those people, if they ever feel like they don't like listening through lower MMR, maybe that's worth it. I don't know. That's maybe something we can try down the line. Okay, let me adjust this timestamp because it is now a little bit later. Okay, let's do this Undying one. You are interested from about the 20-minute mark to the 35 to 40-minute mark. Okay, let's jump ahead once we load in. Ever had thyme brew? No, you know, I had bought some lemon thyme as a plant. I was trying to grow it, and unfortunately it died. But that would have been perfect to try. I don't know about that one. I'll look it up. I actually feel like I was thinking about this the other day. I've been trying more recipes for different stuff, and I see thyme come up a lot. But growing up, my mom did not really use thyme, so I never used thyme. It's not in like any recipes I learned from her. So I never really used it. So as I see it come up in more recipes, I'm like, I don't even know what this is for. I don't really know the flavor. So I actually own dried thyme, and like now I do. So I'm like trying to use it more to under like, what is this for? What is this flavor? Wait, let me go back here. Okay, what are we? So 20 minutes. Looks like we were winning. So I'm guessing you were interested in how do we close this out into a win and not, looks like, eventually fall into a loss. Oh, it's too hot. Oh, I'm glad you like the stream too, Esteban. Thank you. I know it's kind of rambly sometimes, but I do try to like share whatever we're thinking about here. So I might start even a little bit ahead of 20 minutes because it looks like you're in a pretty good spot. Like it looks like we're peaking around 10K at 15 minutes. So maybe we jump there and then we'll cover the time frame. You were interested in how it dropped a little bit. Cause it does look like you guys did great. Like out of the lanes, you are super rich. Yeah, it's around here where we're about 10K. Okay, so one idea I want us to start with. I predict this game was 3 carries that farmed all game and there's no one to play with. Ooh, it might be. Looking at this, Luna Sniper Dragonite, it might be. But here's an idea I want to share for anytime you're winning really hard. It's easy to make this mistake. And this might actually be what we end up seeing. I don't know yet. But one mistake is that you are super rich relative to the enemy team. So that's happening here, right? 10K gold lead at 15 minutes. Crazy. These guys are all sad. It's 22-5. Sniper is almost 9,000, right? Our Undying here that we're checking out, ahead of everyone on the enemy team. Super strong. But when we think about when we usually siege tier, let's go back to the last game we were in, right? When they were starting to push high grounds and they were around this like 30-minute plus mark, the player net worths are, like 10K plus for any core hero, all that stuff, right? So a really common mistake coming back into this game is that you're crushing the enemy, you take a lot of the tier 2s, and you're like, well, I guess next is tier 3, but the relative strength of Sniper, although he destroys the enemy heroes by like, almost double the net worth of some of them, he is underfarmed when it comes to what he would usually have when taking this tower. So a really common mistake is pushing too hard into tier 3s, but it can also apply to tier 2s because you feel so strong compared to the heroes, but you're not actually strong enough to quickly take buildings, and the buildings still hit you really hard, and that's where a lot of people throw. So as I see us going past this tier 2, that's one of the first things coming to mind. Like, are we getting a little too ahead of ourselves, pushing a little bit too far? For your own itemization, by the way, I see that you got the Yules. I'm sure it's to deal with Silencer while also being good versus Jug, Axe, and even this Windranger to pick her up when she win runs. I like it. I think I might still recommend you get the mech first. Mech into Greaves then to deal with the silence. I know that won't help you as much versus Omni Slash, and it's not as good of a save versus Axe. But if you think about the way your team, I assume, is playing, I see you guys grouped up here, right? The early aura of Mech is the strongest for stuff like this. And even if you get silenced, Mech can still do something for you while silenced, as opposed to like, oh, I got to use myself first, and then I fall, and then I can do stuff. So the Mech helps you right away, and it's strongest in these early group up situations. And then you'll get the Greaves, which will help you deal with the silence. And then you could go back for Yules versus these guys if you wanted. So I would probably still recommend the Mech. It won't be the end of the world. Let's see. Looks like we're trying to take the tier 2, but then also get involved in a fight. Not your fault. The Dragon Knight is kind of like rushing it. You could have maybe put the tombstone on the cliff as part of fighting. One downside of putting this observer, for where you guys are at, because you've taken all the tier 1s and you've actually just taken the tier 2, so although it's relatively pretty early, it's not going to be that weird for both teams to start using this cliff ward. So what you want, how do we continue growing this 10k gold lead here? You want to hold the map as much as you can and get pickoffs where you can, whittle down the towers where you can, but we don't want to bash our heads versus buildings too long. That's where we're going to give a lot of time to the enemy team. If we just continue to farm efficiently, we'll just keep growing the gold lead. So if your team plans on sitting here, like a couple of you sit here and whittle down this tower, I don't mind this, but you have to protect it. Otherwise, something like here or here is far more likely to survive and never get found while still giving you really deep vision. And so that way I know when Sniper tries to like leave his base to go this way, I guess he should have gone this way, so maybe not the best example. Maybe you put it here so then you can see like through here. So you see someone come up this way or like try to sneak through here. That's kind of what we want while we just farm up. And then as you see people push out, you try to get kills like this. It looks like it's not quite panning out here. Help me. Oh, okay, Windranger got us. Not much we can do about that. Looks like your sniper should at least get a response. Okay, on the axe at least. Oh, he's about to blammo there. Uh-oh, we are not in the spot to be here. Okay, looks like we got a little scattered there. And they find some kills. I think you guys had the right idea of going for the Juggernaut. It just ended up real messy. And then... Okay, Juggernaut suddenly getting a huge influx of gold. Okay, so we got a little too ahead of ourselves. But from this point, if we just reset... Okay, push in the lanes. A couple of us play bottom. Luna just keeps farming a lot top. Right, you'll still be really strong. Roshan and Tormentor can become an objective next. You're really good at Rosh as Undying. Really hard to get your team to do Rosh. I understand that. But you can call it out for your team. Like, hey guys, please, you know, like, let's do this. Okay, you pushed in bottom and you're going to rejoin your team here. I see that Rubik coming over. So if you guys had gone like this to go get that Rubik, that would have been good. We're heading top. I don't strictly mind what side you play in, but let's just keep in mind where we warded and that we can't keep everything warded. It's never possible. The enemies will find some. So you guys have this ward. Currently haven't really done much. Ever since you got scared from this area, you got killed. Seems like you guys are a little hesitant to come back, but I've seen both Rubik and Axe walk through here on their own, and instead you guys are playing here where the map is dark. So I feel like we're kind of in the wrong spot a little bit. Witch Doctor actually does end up placing an observer there, which now makes it easier to play up there, but there was some risk just like walking up there like you guys did. There's always going to be some risk doing this stuff as well, for example. All right, let's see this playthrough, and then let's talk about why I know this is really risky so that you can also see it in your games. Yeah, well, it's kind of working out, actually. Okay, kind of worked out anyways, but let's still talk about why there's danger to this. Okay, actually, let's even go back a little further. So I last saw Silencer and Windranger top, and then I saw a couple heroes go like this, right? They could end up moving around, but there's no guarantee on that. Essentially, I don't see anyone here, and I don't see anyone pushing this lane. This is why it's good to push your lanes, right? I wouldn't be as suspicious if this creep wave was here. Oh, sorry, this tower's still here. If this creep, let's pretend this is dead. If this creep wave was pushing here, the enemy could be here, and I wouldn't find it that strange that I don't see them right now in this observer. But because the creep wave is here, and I don't see them here, I think there's almost nobody in this bottom half of the map. Uh-oh. Wait, is stream still going? My YouTube studio page just crashed. Am I still connected to the internet? Once my internet did randomly drop, I think last week or so, maybe 2 weeks, and I was talking to myself without even realizing it for a while. My internet's still connected. You guys still see me? Okay. Ooh, still a streamer, not a guy just talking by himself in his room. Phew. All right, I don't know what happened with the YouTube studio. It looks like it's back up. Okay. Oh yeah, so just the danger. So I know they pushed out top a little bit, and then since then I haven't seen them. I don't see anyone here. I don't see anyone here. I don't see anyone here. And Sniper's over here. If you guys were all together, I'd be a little bit more open to it. You have 4, which is pretty good, but I don't see 5. So that math doesn't quite check out for me. And if you take Sniper out of the picture, you guys have a 9,000 gold lead. 10,000 of that is Sniper. So if you do get into a 5-on-4, not only are we disadvantaged by the numbers, but we don't really have a gold lead. So to me, this is really scary to walk up to this cliff, especially when I ask you, do you need to do that? Now, it's nice to do, right? Like, oh, we're dewarding. Isn't that good? Yeah. If I told you there's an observer, what if I told you there's 6 observers? It's so much money. There's 6 observers there. But what does that really do for the enemy? Like, if we look at the map, what does this vision do? The fact that it can see here, it's like, isn't that a bit of safety? Yeah. What are they doing with that for the next 30 seconds, right? Like, this wave is pushing in. Someone's going to have to come over here. Vision here doesn't really help with that. This wave could be pushing in. Yeah, this kind of helps. You know, like, they can sit here defensively and this ward is good. But what if we don't go in? What if we just leave? What if we do Roche? And what if we, like, fall back? We start pushing in this other stuff. This observer won't do anything. So, because it's really risky to go for this observer when I don't see anyone, but also, I don't need to remove it right now. I don't have to take the risk. In the middle of a team fight, when it's super important to remove cliff wards and stuff, like, sure, you know, you can take it out then. But we don't have to take this risk right now as we walk in, which there's a lot of risk, because I think there's an observer here, which means they see me as soon as I get here, and they should start reacting. And in fact, let's go to their perspective. That's exactly what happens, right? Oh, we don't see anything, guys. We're kind of scared. You know, what's going on? And then, oh, here's an Undying. He's coming over. Like, let's get ready, guys. Come here, right? Jug, come here. Yeah, I'm coming here, all right? Like, they see this, so they know to, like, get ready by the time you get here. It did actually kind of work out for you guys just because you're pretty rich and because you got a really nice Witch Doctor Eclipse here combo. But no guarantee you get this. So that could have been a mistake. So we got to be careful of that stuff. With that said, we did ultimately win the fight, so my team can just push a little bit. Farm, take towers. I see them pushing the mid lane, though, and this is where it's kind of iffy, where I was saying, like, we're good compared to the enemies, but taking high ground is still tricky. So in the end, your team just, like, farms triangle as a group. I guess I'm open to it. Maybe we're going to do Roche, actually. Roche would be really good right now. Any Roche fans? Any Roche fans? Any Roche fans? Oh, shit. They're smoked, by the way. Boo. He just appears out of nowhere. High alert. Run. Drop Tombstone and run right here. Is very scary. There is a chance he is just smoked by himself and trying to place a ward. Support sometimes do that in pub games. But for your MMR at Legend, it's a little bit more likely they're trying to do something as a team, trying to look for something. So there's probably more heroes behind him, especially because I don't see heroes anywhere else on the map still. And I got this one. This lane is like here and no one's pushing it. He's at their door and no one's dealing it. This is actually really risky too. So I actually think there's a lot of heroes behind this silencer as I see this. So I would probably Tombstone and run. You're like, I'm gonna get him, right? But I think you're just not fully. This goes back to reading the map and seeing that he popped out of nowhere. I think there's a lot more risk here than You should back out here rather than go in. In the end, they find who is this? Luna?
18 months.
And yeah, they
flat.
were end up smoking up, or they did end up being smoked. Let's actually look at this from their team's perspective. Because as we see, you guys are strong, but depending how the fight breaks out, they can clearly still win fights. This is why how we play the map is so important. And right here, the important thing to recognize as a team, and why it's so good to push in lanes, is that I just don't see anything from them. I don't see anyone top. I don't see anyone mid. Bottom, like, yeah, we're here. What are they doing? What are they doing? So this scattering right here, this is the danger point for us. That wherever they go, I don't know where they're going, but wherever they go, they're going to catch us not grouped up. So anytime you're missing every single hero, you got to start clumping up and expecting something. From their perspective, this was a little bit blind. They had this observer that died, so they kind of... Let's actually go back a little further. So they're waiting for Juggernaut. They know you guys are on this cliff. They're interested in Sniper, so they smoke up. And then right here, Luna shows in this bottom creep wave, and I know you guys were here, so I actually know you guys are a little bit scattered here, and either fight you take is pretty good. And then at the same time as all this breaks out, Dragonite's actually here. So from my perspective as the Dire, I now know this is a really good fight to take, because it'll take a few seconds for you guys to group up back together. So wherever we go, we have the like 5-on-1, 5-on-3, 5-on-1, like whatever it takes to get the quick kill and move on. They end up choosing the Luna. I didn't even realize he missed, actually. It turns out to be a great shackle from the Windranger. So then it becomes a 5-on-4 really quickly, 5-on-3 really quickly, and suddenly that 9k gold lead is now, you know, like 9k for them, and then it falls apart. Now we're back to an even game, just about. Or I feel it's a lot more even suddenly. You're still in pretty good control though, if you think about the map. So what you do still doesn't change. Whatever, push in lanes, get deep wards down, find pickoffs, take objectives, whether that's towers, Roche, Tormentor, whatever. We're still just in this growing strength period. And if you do make it to the high ground, you just sit behind Dragonite and Sniper. I see you mentioning, like, I felt like we were losing the advantage, so you were trying to push it.
The Dire might want to mine their top 10.
I kind of see what you're saying. What I will throw out there is, as this game goes late, how bad should we feel? They have some good late game heroes. You know, Silencer strong in the late game, Axe pretty good, Windranger and Omni, like they're all strong. You know, but we got Sniper, like Witch Doctor in pub games and late games pretty good, right? The scaling on our side is also pretty decent. So I would like to make use of the advantage while we have it, but if you can't see opportunities, don't feel like you need to feel pressured, like we've got to find something, right? Like, okay, we'll go late game. You know, we have a lead, so we'll go into the late game with a lead, and we'll still just be smart about what fights we take, or we'll try. I don't feel we're going to get outclassed as the game goes on. Right, like a pickoff like this, right? We have a deep ward, we see the Axe, we just go in as a team. Slight risk in that I didn't see a bunch of enemy heroes, so I see the Silencer, but that was it. So I didn't know. They might have had other heroes near Axe. And Witch Doctor also went a little bit early. But overall, a pretty good pickoff. If you guys want a little bit of extra info depending how scared you're feeling. Let's go back even further. This is a bit suspicious that no one is dealing with it because it's pretty close to the tower and like, where are they? I don't see anyone top besides that axe. So like, where are they if they're not dealing with this? What's even more suspicious than this is when it's here. So if you're really nervous about where the enemy is and you like scan Roche and they're not doing it, if this creep wave is under the tower, I am so suspicious of like what they are doing. I'm so confused. But if you wait a little longer, there's a very high chance that an enemy hero will show themselves under the tower to deal with the creep wave. So if you wait about 20 seconds, you should see one more hero here, or you won't, and then your alarm bells will go off. So depending how scared you feel of not seeing heroes, you can use that to your advantage. Because we were ahead, we threw a little bit. I'm probably still ahead is my feeling in this game, even without seeing the exact number. So I don't mind that you guys just kind of like get that. Another one to be very careful of. Same cliff, right? Just understand there's a very high chance there's observers and sentries on it, so they'll see me coming in, and they also see my team up here, so they should feel free to kill you. Even though they're missing axe, they don't need axe to kill you. Windranger's here, but the remaining 3 could kill you if they're in the area, so I'm a little scared of moving ahead of my team. Also, do I actually need this? You don't have an observer, so all I'm doing is removing their observer. But does that observer actually help them stop us here? Like, what if instead, as Luna hits this tower, you stand here, or you stand in this tree line after taking this watcher, right? Like, this vision won't actually help them with this fight that much. Maybe, like, as people are here, there's a little bit here. But for the most part, it doesn't actually matter if they have an observer there if we have this many heroes here with axe dead. So I don't need to do this yet. I can just watch Luna take this tower, and then after we take this tower and we're breaking away, then we can probably come check this out. Okay, and I'm not finding anything besides Leap the Sentry. I think that's a good call. Okay, real quick here. Passively try to have really good positioning. So if I tell you, be careful of axe call, right? That means we don't want to stand next to anyone, especially because we're trying to save them by using axe. You can also get a shard, by the way. Shard for the tombstone save is very good this game. Don't get double shackled, don't get double omnied, right? So we got to be very careful of not standing next to each other. Even when we don't see them, we just want to passively have really good positioning. This is just a really good habit to build up. So like these cores, they're all clumped. I know Axe is dead right now, but as he respawns, like what if they shackle and then he starts teleporting? Like what are you gonna do, right? So for the next couple seconds, it's probably okay, but the better you just passively do this stuff without even thinking about it, the better. So as we move in, right, kind of close to Witch Doctor, and then over here, I was pretty happy with. And then you move in a little closer, you get a little closer to Sniper, right? Like, oh, what if we get shackled? I need to help these guys, right? So I would feel much better just like standing back here behind this tree, or standing like back here in this river, away from any threat of being called, of being shackled, of like Omni Slash bouncing around. Just passively stay far back. I like your spot in the trees now. I think I would have preferred to like, you have to pick your favorite hero. If you think Luna's your favorite hero, then I'm okay with where you're at. I'd say Sniper's actually probably safer to play around and easier to play around. So I'd prefer to stick to Sniper, but depending on who's being nicer, who you think is stronger, you know, pick one of them. Clumping up. What if they're smoked and running in and they just call us? Ugh. Passively stay scattered. Because they're all missing again. They're either doing Roche or they're looking for a fight.
Radiant's
All right, he starts hitting bottom, so they're probably down there.
Trying to bust down radiant structures now.
Sniper's not with you guys, so let's read what this map is telling me. We took top, and they never did anything about it. I had a ward here. I put a ward here, or Witch Doctor did. As a team, we did this. And we pushed in mid. And I don't see a single hero top. They are doing something. They are somewhere on this map outside of people griefing. Anyone playing Dota is doing something. So if we can cross out the entire top half of the map, then I am assuming 5 heroes are on the bottom half of the map. And because you guys smoked, you're interested in finding someone. But now that I say that, we realize what risk is going on here, right? We are looking for a fight without our sniper. Luna's even getting far away. And what I'm very likely to find is 5 heroes. What we are running into is 5 heroes because they are nowhere on the top half of the map and we are moving into the bottom half of the map. So we have to feel confident about getting into a 5-on-5, or in this case, however many heroes we bring, 3-on-5, which... right? Fight breaks out. Are we ready for this? No, you know, like Luna's like, okay, I'm here. You're dead. Sniper's like, hey, good luck, guys. You know, I'm jungling over here. So this is a situation, it may even work out. I don't even know what happens. But this is a situation where as a team, you just hold this top half of the map and you push in lanes. Because this is suspicious. If they don't want to defend the tier 2, that's one thing. Are they not going to defend the tier 3? I don't think so. Someone has to show here. So rather than you guys go through here looking for them, what you should actually do is just continue to... Well, actually, if you're a high-level team that listens, go do Tormentor. But everyone else, if you push in the lanes, someone will show here. Someone has to show here, or they're going to lose barracks. And that doesn't make any sense. So somebody will show here, and that will give you information to work with. And if nobody shows here, you should be really alarmed. Why aren't they defending their barracks? They have to be doing something as a group if nobody is showing here. And that will help dissuade you from like walking into the jungle like this.
Bottom tower ain't it so right toughened up their structures. Trouble brewing everywhere.
Does Lotus Orb counter Wyvern ult? To a degree. But the thing with Lotus is that the spell still happens. So if she thinks this is a good ult, that ult is still happening. You know, she may get ulted, but there's a good chance Wyvern is not near her team. So she doesn't care if she gets ulted. Like if she's jumping from the side and the rest of her team is further away, right? She has a bit more control over it if she knows the Lotus is coming in. So it dissuades the Wyvern ults, but it's not really a perfect counter. Linken's is much better at preventing the Wyvern ult without having another spell to break it. Or an E-Blade is really good so that when your target, whoever gets Winter's Cursed, if you are just far enough away and then you E-Blade them, you save them. Your own defensive items like Solar Crest to use it on whoever's in the middle, that can kind of work. If you have an ability like a save, disruption, Tombstone in this game, right? Tombstone with the shard can work. Blink Dagger can actually be your counter to make sure you are not caught in the Winter's Curse. Stand far enough away, let it happen, and then jump in. E-Blade, disruption, whatever save ability you have, that could be your tool against it. It kind of depends on the game, but Lotus is a kind of a counter, kind of not. Okay, so I think we're losing our lead feeling, well, whatever the reason is, actually, it doesn't quite matter what the reason is, but we're just taking some fights where we are not actually ready as a team, and because of that, despite being 10k ahead, they are finding winning fights. And hopefully what we're saying is helping you to identify what is leading to that. Now, whether your teammates will listen to you say, like, hey, do this, do that, you know, I don't know. But from here to, like, going forward, it's essentially an even game, so we have to earn the lead again, which find pickoffs, get Roche, get towers. Eventually, your high ground siege will just be like sit behind sniper, let him hit things. When he gets called, use Tombstone Shard on him. If Global comes out, Greaves yourself, and then Tombstone Shard save the sniper. I think that's your job this game. Smoke breaking's pretty good. Don't go too far. Stay a little closer to your team. In fact, like behind this tree is pretty good, especially if you had a ward down. You'll see them slip through as necessary, but also they'll break the smoke and they won't instantly see you. Okay, we do get Roche. I'd actually prefer it on Sniper, but Luna's good too. Blink into the curse. Genius. I hate Mike. It depends who gets cursed, right? It's like, oh, I hate that core. Blink in. So, oh, wasn't that that was a TI, didn't someone make a short film on that? I think it was like the Dawnbreaker was being real rude to her team. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the videos. Thank you for dropping by. Ooh, you gonna get this Windranger? Great. Found a pickoff. Let's go. Looking at the information, I see Axe, Rubik, Jug. And we have a kill, so, I mean, we could just push together. Let's see how you guys push. Really, here? We just need to hit buildings. We lost someone. Where'd he go? If we want to do this, kind of need to do this as a group. This is why it's good not to just, like, instantly hide in the base. Notice, from their perspective, they see this happening. They see, like, Dragonite Sniper start to show here. They have an Observer Sentry here, so Jug knows that, hey, Witch Doctor is kind of scattered. So, boom. I hate Witch Doctor. I just kill him and I back out. These small things, you just kind of, like... It's just easy to, like, oh, you know, we're pushing. They're going to be too scared. I just walk up and do this. But eventually, people will punish you, and this Juggernaut is one such player. So, Witch Doctor never should have died here. He should have only done this with the team, or he should have just ignored this and then, like, stayed top with them up here. When you can be killed that quickly, like by this Juggernaut. It depends who is in the game and everything, but Juggernaut has Blink, has Ags, has that Swift Slash. That was like a Blink Swift Slash, 20-second, 25-second, easy kill for him. Partly because of a super greedy build on the Witch Doctor. If Witch Doctor had like a defensive item, could have been fine. He even had a Voodoo Switcheroo, but maybe just didn't react in time. What's going on here? Why are we under the tower? Okay, really all we got to do is hit the building. Now that we lost the Witch Doctor, I'm actually pretty nervous about this. So for your team, I may actually want to back up. Yules helped to save him for a bit. But yeah, we're kind of getting drawn in by this, right? Because of the Axe call, but then we also moved in. When really it was just Sniper who needed to hit this building, or the Luna with Aegis. And instead we ended up with several heroes under here, so they were able to find a good fight. So this push was good if Witch Doctor was alive. Once you guys lose Witch Doctor, you actually should have proceeded with caution. I think you guys are still overly confident with the lead you had earlier, which is now gone. Okay, I think that's probably, I think we've kind of covered it. I think you wanted to see a little bit further, but honestly, I expect it to be quite similar. Warfy Rat, hey, what's up? Thank you for the sub. We can zoom in a little bit further, but I think it'll be the same of like, are we playing around our vision? Are we finding pickoffs before grouping up? And are we pushing safely? It's kind of been, if it's an issue now, it's probably an issue 10 minutes from now as well. Unless your team gets humbled and then you start playing better. That does happen sometimes. But, yeah, usually a mistake doesn't really start... Like, people don't change their mistakes all of a sudden throughout a game. How do I win a game where I have a tied 5, sniper 5, queen of 5 all the time? Mid laners buying 26 tangos. First, I'll say two things. One, anything can work in Dota, especially depending on your rank, but even in my games, I'll see some wacky shit and I'll be like, there's no way we lose to this. The other day, I was Enigma 4, which is kind of strange, and I lost to a Void Spirit 5. You know, don't lose hope just because the draft is weird. If you tilt, that's when it's like, it's done. But a weird draft can work because both you and your opponents are like, lol, what a bad 5. And then they get overconfident. So anything can technically work. The other thing is that you're not meant to win every game. As painful as that might be to hear, to gain MMR, a good mentality to have is that every game is a chance to improve as a player, and improving as a player will lead to gaining MMR. But in terms of actually winning every game, that's not necessary, because to climb MMR, you just need more wins than losses, which even 55 is considered an extremely good win rate. 55% win rate means you win 55 games and you lose 45. So some games are cursed. You have really bad teammates, you have terrible drafts, whatever, right? Like, but that's okay. You're meant to lose games. The important thing is that use the rest of that game. You're already losing 25 MMR. Make sure you improve on something. Okay, this game's done. I'm gonna try to have really good map awareness for the next 20 minutes. I'm gonna try to stack every chance I get for the next 20 minutes. I'm gonna try to split push as hard as I can without getting caught for the next 25 minutes. Change your frame of reference to needing to win every game. What if I told you, let's take a 52% win rate. That means over 100 games, you win 52 games and lose 48. That would still be considered a pretty solid win rate. Gaining MMR in Dota is just considered slow. Usually it's done in burst. Usually it's like a big win streak, then you sit for a bit, then a big win streak. For some people, it is a slow grind. The point being is that when you hyper fixate on every game being a win, you get some very like, how do I win this? It's impossible frustrations. But if you think about it instead of, let's say that 52% win rate, 100 MMR gained over 100 games, that means every game is +1 MMR as long as you are making it a +1 MMR game. I improved my map awareness this game. I worked on my denies this game. That is my 1 MMR gained, even though I lost, -25. In the grand scheme of things, I improved in this game, and that will pay off eventually over the course of a big enough sample size. So I do know it sucks when you have like really bad teammates and drafts and all that, but that's just the nature of Dota and online competitive games. Like you just won't win every game. And for as many games as you have shitty teammates, the opponents will also have shitty teammates. You may think like, oh, we're awesome this game, but it could just be they have shitty teammates. It's just like human bias a lot of times to think it happens to you more than it does. Oh, Omni Slash is doing work. We have problems.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, at this point, it's kind of fallen apart for us. But in the same way you threw on high ground, they may throw on high ground. So even as your team starts falling apart, Esteban, the issue has been, oh, we're never 5, right? Like, we keep splitting up. We keep getting caught off. They've been better. One of the places where it happens naturally, even as a support where you can't make calls, maybe, and your team's not listening to you, or like people are tilted, something about the high ground calls people back. So even as you're losing, try to just stall things out till they push up to the high ground, and you have a better shot of your team coming back as 5 to defend this, and then finally you get a proper 5-on fight that favors you, you win. And then death timers are long enough, even at 34 minutes. Let me show you, like, okay, Jug's a bad example because he's like level 24. He's massive. Let's go with like Rubik at this point, right? Death time of 54 seconds. So even as we finally wipe them on our own base, 30 seconds to walk from here to here, and you have 20 more seconds to hit building. So it just needs to happen somewhere. If you feel your teammates aren't listening to you, just try to like split push, be ready to TP back here. You're actually too far up. You need to be further back. As you can see, they don't care about your tier 3. They will dive you. So in the future, just remember, the longer the game goes, this is no longer safety. You got to be further back. And now we won't get that 5-on-5 because we also died. Now we're going to have to wait for Sniper, who then has to wait for us. So you just need to wait for Sniper, live, throw out decays like from back here if you can safely, but otherwise you're just waiting for the 5-on-5. All right, with this, I think we're about to move on to non-graded pass for the team game. Actually, don't you even have your... Do I have the match ID from you? Oh, here it is. I see it.
A few weeks back, I won a game with Pango carrying Enchantress mid, right? I know it sucks to have bad drafts, and you probably do lose the majority of them. I know, just like pulling that number out of my ass, but it's not like you lose everyone. It works sometimes. Sometimes you win. Sometimes evil prevails. You know, PA5 shouldn't work. That Jungle Legion shouldn't work, but damn, sometimes it does. The important thing is not tilting out and just doing your best every game. Win games you shouldn't. Win the games you should. That's actually the thing, right? When it comes to gaining MMR, the true test is not winning a game you should. You know, it's like, oh, we won every lane and then we won the game. That's great. You were supposed to. That's like the easy game. The hard game is when your team is behind, when you have a shit draft, and you pull a couple of those into a win. That is what shifts you from a 50-50 win rate to I turned one loss into a win. I am now 51-49, 50 MMR gained. I did it one other time. We were supposed to tilt out, and I said, one more try, guys, and we did it. 52-48, 100 MMR gained over 100 games. You know, like every loss you can turn into a win ends up mattering. I'm glad that +1 MMR mentality sounds good to you. I think there's like different mentalities you can take to make your way through ranked frustrations. The like +1 MMR mentality for like every game mattering to me does oh wait, this is the wrong, did I not copy it? Is I think one that can help to make every game important. Because I think that's the downside, right? If you think about each game as it only matters if it's a win or a loss, to go into it further, if I can only be happy when I win the game, I am going to be sad 50% of the time I play Dota. That doesn't feel great, you know? It means you are willingly knowing that you're not going to be happy half the time, because that's just, it's 50% win rate is normal. That's where you're supposed to be at a balanced MR. And you can flip that a little bit, like, oh, I have a really good win rate 60% of the time. Still means you're going to be sad 40% of the time, which is like a weird thing to commit to, right? Compared to like, oh, I'm going to go play Red Dead Redemption or something. You know, I can just have a good time the whole time. That's the funny thing about multiplayer. So that's why I think it's dangerous to connect. I only feel good about winning games. Change it to like, I played well. I tried something new. I learned something new. I maintained mentally stable through this game, right? Like whatever it is, you need to find something to feel happy about and improving every game, or else Dota eventually becomes a slog. And it's just like, it's so much is about whether you win or you lose. And then that's why like you get so frustrated over like one guy throwing or one guy doing something bad. Everything you did stopped mattering because it lost. And that sucks. You know, like no matter how good of a game you had, suddenly you're mad and unhappy because you lost. So I do think it's good to change that mentality, if for anyone else, but just yourself, so you actually enjoy, you know, playing Dota more. Okay, we are going to look at a team review. If I recall, the ranks were around like Herald through Ancient, something like that. I don't know if graded pass is here or anyone on his team is here.
Pay no mind to kind of the lewd picture. The team stuff. Lol.
5 seconds.
Let's see. You said you got stomped this game, so let's just look for some like feedback. I don't know if you're here for any more direct questions, but otherwise we'll just see what's up. Do I have any videos for item building? I had some in the past, mostly from a support perspective. I haven't done one recently. I've kind of been thinking about redoing it with a more like, you know, modern what's going on in the current brackets. I'm immortal, and even some of the stuff we talked about has been helpful for you. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy to hear that. Honestly, the concepts don't change. You know, like between gaining MMR from Guardian to Immortal, it's like you still need to find good team fights. The things you're looking for are still the same. The Guardian player needs to find it 1 out of 5 times. The Immortal player's got to find it like 4 out of 5 times, you know? But like it's still very similar. So I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you still found some good stuff from that. All right.
10 seconds to go.
Let's do some quick draft analysis. I won't worry about it too much. Kind of highlighted that in the past. You guys like Venge? I don't really mind. Treant, sure.
Dyer's ban. Dyer's pick.
Maybe you're gonna flex the Venge. They pick Undying. Is Snapfire in the pool? Oh, we banned it. Yeah, Phoenix isn't bad.
Pick.
Mars. Okay. Something I will mention. You guys ran this combo in the past, so sounds like you guys are trying to like pull some comfort stuff, and that works for me. Carrying off for Ancient, mid and 4 Archon, pos 5 Herald. This game we lost lanes and then team fight after team fight. Something I would identify from the draft. Treant Protector and Undying are 2 bulky supports. Don't have the greatest lockdown. Eventually there's Overgrowth, but that's just like a BKB piercing root, which is good, but also not the best, right? It can be dispelled. So I am interested in 2 things. 1, mobile heroes that these guys like, what they want is to walk up to buildings, either for them to walk up to buildings and just like plant and fight, or for you to come to their building and then he keeps healing it and they tombstone and they like, you know, whatever. That's the support's preferred fight. So if you walk up and they're like, oh, here we go, and then you just go top because you have like a super fast Ember Spirit, and they go, oh shit, you know, like they're gonna walk up there, and then they go up there and like, okay, here we go, and then you just leave and you go somewhere else and like, oh, this is not fun, right? Just avoiding these guys goes a long way. You could also look to punish them. I was gonna say with something like Timbersaw, this would have been a great pick, but otherwise, anybody that you guys feel comfortable trying to beat them in the lane will make this miss the mark. Especially the Undying. If you know this is how we deal with Undying and he doesn't get to play the game, that's pretty good because half of Undying is winning the laning stage. Downside of the Phoenix Mars, Phoenix is not really a creep dragger, and then Mars does not like dealing with the decay and the tombstone stuff. So I think if you pivoted to someone that creep dragged, which I know is a little weird, not too common, but if you start playing as an amateur team, it doesn't hurt to like start practicing that. If you pick someone who rotates and just bypasses the Undying matchup, that's actually a great way to go about it. I realize that's not super common, so I'm not gonna focus on it too much, but just as a suggestion, they're gonna counter pick you with a jug. So now this lane is super hard, but if we think about it, if you had revealed your 4 support and your off lane and you were going to creep drag, even as they counterpick your Mars with someone like a Juggernaut, I wasn't going to play the lane anyways. I wasn't going to play versus Undying, and I'm certainly not going to play against whatever your counterpick carry is, so we're going to creep drag anyways. So that's kind of the strength of playing that way once you see the Undying come out. Like, you can reveal your offlaner knowing that it just doesn't matter what carry they grab. You are just going to creep drag, stack, get what you can, and then play later on. We're just bypassing the laning stage.
Radiance ban.
They pick OD with the Juggernaut. Okay, that's bold. That is a choice. I don't recommend that. But you guys go Leshrac, which isn't too bad. I also like Sniper, by the way. I mentioned mobile heroes. Sniper is not that, but Sniper is quite good at dealing with these supports because he's so far back. And then rather than initiating into this stuff, you guys are just defensively protecting Sniper, and then you swap him back. Didn't I throw out Sniper last? No, that was for NPR, for your team, for the GTI gang. Different team review. But Sniper is pretty good versus OD. At least he was in the past. I'm not sure exactly where that matchup is now. But you outrange him, and then they would need to get blinks to jump into Sniper, which these supports cannot follow up on. That's, there's a little bit more to the matchup than that, but then you have Swap too. I would have been down for that. But I do think Leshrac is not bad versus OD either, or like to some degree. There is some annoyances both ways, but
Dyer's ban. Radiance ban.
Jump ahead. You guys actually go Void. So this like what? Carry Leshrac? Support Leshrac? Carry Venge? What are we doing? Offlane Beastmaster. We getting out there. I'm open to like weird drafts like this. Though they're harder to run for there's like pros and cons. For a casual team, you surprise the other casual team, but how often have you practiced like out there drafts? So up to you guys, totally down for it. I do think shifting the draft once you see the, I don't really feel we punished with what I highlighted between like the weaknesses of these supports. I don't think we hit that with the Phoenix Mars combo. And then Void Spirit does, in terms of like being a very mobile mid. He does avoid these supports, which is good. Though if he's playing into OD, that's a really tough matchup. So I don't know if this is like carry Void. I don't know where you're, it was carry Void. Okay. I'm not sure if you needed to do this. Hold on, wait, let me go back. Who is in the pool?
Dyer's ban. That's a team.
I can't do this without my list of heroes. Hang on. I have a little cheat sheet that I use while casting that I keep updated for various meta to keep in mind heroes. I haven't actually updated it recently, but I will admit the OD Juggernaut combo part is a bit annoying. In terms of weird carries, I actually kind of like carry Doom more than the Void Spirit. I don't know if that's something you would feel comfortable with. Otherwise, I guess you can just try to isolate the OD away from the Jug in these fights. You just can't be a hero that is like burst and that burst is wasted by Astral. So you have to have like consistent damage. I feel like Terrorblade maybe could be okay, but I worry OD shreds that. Maybe Abaddon's not bad, but then again, the Astral's annoying. I feel like Ursa's maybe okay because you have Enrage. So if you, as long as you're like constantly using Enrage, that could be okay. But then he could use Astral defensively. So it's actually quite annoying in terms of figuring out what works here.
Time to pick some of these folks.
Chaos Knight. I kind of don't mind that either. I'm still down for the sniper, actually. You guys want to go sniper carry? Hell yeah. You know, like, I still think you outrange the OD and all that.
Places, everyone.
Well, anyways, the draft won't be why we win or lose a game completely. Well, actually, maybe I shouldn't say that. There can be times. Let's jump ahead into the actual game itself. I think last time we talked about blindly smoking as a team in these types of settings. It does look like we have come up here, dropped one observer, and I think I saw you guys had another. Yeah, okay.
Seconds to go.
Let me go to free perspective.
The game is on.
Okay, you guys started cutting the trees versus Treant Protector. I do like that. I actually don't know if it's Treant 5. It might be Treant 4. Yeah, it looks to be... I think you were up here trying to body block. Is that what this was?
And here we go.
So if you do want to do this, one tip is to not come here too early. Because once they see you do this, they know they should start adjusting. So... could be the carry player TPing up here, running up to body block the creeps coming in. It could be to bring heroes to come punish the Mars. So if you actually like wait at this, like this area, especially if you actually wait with several heroes, like the supports, for example, can also wait with the Mars. And the 5 will just TP bottom anyways. If you wait here, Jug might just happily like, la, 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 run straight through, and then you body block the creeps behind him, and then he has to go like, oh shit, turn around, or like keep going here to body block. But it might be too late. But when you go up here, it kind of like reveals too soon. And so we take a good chunk of damage because of that. And we didn't actually get the body block, so then it, yeah, I didn't quite get what we wanted. It does end up being Undying down here, and then the Treant. Yeah, you can just continue to cut trees here on the Void Spirit. As a Treant player, if you cut these trees and then these trees, there's very little to do in the laning stage. You guys just keep playing on this side, and it becomes very difficult for Treant to do anything. I think last time we talked about the 6-minute into 7-minute into 8-minute. I won't repeat myself too much. We'll see how you guys do this time around on that like potential window of doing things as a squad. But maybe we'll try to focus a bit more on like some other stuff this time around. Give you guys like new information to think about. I don't expect much out of this top lane. To me, you guys are just trying to get whatever you can out of this. So Phoenix is, let's go through the jobs. Mars, just do your best for creep equilibrium. Do whatever tricks you can to keep it here. Do your best to deny, all that stuff. Phoenix help with it. And otherwise, if the lane is already up, either try to prevent pulls, body blocks, be here, like aggro things away, or go stack if you have time. If the lane is not back, then do whatever you need to get it back. Pulls, unblock it, you know, creep drag, whatever. We don't want to directly lane into Undying. I think you actually may have been able... It's really early. We don't usually stack at 2 minutes. You could consider it there, but I don't think it's a big deal that we don't. Yeah, we see life kind of sucks up here. Undying Gaming. But this is a combo of taking damage here into then playing in this lane. Okay, how we doing mid? Mid's actually pretty good. Your Leshrac is doing quite well here. Better than I thought. That's the other thing. As time goes on, if the supports want to start helping mid, more than... Like, Phoenix won't do anything
beyond getting equilibrium here, it's not like Phoenix can suddenly start helping them to kill Jug and Undying. Maybe, but it's more their mistake than anything you guys can do. So rather than try to force anything up here, it's like, how do I set up Leshrac? I stack for him to get him huge, or maybe I even help with water runes and like ganking mid, and maybe I consider twin gating to help here, but this lane will be a little, I'm not sure. How do I feel about this? How are we ganking the double void lane? Or the double VS lane, I guess I should say. It's not easy, though. Phoenix is pretty good versus both these two heroes, so maybe it is doable if Phoenix were to gank here. So definitely as top starts to get out of control. We can go into it more if you want, but I think we've kind of highlighted where maybe we didn't quite address Undying the best in the draft, where we slipped up a little bit on this initial body block. Point is, top is now in a very rough spot. So let's shift our mentality. Mars is in recovery mode. He's going to do what he can to get to 6. He's going to do what he can to make plays and like get to those items, whatever he thinks he needs. Whoever your offlaner is, it doesn't matter on the exact draft. The offlaner just needs to do their best in getting what farm they can. The 4 support needs to start thinking about how do we recover, either through stacks or through rotations. These runes, ganking, if it's something the heroes can do, maybe some like rune courier kills. That's like kind of down the list, but something like value must be found, and value is not going to be found by like trying to squeeze it out of a rock up here. It's going to be real tough as this lane starts to get out of control. So stacking's probably your best bet. Just Phoenix getting the double stack every minute going forward from here. What's the net worth difference? Jug is starting to pull quite ahead, like 1,200 gold. Every time you stack, you're getting like 200 gold closer. That's not quite a science, but you get the idea. Okay, we are trying. We're doing some stacks. And then the most important move will be the 6 minute rune, especially as like a lane is falling apart. I think it's even more important to be like, okay, what can we do to bring another lane into this to change things? So we go to mid, change this lane, and then maybe Leshrac can come to our lane to change this up. So 526, we are right about that point where I would want to see Phoenix head this way, stack into the rune. If you guys think he's low enough to like do something ahead of time, you could try, but if not, it's no big deal to me. Same thing, Venge, I think it's worth coming over. It's hard for Venge to help this lane, so then the next best thing is Venge can help the mid lane to help this lane. We're kind of like connecting the dots. Domino effect. And Venge even did the half pull before doing this, so Venge can now leave. And if we look at Void Spirit, he will like sit safely, kind of do this stuff. You've cut trees, so he can kind of do this. If he gets too scared, he can come here, farm the small camp. This will push in by that time, and then he like does plays there, and then Venge should be back shortly after. Ooh, nice. Get a free kill on that. We did bring one hero into the mid lane, and we're definitely ahead of the enemy, so that's good. Illusion Rune, unlucky. That is not really the best for a Leshrac. But you guys tried, and that's, I think, the important thing. Okay, we do try to smoke up here. I appreciate the attempt. It is... I do think it's just going to be a bit hard. I think mid might actually be your best bet with this kind of play. Because if you smoke in and throw the stun, he will have to astral dodge it, which means you can then... Oh, I guess you don't have the split earth. Yeah, which is normal too. I'm not saying you should have it. I kind of forgot you wouldn't do this at this point. I guess you could maybe run them down, but actually it is kind of tough. But I think it is tough to get top. I feel like down here might be better. I think number one thing is you tried though, which is good. You guys realize like, oh, this is messy. We gotta do something. I gotta be honest, I'm not sure what the Void Spirit carry build is. So I'm not sure what to be expecting here on the timings to look for. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't know what their supports are doing. Oh, they're killing Leshrac. Hold on, we try to do too many things at once? Oh, let's go back. What happened here? Leshrac got the Arcane Rune, saw a stack, and then kind of ran in. This is actually a great idea if you have a little bit more teammates with you. They actually cannot deal, only Beastmaster can clear stacks easily. So as long as you see Beastmaster in the lane, you have time before you can deal with those creeps. If you do bring the Phoenix over, I think you can steal those stacks. If you guys get out, that's pretty good. If we lose the Venge, it's okay. Aha, we all live. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
All right. Not too bad. Even though the game feels rough, maybe to you guys, it's only a 1k gold difference, which is not unsurmountable.
He's so fast. How? He's a tree.
All right, pretty good overall. Starting to make some moves. What rune did we get? Regen? I think with a little bit earlier double stacking, instead of trying to force plays, you'd be in an even better spot. But otherwise, kind of doable. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, slipped up there a little. Got to be careful at Omni Slash. Otherwise, that was a really good idea to try to do something up here. Now Juggernaut's getting a little bit too much out of this. Which, going back to when you guys picked Leshrac, is actually why I thought you would actually pick a different hero who deals with the Juggernaut a little bit better. But you can get Yules on Leshrac, so it's like kind of okay. But the preferred build is the Kaya and the Blink. I think there was also some farming struggles a little bit. The mid lane started well, but now I'm noticing the net worth is actually quite low. So I don't know if it was because Odie was denying a lot or what happened, but we've missed some CS. Some stacks could have helped the Leshrac, but we are actually just missing some power here. So this kind of goes back to just laning fundamentals, even before the team play components come in. I think the mid lane should go a little bit better. And then so should the top lane. We spent the least time on bottom lane, though that one looks to be the closest, so maybe that's okay. We kind of already highlighted some of how the top stuff went. At this point, we need to get 6 on everyone. Okay, we did. And whenever we have Egg and Arena, I guess we try our best on that. Looks like you are going. We have split our damage a little bit here. It's very close. Okay, in the end, it has worked out. Holy. I was really worried we were splitting our focus way too much. But I guess they did the same. So we're kind of like arenaing some stuff here, fighting some of these guys here. I actually think if you arena trap Beastmaster and then leave him and go focus on this stuff, that might actually be better for you. Deal with the supports. This was a pretty good egg, though. And it, like, you hit enough heroes with all the Phoenix abilities to just barely eke out a win here. I don't know how. This is the closest fight in the world. Everyone's so low. All right, we'll take it. Yeah, go shove in the lanes. Go, go, go. Push, push, push. Farm, farm, farm. I'm a little scared of where Jug is, but should be okay. Do you think position 5 Shaker is okay? It's not the worst thing you could pick, but it's also not the best. Shaker 4, or just Earth Shaker, is really not that good of a laner. Usually how he gets past that is being one of the best lane avoiders in the game due to naturally being a fast hero for creep dragging and then fissure blocking your own creeps, the enemy creeps. You have so many tools around fissure. And then as part of dragging around, you can also rotate early and fissure block things, the lanes for people to run away. So you're one of the best lane avoiders in the game, which is possible for position 4 Earthshaker, but position 5 Earthshaker has a much harder time doing any of the stuff he needs to do because of the lane format, because the creeps meet here naturally. You can't make it meet in a better spot as position 5 Shaker. You can easily make it better for position 4 Shaker, but position 5 Shaker starts in the best place and has to like defend this, and that's where being a weak laner backfires on him. He also wants to get to a fast blink dagger, so you're a little bit greedy, which you can do more as position 4 Earthshaker rather than position 5. And then the early roaming I talked about, if you're doing that as a position 5, it means we're leaving our weak carry alone a lot more rather than leaving the strong offlaner alone. So it is doable. It's not the worst thing out there, but there's a lot of stuff against him that make it kind of unideal. I think you probably hold that swap a little longer. Also, I'm not sure if I think this is the carry build. I fully admit I do not play carry Void, but I feel like Echo Saber, Orchid, I feel like something along that lines for the regen plus right click as a universal hero seems better. Tiara for regen is like a real expensive regen item into Octarine? Is this a thing? I don't know. This is about between Herald to Ancient. It's a coordinated like amateur league. So there's a mix of ranks. Aw, close to saving the egg. Okay, let's actually go back to that. Okay. I got a little distracted answering that Shaker question, so I missed how this built up. I'm not sure you should be looking for the Jug here because you actually don't have a lot of information at this point. So let's go back one more time. So they push up to your tier 2. In theory, they should have a lot of this jungle. They should have a ward somewhere and kind of be ready to camp this area. I saw OD mid. I haven't seen anyone top yet, The lane is pushing, so we'll get that information soon, but I don't have it yet. So this is when you guys kind of like start going in to look. But I worry we're going into enemy vision. I know that's the strange part, like this is our half of the map. But if we think about the ideal way to move, once you take this bottom tier 1, you try to place a deep ward to look for stuff, and this is what I'd be looking for if I was their team. So I'm really worried about you guys going in without these guys being a lot closer. I also think if you wait a little bit, you'll have more information to work with. So it's unlikely, if I had to guess where they warded, here, here-ish, 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 here-ish. I know that's a big sweep, but what I'm saying is I think back here is the least likely of all those places. So as I wait for two things, these guys to get closer and for Void Spirit to push this lane in a little further to start giving me information of someone should show up here, I think Leshrac just farms this, and Phoenix like sits here to die if it turns out a whole group movement's here, but it's probably not gonna happen. Phoenix can even help the Leshrac farm while you wait. Then 4 of you group up, then you go together, and at the same time, top should have been pushing in, so someone should show here, or someone doesn't show here, and that means no one's top. That means they're all down here. Do we want to fight? We better be careful. And I think if we wait a little longer, you wouldn't have had to need to like teleport from here to here. Like this feels kind of bad. And then it turns out, yes, there are several heroes here. Fortunately, not all of them, but I didn't know that, right? That was a little bit of luck on how many heroes showed up here. And in the end, it was just enough heroes one at a time to win this fight against you guys. And then this is fine, you know, like Void Spirit shouldn't join yet. He should keep pushing this in, but oh sure. My fiance made these moon cakes. Very cultural. I don't know if you guys could. The camera's not focusing very well.
Look at how even this is. This is so.
Did you cut that?
Yeah, look at.
Smooth.
Okay, thanks. You want one?
Sure. Eating stream.
Not as good.
I agree. They've lost some of the chewy texture from yesterday. Still pretty good though. She made a taro mooncake filling.
Lotus egg yolk loyalist though. I don't want them to judge me.
She's a Lotus egg yolk loyalist. I'm sure one person in chat is relating hard to that. I think probably a lot of people are not mooncake enjoyers. Experience. Judging so hard, right? I hear egg yolk is popular, but I haven't tried it myself. I am not as... It's okay to me. It works out. She can have that flavor. What happened here? You guys were like doing stuff. I will say the game for you guys mentioned like, oh, it felt like it fell apart. It seems closer than I thought, but I do think you guys had some laning struggles that held you back a little bit. And then I'm really not sure if this is the Void Spirit carry build. In-game is muted? You're right. Why is that happening? long has it been like that? It was working earlier. Wait, what happened? What did I do? Is it working? Ah, it's working here, but not on this one. Has the Dota audio been muted for the last 6 hours? Because I messed with some settings, and then I checked, it worked on one scene, but I used a different scene for the replay analyses. Guys. No one told me. Hold on, wait, it's still not. I still need to set it up on this one. Hang on. It's not playing on this scene, right? Okay, 1 second. Where are you? Why isn't it showing here? Wait, why is it showing here but not the other one? This one is playing through here. I see. Can I just copy and paste this one in? You guys hear it now? Yes. My bad. It was since I switched to full cam. Weird. How peculiar. Alright, I'm glad it wasn't the full stream at least.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? Radiant's top tower.
I'm not too surprised if from here it does fall apart. Just because, I mean, making plays like this actually will extend the game, so nice. I'm just not sure when the builds line up with the way this is going. Should you have TP here, actually? Beastmaster Jug coming in top. OD Undying. You guys end up going mid. The OD and Void TPs top. I'd be careful. Okay, if you want to TP top and defend this, you can. But actually, we last saw 4 heroes top. You should be really careful about moving forward. Even defending this tower is pretty risky because the rest are showing somewhere else. So actually, after doing this, you should move here. And partly, you maybe just don't even come up here. You maybe just like walk to the jungle and then teleport over if your team ends up moving this way to fight. But otherwise, you just like start jungling bottom and like move this way into the tower. I think this is really dangerous, which is why you then get caught like this and die. And then the rest of you guys are like, huh, what happened here? It's gonna work out? Yeah, they're a little bit ahead of us. I suspect one issue you guys will run. I've seen this actually happen a lot. Again, going back to when I was playing in some amateur leagues, it's extremely common to pick the high MMR core players, and then the supports end up to be the lower MMR players. For example, in this case, I think the Herald is the support player, is position 5. One unexpected issue of this, and it's not guaranteed to happen, but I've seen it happen enough through team replays and being involved in it myself. When the support player is lower MMR, what actually often struggles then is the warding that the support player is supposed to do, as well as there's a reason so many team captains are support players, because you have the most time to look at the minimap and to shot call what should happen. That doesn't have to happen for every amateur team. Someone else can pick up the lead, but some of those mistakes that I just saw of like the enemy team is here, but you guys are engaging into it. Sometimes the higher MMR players are like absorbed in their own game, so they have a harder time looking for this, especially as they play core. I don't have an answer for you. I'm just an ideas guy. I don't have an answer to that, but it may be something
I don't know, maybe someone has to like really focus on map awareness for your team to help shot call. Maybe the game just fell apart, so there's not a good example, right? That's fine too. But in terms of like reading the map for these movements, because I think you mentioned this in the last time, and then this time I'm like, it kind of feels like the game is falling apart, like we're not going the right place. That might actually be some of the issue, is that the stereotypical best role to do that is your lowest MMR player, which is no offense to them, but that means it's harder for them to keep up. You know, they're just trying to like do some of it, and they're having a harder time, you know, envisioning the game and shot calling, which can often come from the position 5 in that role. Otherwise, you need one of your higher MMR players to both like play the lane and like do their stuff while also shot calling, which can be a bit tricky, but might need to be what happens if you feel you're running into this issue. I am throwing this all out there without being involved in any of your team comms, so feel free to disagree on it. But I've seen that be an issue for some people. Feel free to flame the Void Spirit. He loves to cook. Hey, I'm down for it. I might cook with a more normal right-click build, though, for him. I think, like, Echo Saber sounds good. Echo, like, Manta, Orchid. Like, honestly, if you just played, like, Spirit Vessel Orchid or Spirit Vessel Opening, even though that's more, like, mid-Void Spirit, like, you'd still get good tempo. I feel like... I'm trying to think. Echo, Mage Slayer... Is Witchblade any good? Kind of iffy on Witchblade. I don't know. Something down that line. I feel you're missing right-click damage from the Void Spirit build. I do link him your vid so he can be not so low MMR. Nice. That means it'll work. Excellent. We're getting there. Yeah, Beastmaster Ags is still pretty good, even though it got nerfed. It can still feel pretty strong. Is this the last free coaching for this stream? Let's see, what time are we at? We even started a little bit early today, so we are pushing 7 hours. When do we want to stop? I guess I'm going to keep having this play while we think about that. Whether we stop after this or keep going, I will say for anyone who is interested in replays, we will be back on Wednesday. Probably start a little later than we did today. But yeah, I think going forward, Monday and Wednesdays will be like replay analysis type days, coaching days. And then Friday we'll play games. Tuesday, Thursday, as long as I don't get caught up in like coachings and whatnot, I'll probably stream games. And if I do get caught up in stuff, then I'll just like do my coachings and do video work on those days, or do something for the stream. I don't know. We'll see. I will say, side thought for your draft. This may affect how you prioritize who does what, and maybe who you ban. So as you come to experience, it seems like you guys like this Mars Phoenix. I'm fine with that. In the end, draft-wise, Mars is your main initiator. Leshrac can't quite do it. He's got something, but it's not really the best. Stun and swap are sort of something, but also a little, not the most straightforward. Your cooking Void Spirit carry can also kind of do it, but only once he gets to a certain point. So your early game is heavily around the Mars, who then got counterpicked by the Undying Jug. So when your only real playmaker has a bad time, it makes it a lot harder to play games, especially, there are times it's like okay to risk that, but for maybe give this a consideration for your team in the draft.
if you're only going to have one playmaker, make sure they have a good enough game to get to what they need, because Mars has to get to the blink. And once he got the blink, you guys have been able to make some plays. But that early game suffered a little bit because he was having a bad time, and then no one else could fill his role. That's why I usually recommend 2 initiators for like a regular old pub stack. Is pretty safe. So like one guy will be able to do it no matter what. Well, not no matter what, but it usually helps to have 2. And if you are going to go on like just our one guy is going to do it, then try to make sure he has a good lane. Either because you ban out the Undying potentially, or ban out matchups you think are really rough, or you pick a really strong, like you pick Mars early, you pick your 4 support later. You pick the Mars after you see, you know, some like the matchups. Figure out how you want to make sure he has a good game so that you guys can initiate and make plays. Yeah. I think that's maybe all I gotta say on that. Oh, no, non-grade pass, thank you. No, we can definitely look at that for, honestly, I appreciate the donation, so I'm not going to say no, but you're overpaying for what you're getting. So I will definitely take a look at this one for you. Let's see what's going on here, draft-wise. We are out there. PAs, Drows, Vipers, Arc Wardens. You guys are cooking in this league over here. You guys are bringing out the crazy shit. Looks like you guys were able to win this one. And they did have a lead, and then you guys pulled it back. Okay, cool. Cool. I guess I don't strictly need a new timestamp for this, but I will to separate game 1 and game 2. And we'll see how far we go into this. I know you mentioned just the draft, but we can look a little bit into it too.
Radiant's banned.
We did not like that Juggernaut and that Undying. Take him out. I'm fine with that.
Radiant's banned.
Okay, so they went back for the Treant. You guys got Snapfire. I do think cutting trees is a great idea, so if you guys keep that in mind for game 2, and then maybe realize now he's a position 4 Treant. You guys thought he would be the other side. I don't know if they'll do that again. Maybe they'll swap. Snapfire, really good support. Big fan of it. Make sure you pick up some stuns. So last game I was talking about if you only have one initiator. The more you have this time around, the easier life is for Snapfire to land a very easy ult, fire in. Whoever does that for you guys. It's up to you. I don't know what plans you have for the draft. Silencer is not bad. One, it's very annoying to play Snapfire into Silencer because of the global. It's very hard to use Mortimer's Kiss. But then also, great pairings with Snapfire are any classic mobile mid-hero. Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, Pucks, Sand Kings, like whatever. A lot of them don't like playing into Silencer. So if you want to just take that out, you could. You guys end up getting the Beastmaster out and then grab Mars to pair this. So Snapfire could flex, but otherwise this does kind of reveal your offlane. This is a pretty strong offlane, to be fair. Going to be hard to completely shut this down, especially now that you guys took out the Undying, who's pretty good versus the Mars. It does reveal it. So going back to our previous discussion of if we don't pick another initiator, they should, in theory, pick a decent matchup into Mars, and maybe we have a rough time. So it wouldn't hurt to have someone else in consideration going forward. But Mars is also a fairly stable offlaner. We didn't really do a deep dive in the last game. He's usually a very stable offlaner to pick early and reveal, so I don't actually mind. You guys pick the Viper here. I might actually save this for your final pick, because Viper does have bad matchups. Even if the break is good in the game, he has to win his lane. So it's dangerous to reveal Viper here when you're not sure about that. From here, I would probably pick a support that has... I don't know if you guys play Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon would have been really good this game. Otherwise, someone else who sets things up could be good. Clockwork is not bad. It's a really strong pairing with Snapfire. You can easily break trees to mess with Treant. The Power Cogs and the BKB Piercing Stun and Hookshot are very annoying for these two. Bane is okay. Disruptor is okay.
Radiant's pick.
You guys get Hoodwink. Actually, I'm open to that too. There's a little bit of counter synergy where Mars will break Hoodwink's tree, so you guys just have to be careful of that. But having the natural break on Hoodwink is pretty good. Bushwhack is good versus Treant. I like this pick. All the more reason, I actually don't think you need the Viper yet, though. Because we ended up getting a break from somewhere else.
Radiant's ban.
And then they get Drow. I actually don't know if I like Drow here. You guys have the Mars. You can just arena her out. Even if she's doing well and she has BKB, her attacks can't go through the arena. She has to go through the arena.
Dyer's ban.
Treant Drow is at least a solid lane. I'd be worried about the mid. They banned out Sniper. I actually think you guys should be banning out the Sniper. The counter picks to the Viper. I guess maybe they know that you have been cooking on your carry, so maybe they're worried about the carry Viper. I suppose that's possible.
Radiant's ban. Radiant's pick. Dyer's pick.
Yeah, Arc Warden is good versus Viper. I would not have expected that because it's just out of meta, but Arc Warden is pretty good at keeping his distance.
Seconds to go.
You end up picking Phantom Assassin, which I can see the value of. She has been nerfed, so I think it's a harder Phantom Assassin game than like if we go back a couple patches. I kind of like Sven. I think his burst damage would be really good here. Bonus armor versus Drow is pretty good, and he can easily close, like, you're a natural blink builder, so you would close the gap easily. I think Sven could also work for you guys and be something a little bit more meta while also having a good time. Maybe not a good time, but like I think you deal with the Bristleback better than Phantom Assassin. All right, let's go through this one a bit. This one will probably be the last one since I was debating how long we go. Let me actually challenge that idea, and it's up to you. It's up to your team. You're by no means required to do this. A lot of people like to give the high MMR player the last pick, and it makes sense. It's like, okay, try to give this guy the best matchup and like carry us essentially. My counter argument to that is the best player should try to do the hardest thing for the team to fill, you know, that expectation, the responsibility, whatever. The hardest thing to do is to play the counter pick matchup, is to play the like early pick. So I'm actually a big fan, because I actually captained one year for like an amateur draft as well. I'm actually a big fan of the highest MMR player taking on a very stable role of like, you are our playmaker. We will, you know, we give you very safe matchups and we'll do what we can to help you. But like, we'll save the last picks, the easier games for those heroes for the weaker players, because it's harder to play counter-picked matchups, actually, in my opinion, than it is to play like, oh, I got an easy game. The guy who has an easy game still needs his space made from the people who have bad games because they got counter-picked. So that's my mentality. Feel free to disagree. It's by no means set in stone. That's just my own takes on it. And you gotta try things, and whatever works for your team, you know, figure that out. Granted, his high versatility does give a reason to give last pick. Since he likes to play all this weird stuff, usually giving the last pick to get that theoretical game-winning hero is also a very good reason to give him the last pick. All right, this time around, oh, what happened here? Ooh, the surprise tri-lane before Hoodwink was ready to help out. Pretty good play by them. I will say, definitely be careful. This is something you don't see in pubs, but you guys have been playing here and there's no support. Call that out to your team, and that can be one of the dangers as they're doing this. Yeah, you won't see it all the time, but someone like Marcy can make it happen. That's kind of a mistake you make once as a team, and then you learn to be better about it going forward. I forgot I wasn't on player. I gotta move my camera around. Okay, you ended up bringing the Hoodwink down early because of this fighting. So PA here's just got to be careful. Let's see, what are we playing for this time? In theory, we would play around Viper's strength. This is the danger of picking the Viper early, is if they counter pick it, Viper from behind really suffers, and Arc Warden is a good counter pick. So there's two ways you can approach this. Either help him win his lane, make sure to rotate over, try to gank this Arc Warden, or you're going to have to save his game later. Like, you're going to have to win your side lanes hard enough that he can then rotate in and barely do anything and still contribute, and it's fine. Whichever one you think, like, your draft and the way the game is going, you guys can do. But why I would usually recommend picking Viper at the 18th pick, where you can then ban to protect it, or the actual final pick, where you know your mid matchup, you know you're going to crush it, and there's not much they can do about it. I do think Phantom Assassin should be able to win us the late game, so we mostly are looking to make her space, give her a good time, and then play around our supports that are strong early, plus our Mars, you know, use our Snapfire ult off cooldown, Sharpshooter. Supports here are going to be doing some heavy lifting in terms of getting you guys a good start. Ooh, we may have pushed a little bit too hard here in the mid lane. Here to try things and play with anything. Happy to give him meta here early. Honestly, okay, non-graded pass. Totally up to you guys if you want this. I think part of the experience of doing all this is like cooking your own drafts. So I by no means am trying to take away from that. If you want, you've been super generous on this stream. If you can pull together like an Excel list of like your player pool, like position 1, 2, 3, 4. Here are the heroes we feel comfortable with. here are the heroes we're like willing to learn whatever. If you can pull that together for me on an Excel sheet, I can help you come up with a draft if you want. If you guys want to do it yourself, that's fine. But I kind of think it's fun to run some draft stuff like that. Ah! Do I think I should have built my Viper for farming if it's not a good lane matchup? I don't mind what you're doing, because your lane's not great, but you will still be good versus Bristleback. I think the Boots of Travels idea is not bad in terms of, like, if you are here, I will be here. If you try to go, I will be there as well. Yeah, I am kind of open to... It's not that we're only farming, but that we're gonna, rather than focus on crushing our lane, we're gonna farm where we can and then show up to, like, the Bristle every time we have Viper Strike. Maybe show up to the Drow. Yeah, kind of like that. Secure your own runes. Okay, this ended up working out quite well. Ooh, things starting off much better for you guys. All right, from here, Viper with the ultimate is still pretty strong, even though the Arc Warden matchup wasn't the best. I say that, but you ended up doing quite well here. And this is why we don't worry. This is why I don't want to worry too much about, like, this isn't the best place to pick it. You know, like, sometimes you're just good at a hero and it works out. I do think trying to play around some of the strength, get that bristle is good. What actually happened here? We, like, TP'd in because they were going aggressive, right? But then Marcy was here, and then they bring the Arc Warden. Kind of just a good counter rotation from them. I also think this is the downside of, like, it looks like up to this point, Bristle was actually doing quite well, which I didn't process. I don't know if you guys did either. But if you know someone's doing really well, and, like, he has the Vanguard, so he's really hard to kill, even with the break, you may need to bring even one more hero. Like, the Hoodwink also had to come up here. Otherwise, I think that should have worked out. It's just because he was doing really well up to this point that it backfired. Oh, neutral deny. Let's go.
Ever seen someone... Oh, did that clip you? You suck.
Dire's top tower, you know the drill.
Where are we on Snapfire ult? Okay, let's try to get Snapfire ult online. So Snapfire, start absorbing XP. I would say both supports, but actually Hoodwink is level 6. So you should have the strength to play around that. Like, Sharpshooter plus any stun should be just about a kill, since it's so early into the game. Viper slows will not be the best for that. So Mars is where I'm interested in. And then notice this is kind of... Okay, let's talk about this. I think you guys are feeling the pressure to try to make a play, so I'm glad about that. But notice how this ended up harder than we would like. Like, we had to go pretty far 10 minutes in to get what was ultimately a position 5 Marcy kill. Like, you guys chased real hard here. Eventually found it here, right? But this is hella Space Mage. Marcy's fine with this death, right? You're using Arena, 4 heroes are over here. So let's change that. If you want to force a play because, okay, we're strong with these ultimates. If they fight us, like, we get the kills. But I don't have the Blink Dagger, so I can't make it happen easily. Like, I have to just walk at people, and this is what happens. We have to chase real far. Go to a tower. Pick a tower and just walk at it. And they will TP in to defend the tower, which will then give you what we're looking for, is the Arena and the Sharpshooter and the Viper Strike, all that stuff. Or they will go, oh, damn, I don't want to fight into that, and they'll back away, and then you'll take the tower, which we're very happy with. Now, of course, we're not going to just like blindly dive. Do be a little careful, you know, maybe set up a little bit of vision if you can, if you feel you need to. Keep an eye on like who's showing in the other lanes. But this is the easier way to force a fight and use your abilities. And if they don't fight, you get this. And it will help prevent you having to like chase too far, like on this Marcy. And then especially a Snapfire ult comes online, right? I just want her to easily take this. Snapfire, be careful here. Actually, maybe if you guys see a bunch of heroes top, this is safe. But otherwise, I would just like catch this creep wave, drag it here, be real careful on the snap, and also try to stay out of sight so they don't know if Snapfire is level 6 or not. And then they might be hesitant to defend, like, oh no, what if he has Mortimer's Kisses? But then they see Snapfire and they're like, oh, she's not level 6, like, let's go, just run at it.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's
What's happening here, though? We were all up here. I think you guys could consider twin gating through and joining this, especially as Snapfire gets real close to 6. I think 4 of you could just force this, even without Arena. But you're trying to finish the Boots of Travels. Okay, that's fair, actually. Once you have the Boots of Travels, you'll be able to come back. Okay, he's got Arena again, so try to focus around your Mars. Yeah, okay, we'll take that. It was a little harder though, right? That was a little close. Viper, you almost died. It was kind of close. So, easier way, right? We identify Mars as the playmaker. Try to like go around that. That'll make it a bit smoother. I think forcing this kind of stuff, like part of this started because it was a one, you're close to your Boots of Travel, so you're actually not that interested in forcing a fight. But then, like, to kill this guy, we are just gonna have to run him down with Viper Strike and Poison Attack, which is slow, which they can TP in to defend, which is what happens. So this type of play is just harder. Not that you can't do it, and you know, like, the better you know your own hero, you know, like, I don't mean to scare you away from this kind of stuff completely, but it is a little easier to just get your Boots of Travel and then like TP to Mars. And then what I said, right, is like, okay, they either fight us and then great, I get to use my abilities with a guy who stuns and keeps him trapped. So it's easy for me to do and I don't have to chase into this. Or I'm going to help take the tower and then I'll go back to farming because I got the Boots of Travel.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Nah, it's not. Oh no.
Dire might want to mine the top tower.
Wait, where did that even happen? Oh, because Bristleback. Yeah, Bristleback. If you don't have Sharpshooter or your Viper, you should probably avoid the Bristle because it's just such a big commitment. So, like, here's another, like, oh, I got you. I would have had you if one of these people were here, right? Like, I know you're strong, but every time they TP out, we're losing some of that window. And so this is where your team... There's a couple movements more towards the PA than we would like. Try to, like, bring them... Pick your 4 strong heroes. Try to get them to be together a little bit more. And line up the spells together.
Bottom tower's seen better days.
Ah! Downside of Boots of Travels. We are not as strong as we would like to be. Which goes back to, you know, being careful about which ones we choose and having it on our terms.
Dire's mid tower could use a
Which is also why, you know, you want to make the Bristleback move. How many of these plays are where the Bristleback is, even if they work out or not? Right, that's kind of what he wants. He is making space for the Drow, even as he sometimes ends up dying. The more you could make the plays down here and force the Bristleback to leave the PA, that's actually better. There's at least the second time in a row you guys end up chasing all the way back here for the Bristleback, which we're getting him, so it's like, okay, you know, like kind of good, but it's also more effort than I strictly want to put in. Oh, this is a dangerous blink. Yeah. Be very careful about blinking into farm. You need the blink to get away from danger. Walk into danger, blink out, not the other way. It's like, you know, chemistry. Add acid into, do what you oughter, put acid into water, and not the other way around. That's dangerous. Blink daggers like that. Someone come up with a good rhyme. I don't know what that rhyme is, but it's walk in, blink out. Don't blink in and then walk out. No matter how this play ends up, it's still a better location in the map. It moved away from your PA, though I see your PA is actually on the way. I would just stay top, PA. I would stay top. Yeah, PA should just keep farming. The whole idea is that you last pick this Phantom Assassin because she'll win you the game. So she, whatever she thinks is like the item build, like this is what I need, she mostly wants to stay on her own till she reaches that point. And if she can do a couple of things like, okay, twin gate over with you guys, we're gonna drop Snapfire, ult and stuff, arena, get a tower, sure. But these kind of fights, unless it's she knows it's a free kill, and it should almost always be a TP, or like a walk from this jungle camp to a fight here, it should be a very short travel time or teleport into an immediate kill or two that you are very confident in getting. Otherwise, you just keep working towards your, whatever your power spike is that you think, like, this is why I picked the late game, you know, the game winner hero for this guy. And don't feel pressured to join sooner than that. If your danger sense winks, that's the time you should have blink. Okay, I like that. Unluck. It happens. I would totally do that. That hoodwinks just like me, for real, for real. What league is this? An Australian one. I forget exactly what it's called. I think this one will work out, but I would just like to throw out the reminder. This one worked because this was on our terms and all that. Pretty good. I will like to throw out, remember, the Battle Fury is a farming item, and the farming item is not a fighting item. The farming item is to farm the fighting item. So, I'm not... This one was good, so maybe you guys had a better read than I do, but usually I wouldn't want to see PA get too involved like that. And she should actually just keep using the Battle Fury to get to the next item, which is what will allow her to fight. Or the next item, rather than fight with the Battle Fury. Woo! Free Marcy kill. Pretty good, pretty good. You guys are moving a little bit too much with the Viper, considering Viper bought Boots of Travel. So Viper should be on their own. It's like PA and Viper should be on their own and then together. How did we ended up together with the Boots of Travel, which is like the map efficiency. So we have some inefficient movements here. So supports want to stick to the Mars, and the Viper will want to like TP to the Mars as necessary. PA gets her pick of where is best to farm that she thinks should go. Because she is your late game winner. Like, she says, like, this is my most efficient place. Don't touch me. And you go, okay. So then you look somewhere else. Wherever she is not and wherever the active heroes aren't, that's where the Viper should go. So he could help deal with like mid lane if PA is dealing with like top jungle and top lane. He could farm back here as his team pushes up here, because this would be farm going to waste that he can then TP to, and he can like go between the triangle, like doot, something like that. He can also, if you're together, it should be on the enemy's half of the map, you know, where like, okay, PA's top, these three are pushing lane and I'm like in the jungle. That's okay to clump up that way. But you shouldn't clump up on your own half of the map too much with the boot to travel. If that happens a lot, then it should be a sign that, okay, we need to think about how we're, like, what direction we're moving as a team in these cases, because we're overlapping despite having the item that is meant to not, like, to help us minimize overlapping as much as possible. Like, so for example here, because you guys are kind of like moving into here, that's fine. But otherwise, like, Viper could push mid while these guys like head to the bottom, and then Viper could always boot in. That would be one such movement. Nice. Finding a lot of kills. You maybe didn't need to arena for that one, but I think the more important thing is just doing things together, using some of these abilities, protecting your wards. What's going on here? We're TPing back. Oh, this one's wild. Also, I'm pretty sure they saw you through there. Because this is daytime vision, so they definitely, this only works at night. I think this part's strange. Hold on. Let's go back to this. I don't want you guys to feel like you've got to do more when you don't have to. All right. How dare you, Treant Protector, go for our wards, right? We kill them. Great. So it's 5 versus 4. We did just use Arena. We use Sharpshooter. We have Snapfire ult. We have Viper Strike. But we are missing some abilities. So we could look for some stuff. We don't strictly have to. Let's look at where the map is. So PA was up here. She's actually teleporting over here. Maybe she's feeling scared top. That's fine. So I think they're top, right? That's what this PA teleport out is saying. It's like, several heroes are top. I'm getting scared for my life. I want to come down here and farm this stuff. Okay. Either we want to engage top, but if we want to engage top, now PA can't help us because she just TP'd. So maybe I don't want to engage top until that teleports back up. So we're losing our top, that's a problem. Oh, but if we have their jungle, then it's not a problem. Then we're just farming 50-50 on opposite sides of the map. Oh, well, he's taking our tower. Well, that's okay. We'll just do the same thing, right? We push this lane in to the tower. So right now, I feel you guys have good vision here. We have the observer. We have this observer. You even have this observer, right? Mid lane is even pushing in right now, right? One more creep wave, boom. So this creep wave is gonna go in. We have another creep wave coming in. So bottom is very much in our control. And I think you guys just keep playing bottom. Just keep bringing, like, these heroes come back here, farm this stuff, push this lane in, pressure this tower. And the big thing is, like, push this lane in so that if they show top, you can start pushing. If they stop showing top, then I might get scared. I might back up. But as I back out, if a fight breaks out, we have good vision, so we can choose to take a fight or not, depending on what we see. Compared to moving into here, I have no vision. Coming to defend our own half, I have no vision. Even though it's my own half, I actually don't have vision up here. So finding the right fight will be trickier, and in fact, they might have vision. Why don't we check? They do, right? So it's actually easier for them to pick the right fight here based on their ward. So right here, I think you guys are feeling pressured to keep looking for stuff, which is why we're starting to move into new territories. But especially as the team, if we're saying, like, I believe Phantom Assassin will carry us, I don't feel as much pressure to make things happen, to speed things up. That's not to say we'll, like, totally AFK, but as certain abilities are down, I'm okay waiting for them to be back up. It's them who should be feeling like they need to press us when we don't have our abilities. That's why I think this move in here is dangerous, especially this move across since it's in vision. But I think you guys are just looking for more than you need, and that means you end up actually leaving this area, which you lose the support. If they wanted to deward, now they can, and no one's here, so now we're going to lose all our vision potentially, and we don't have more vision to set up here because we're just kind of like making this play blindly. Maybe you do have a ward. No, there's no ward on Hoodwink. So this is kind of the risk of this stuff. They did smoke. You guys should be getting out of here. This is very scary. We're out. I can't believe you guys didn't lose anything. Viper, my boy. Boots of travel. If they show up here, just instantly go to another lane. Ditch at a top. Go straight mid. Go straight bot. Whatever you think is doable. Start pushing. Yeah. Destroy! That works. Probably a better coordinated play would have been like TP out here, move in together through smoke, but like, whatever, we'll take it. We got him. Still got vision down here, so I don't mind. They're like, just keep repeating, you know, just keep playing this bottom half of the map. Granted, Tormentor, I kind of like zipped over it, but yeah, I guess it is a coordinated game. We could have considered playing for Tormentor. That would have been pretty good. Now they've got it, so now we definitely don't need to go up there. You know, now you can play down here. I forgot to be speaking about Tormentor. Okay, wait, guys. The Viper just TP'd out. It did work out this time, I know, but we're doing separate things. Separate things are happening. Be very careful of that. You guys do feel more in control of this game. It is still pretty close. I don't know if we'll watch the entire thing. Let's see where you guys pick up a big lead. It might be coming up here. Yeah, we gotta remember. This is stuff you get away with in pubs, but will be punished more either the higher up in rank you go or in amateur leagues where people are actually playing as teams. You are doing two things. One guy is playing aggressive and trying to deward, and some people are with him, and then some people are going back to like start farming. So we gotta be real clear about what we want to do. We are either playing together and fighting, or we are all falling back and warding.
Your reckoning comes.
Oh, nice. Didn't even need to finish the job. Snapfire, if you use your ult and the kill happens at the start, that's okay. Send the rest of the ult to a camp or just like scatter it for vision. Just like long range artillery scout. You guys can do Roche whenever. Phantom Assassin has her fighting items. You're really happy with our slow siege to win this game? Nice. Let's take a look at it. Let's see. Oh, it does look like it keeps snowballing into your lead. Looks like the Roche happens here. Oh, skip a little bit ahead. So we did get Roche. Nice. This is our PA being strong. This is why we picked her and believed in her. So just remember this earlier in the game, right? Like, this is what we're making time for. Getting to this. And then I will say we did start this aggressive play and like half your team is missing. This part, you know, keep that in mind. I feel like that's kind of gotten you guys several times this game. Or it's not always punished you, but I've seen the mistake happen sometimes, right? Where like, we're doing two things at once. I guess there's time for that in Dota, but it's risky. Try to be coordinated on like what you're doing, especially on the enemy's half of the map, I guess. Okay, we won the fight, so we took that pretty straightforward. Yeah, okay, PA. What is this? Your teammates are over here. We're in the base. We're the most farmed hero in the game. What are we doing here? I know this might work out. This is really high risk. I do not recommend.
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
Yeah, see, we're like, we're hitting the tower down here, showing ourselves. We're also pushing in top. So from their perspective, either play is good. They can go for either of you. Even though they're a hero down, they can get into a 4-on-4 here or a 4-on-4 here, worst case scenario. But it can't possibly be a 4-on-5 because you two are so far apart. And then if a hero shows mid, or if they have an observer that survived somewhere to see where another hero is, they should definitely be moving aggressively. That's part of Dota, is not just thinking about what you're showing or what you're seeing, but what you're showing to the enemies. You guys walked up and then started. Okay, I'm much happier with this. I didn't like everyone hitting the tower, but I like that we've reassessed. We're gonna watch the Viper. I would say Mars can still step back further. Mars doesn't need to be here. Yeah, I just thought they were gonna go in without overgrowth. They didn't quite. That was kind of weird. I think this was good patience from you guys. Let's, I'm gonna nitpick it a little and give it a little even more fine tuning. Okay, so just Viper hitting, and then, yeah, don't feel like you need to walk up to do it. Just do it from long range. We have the Hurricane Pike. We even took, yeah, we took Vast, so we have the attack range. We will get through this, so just keep slowly doing this. Everyone else, sit far back. You're kind of doing it. You can be even a little further back. And then especially the Mars. Mainly when they jump Viper, here's what's going to happen. Marcy is going to go in and either try to dispose him back, or she's going to bring the Bristle in, and they're going to hope to damage from afar with Arc Warden and Drow. So Mars's job to stop that, when they commit, they're going to use BKB, so there's not much to do about these guys. But that's where the arena will block the ranged heroes trying to come in. Even if they have BKBs, the auto attacks are stopped by arena. So we need to make sure the arena is in a good place to protect the Viper. And so you don't actually need to be closer than that because you have the blink. You can be like way further than like up here. And the creeps will give the vision to the Viper. Yeah, and they with this overgrowth, they should have committed. They actually should have committed first, forced BKBs, and then overgrowth. Would actually be the better way to swap that. Okay, and from here, I think you guys should be good. This is not the slow siege I was recalling. Maybe from a different game then. Oh, maybe you said that earlier, and I didn't notice. I thought this was a pretty good slow siege overall. I'm just going to nitpick the Mars's positioning in that. Slow. I mean, it ended up being pretty fast because they fought you, but the idea was there. Guys, same deal. Same deal, guys. You got people going home and people still farming up here. This is, for your pub games, for your amateur league, so dangerous. Just get out, just back out. It's not that this couldn't work, right? Just to be clear, like, oh, I do farm this and I get out. Or like, oh, I do find kills like as I jump the Marcy. But like, what's the risk reward in terms of, should we lose this game at this point? No, because we're so far ahead. We have 2 barracks, right? Should be in the bag. We only need standard safe gameplay to win this game. Any extra risk, it's not that it couldn't work. It's just that it has a way higher chance to lose the game compared to the safe gameplay. And that's why, like, this stuff is unnecessary. You know, like, even if you kill Bristleback and the clone, it's not necessary because at the end of the day, you can just come here and do the same thing you did earlier. Viper will hit this tower and everyone will watch. They'll have to jump you, and then you'll fight as a team and you'll win. In fact, you can even wait for Roche to do that. One of the few ways you could lose this game is from individual heroes being picked off, losing a bunch of gold, losing the Roshan respawn, you know, repeat because you're losing heroes, they find another pick off. So as you're winning, try to minimize this type of stuff. There's actually like, there's no need to do that. Let me change it. What is the difference in gold between farming the creep wave here and here? Did you actually know the creeps are worth 7 times the amount if you farm them right here? I lied. There's no difference between here and here in terms of the value of the creeps. In terms of the dangers to the hero who are farming those creeps, there is a massive difference between farming here and here. But the value of the creep is the same. So there's no need to rush to the creeps in the most dangerous area. You can fall back, farm very safe stuff, and wait for the creeps to get to a very safe area, and then farm it. And it'll still be the same money. I mean, sure, some stuff might be denied along the way, but certainly less than losing a key hero 1v5. They have the damage to do it, right? Like, enough lockdown into Drow procs can kill a Phantom Assassin still, if no one is there to help. Now here, currently playing like 5 different places as all heroes are missing. This is another situation to be pretty careful. Starting to group up now, but then, like, you know, this kind of stuff again. We are doing Tormentor at proc, so now they know, okay, most of the team was at Tormentor. Oh, if we see PA, she's on her own, right? Think about what we're showing. This was Herald through Ancient. It's not like a set rank, it's a mix. That's why it'll sometimes look a little funny. No, I'm happy to give the feedback. Thank you, non-graded pass. Thank you for the generosity to the channel, to me. I guess, I don't know, it's weird. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. It lets me keep doing this. And I do think it's fun. I like looking at the team stuff. I think eventually you guys should close this out, right? You guys probably just like find one more fight. They got Rages. What happened, guys? Why do they have Roche? Pretty good Snapfire ult on this one. Nice stuns. Easy PA game from here. I don't know what happened where you guys lost that next rush. Make sure you get those. Make sure you get those when you're winning the game this far. Okay, guys. We will be streaming tomorrow. I do have there's a coaching in the morning, but that means we are free afterwards. So we'll have a shorter stream to play games, because then later I go to play some badminton. If you didn't get your game watched today, I'll be back on Wednesday to do it again, and then the next week we'll do again Monday, Wednesday. Thank you for hanging out with me. Let me see who I can raid for Twitch. Let me know if you guys got any like last second questions here. Oh, we can go to with Lisa. She was here earlier. Okay, I'm gonna start that up for any of the Twitch people. But yeah, we are streaming more and more, so feel free to drop by, guys. Always love having you. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I hope there was some useful information for you guys. We'll do replays on Wednesday again. Otherwise, we'll be playing Dota games tomorrow. I don't know who we'll be playing, but we'll see. Oh, and non-graded pass. If you do want help with the drafting, just like message me on Discord, or I guess my email also works, if whatever's easier, and let me know. I can give some ideas on the draft if you guys have the like Excel sheet with what you got. And then you can ignore my ideas as well, but I can just give you something to work with. Okie doke. Twitch people, I'm gonna send you over to with Lisa. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. And then YouTube gang, thank you for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow.